Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street. I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love. Learn to
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. We follow our hearts, we see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far, it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through some clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. Emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight.
Welcome on in, everyone. I am back, and we are here for the last hit, episode numero 5. I've got Lyric with me. It's just a duo episode today here on February the 21st, right at 2:26 a.m., bright and early for us American boys. How you feeling today, Mr. Lyric? Glad to have you.
Yep, feeling good. Sadly, not able to have Dang a part of the gang, and, you know, I kind of like how things are shaking up so crazily where we're kind of having a different cast every week.
Everywhere.
I missed a week, you missed a week, Dag just missed a week. You know, who knows who's going to show up? I don't know, you don't know.
Yeah,
it's part of the fun.
Yeah, that's a little bad that I don't know who's going to show up. But hey, I'm here for it. It's going to be fine. So, I got to ask you, Mr. Big Brain Man, we found Uzi. We finally found him. He has been unearthed. He has been uncovered. But, sadly, not the entrance you would want to have.
No, came in, played against IG after Doggo absolutely trolled his game 1 on his Ezreal. Yeah. My God, it was rough watching Doggo just E in aggressively so many times and get caught out. But yeah, came in, and right, they didn't win. They lost to IG, which overall is a failure. Not even just for Uzi, just for BLG as a team, right? I mean, you're stacked. We were calling them the super team. But I want to say specifically to Uzi's performance, I think it was probably better than I expected, because I wasn't buying into a lot of the hype in terms of like, okay, it's Uzi, he's just going to come back in 1v9 and be a god. It's like, no, I think Uzi's going to come back in, be solid, show like those glimpses of, you know, he was walking forward aggressively in team fights, repositioning quite well, looking for those moments. Laning phase was good, but as would be expected of an Uzi roster, BLG did put a ton of jungle attention down towards that bottom lane. Did have some mistakes, though. Did have some like either like weird flashes or like weird, you know, ability usage. He was not hitting his zaps on his Jinx to save his life. But, you know, he's going to need time. Sadly, he didn't play the following series against anyone's legend. So I have no idea what BLG's plan is in regards to
just trying to, you know, dip his toe into League of Legends a little bit. For me, it was also looking at the player cam of Uzi while he was playing that game. The guy was having fun. He was so man.
Stoked.
Oh my God. Like, you watching the interviews at the end of last year, especially when he was playing the show matches, and like seeing the energy he felt when he was up on stage, and like he was happy. He was always talking about reminisce, like watching people playing, wanting to be there, wanting to experience the stage. And for him to finally do that is so amazing. It's got to be invigorating and maybe a little hypey. So maybe that's why we're getting some of those errant plays from him. But I, as you would have expected a lot more rust, but he still was able to play to the mechanical level we would expect of an LPL AD.
Yeah.
Still, as you had said, you know, not getting to see him the second time around, not getting to see him again yet is interesting to me. But getting to see him for once with Crisp and get that duo out onto the Rift, it brought a lot of things. Like I'm foreshadowing to greatness, I guess.
I gotta say, I'm actually pretty surprised they didn't use him against AL. Like, the more I think about it, and the more I think about it in terms of like my experience as a coach, it's like, okay, you were willing to put him in for one series because game 1 went bad. So I just don't understand why, if you're willing to sub Doggo out on such like easy snap of the fingers in that series, why would you not just be like, okay, hey, well, we got Uzi on stage. Maybe there is a bit of rust. Let's keep seeing how this works against a team that I won't say should be easier, because AL and IG I think are, you know, around similar levels, but still, like, giving him more of that time. The only thing my mind can come to is maybe Doggo was the one who, after that terrible game 1, maybe he went and say, hey, you know, like, I played bad, just put Uzi in. Like, maybe it was a little bit tilted. That's all speculation, but with how it went of him just being out one game, it reminds me a lot of how EDG just brought in Junja in playoffs last year after he only played one game the whole split. And it turned out once EDG released the videos that it was JJ getting like very down on himself. Like, no, I'm playing so bad. Just let Junja play. I cannot play to my best right now. So maybe that was the case with Doggo. If not, I do expect to see Uzi more since he has, again, since BLG were willing to use him.
I want to turn that conversation then, because that's what I find so interesting. We're over into the second half of the split, and we have only seen Uzi play one game. And the fact that we have to see...
Well, 2 games, but 1 series.
Sorry, I apologize. 2 games in 1 series. one series is what I meant to say. The fact that we only have that little bit of a track record here, and we are getting further on into the series, into the season itself, is interesting in its own right to me, because I do feel like Doggo has been making a splash in the LPL himself.
Yeah, I mean, I think Doggo's been phenomenal. In a majority of BLG's games, I feel like Doggo is the one stepping up to carry, especially with how Fofo has had, I'd say, a slower split. I don't really want to say worse, because it's not like Fofo's one of like the big detriments on the side of BLG. He's just not stepping up and massively carrying like he was in their previous split. So I feel like Doggo really has been the one with a lot of agency. So regardless of what happens with this roster, and I think we hit on this in either last week or the week before his episode, no matter if it is Uzi or Doggo, I'm just sad that both of them can't be playing in the LPL right now. You know,
I completely agree.
I feel like there's numerous rosters where either of those players would be upgrades. Oh my God, actually way too many. 80 carries in LPL. 80 carry in LPL is not what it used to be back in, say 2016, 2017, 2018. I feel like 80 carries probably one of the weakest roles we have in the league.
Really?
I will say it's gotten better since 2020, because when I came in, I feel like it was at its lowest of lows. Now you have people like Gala who have more accolades, have more tenure. You have people like, I feel like Fotix doing much better this time around than he was last time. Like, certain names are stepping up, but still, I feel like our 80 carry pool, the depth of that pool is nowhere near what it is for solo lanes or jungle.
I will say, though, at least for my eye, looking at it holistically around the world in terms of how good our ADCs are, I still would put the likes of like Elk, Puff in the top tier of ADCs, at least in the world, right? Like, they are still mechanically good in terms of the average ranking of ADCs, because I still see mechanical outplays. I still see craziness, right? Puff popping off in the series just the other night.
I feel like
I think
in a vacuum, I agree with you. But I feel like comparatively, even then, it's still one of our weaker roles, like, compared to other regions.
Because the
right?
LPL's insane, dude. Like, do you know where we cast?
Yeah,
like, come on, man. Every other role, you could just go down this 17-team list and find anything you could ever want. Like, it's insanity. It feels like you just go to the most full grocery store you could ever ask for. You're like, okay, today I need some top lane. All right, who can I want? Oh, we have so many choices.
You know, I do got to say, though, as one of the LPL casters who is not edgy and tries to take a shot at LCK every chance they get, I've always thought, like the top tier of LCK AD carries, like, absolutely terrifies me, right? Like Gumayushi, the fact that Ruler has been such a standout for numerous years. I have no idea how these players are doing right now. Way too many LPL games to be able to follow LCK during the regular season.
True.
But then you get to Worlds and you're always like, my God, these bot lanes. Like, thinking back to T1 at Worlds, or even players like Ghost being able to step up at the last international. So, I think we could do better. And we could do better by having both Uzi and Doggo as starters.
Oh, yeah. I guess for me, it's like I'm in the head of Weiwei. Like, what do you do? It's so interesting. I mean, I guess you just keep going bot lane.
Yeah.
You just say goodbye to Breathe. Have a good one up there and see who you get in bot lane, I guess, and who's performing better on the day. But I still think that question is so interesting, and if we will start to see more of Uzi, right? Because the whole conversation started of we finally got to see Uzi, but what will we see more of him? Because gotta say, we have a long time to go. There's a lot more games, Lyric, but we're starting to get towards the end of the spring split, and it's starting to get down to the wire. So
we have what?
It gets a little bit scary.
4 weeks left, I think. Yeah, week 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yep. Stop it. I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that. But talking about LPL a little bit more, there's no undefeated team anymore. But also, Lyric, listen to me. Listen good.
Okay.
There is also no winless team. Ha 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 ha. Crazy is our game. Yeah, see, there's no losing team. There's no fully losing team. There's also no undefeated team. I think we're in a good place in the LPL. Everything
So
feels
are you
right.
trying to say our league isn't great or trash? We're just mediocre. Is that your opinion?
No, it's that everybody is good, Lyric. Stop putting words in my mouth.
No, you're bringing participation awards over from NA. No.
Yes, I am. They're imported. I'm sorry.
Oh my. I do gotta say, it is pretty nice that, just kind of taking the spirit of that point, that I do feel like this is one of the most competitive splits of LPL, especially since I've been a caster here. Maybe only one other stands out in terms of maybe 2020 summer. But, we'll start with WE. Good to see WE get a win. I'm still
all right.
Still not high on this WE roster, whatever. They have Beishang back.
They immediately lost their streak that we were
Yes.
trying to build for them. Me and Ox were like, this is it. This is the start. They're going to streak to infinity like they tried to in playoffs last year. And at the first
did not
hurdle, it didn't happen. It didn't happen.
Which, I'm kind of surprised. Maybe not surprised that the streak didn't keep going. They got 2-0'd by OMG in their following series. They beat LGD in a 2-1 fashion, but I kind of expected Beishang to come in and to bring more stability to the roster. Like, sure, when you look at WE, I still feel like my biggest problem is their side lanes, like Biu, and then whether it's Stay or Xing with Kadai in the bot lane. So I guess there's only so much you could do as a mid-jungle. But, man, Beishang was, like, always in our conversation for one of the best junglers in the league. When WE were going on that streak in regular season before they had the big playoff run, right? In regular season, it was all about Beishang. In playoffs is when it transitioned to being more about Shanks. You still have Shanks and Beishang. Yeah. You still have this really, like, high-quality mid-jungle duo. So I expect WE to pick up more wins. But with how thrashed they got by OMG, they're going to need to pull things together fast. Which, to be fair, right, to add the caveat, I guess we have no idea how much practice Beishang's had with the team right now. Because you assume for WE, since they were having to use you, they were probably just using all their time scrimming with him. So could be a little bit of a slow middle start.
I will say I've liked, something along those lines. Words.
Yeah.
I've liked his prevalence of the volley bear, and I feel like he does fit right into the meta that the jungle is right now. But against that series for against OMG, it was so interesting to see that aggression for Beishang be completely tempered and not be able to be unlocked in any real fashion. And it does worry me because, right, we were looking back at the heyday of that combo, the mid-jungle duo. But now you look across the LPL and the mid-jungle duos are insane. And that leads me to wanting to talk about OMG because in that series specifically, we got to see the OMG mid-jungle duo do crazy things. And Cream is right back to his old graces, it feels like. And yes, there have been some stumbles this year, but for me, like OMG from the start have already like kind of grasped my heart because of the fact that they do keep a lot of the pieces that they were using last year. Again, I've said it a million times, but
there's a pretty big disparity in what OMG have done to our hearts because you said that they've taken yours, they broke in mine.
You know what? Stop! I'm gonna get my soapbox out, Lyric. I'm gonna mute you, and we're not gonna have you talk anymore. But OMG, like, you rarely see a team hold over as many players as OMG. And, EDG rightfully so did, but they won the world championship. OMG did not. And to see them commit there and have Cream as the centerpiece still, but have everybody else stepping up to the plate is so, so important to me. And I think that this team really can be the dark horse that they wanted to be last year in the playoffs.
Yeah, Mazel. Those are all very pretty words.
Weren't they?
Flowery, like feelsy, good times.
Yeah,
but man,
it's like I almost get paid for using words. It's almost.
I don't believe in this team anymore at all, which is crazy. Because I think it was the first episode of The Last Hit where I came in and said like, I think this team's going to be a top 3 team. I believe in them. They're looking solid, but I feel like there's quite a few teams in LPL who you watch week to week and you see there's really no like trajectory of growth. They just look the exact same. You know the strengths, you know the weaknesses, and it is what it is. So
kind of sus.
Yeah, for OMG, they're that team to me. Their mid jungle's really solid. Shanji as well. I don't think Shanji's as big of a lane dominant player as it looked like he was going to be at the start of the split when he was pulling out the cheeky picks like the Rumble, but still a phenomenal team fighter. Their bot lane to me is still super sus. I know we were highlighting Cold quite a bit at the end of summer last year, and especially coming out of Demacia Cup this year, but I feel like Cold and Abel have just been so flippy in terms of their laning phase. I remember we saw the clip with the Amumu of where Cold just diving in under turret. I remember them picking their Samira Rel combo in the last game against a composition that there's no possible way where they will ever be able to get Samira in against the range and the depth of whoever they were playing against. So for me, OMG, I feel like their bot lane will struggle too heavily against competent teams. Aki, I feel like is hit or miss, and then Cream's just kind of left by himself of, if Cream gets spanned out of all of his high agency picks, and we see him go back to things like Victor and Orianna, it's sure, I don't think Cream's bad on those champions by any means, but you're not going to be able to just solely influence the early game the way you need to be able to get OMG across the finish line. So I do think it's respectable OMG were able to keep Cream specifically. I'm not surprised by them keeping the other three. Come on. I like Aki a lot. Who's trying to pick up Aki, Abel, or Cold? Probably no one. Cold also, long chiseled veteran of OMG. This is probably going to retire here like a true brother. So
a true lifer.
Exactly.
For OMG.
He's going to do what we thought Rookie would do or the Shy would do, but he's going to commit.
There you go.
Or I'm going to say this right now, the next split he's going to go to. And
that's what I'm hoping for.
We'll say Anyone's Legend. Next split he'll be on Anyone's Legend, which will piss me off because, man, I love Chocho. Chocho deserves to be on a team. That guy is crazy.
Can I talk about crazy, though, really quick? Because RA Cube has been crazy. The dude, all right, I know RA is a little crazy themselves. Not as much as maybe their 2021 spring selves. But, dude, in their last series, no matter, even if they lost the first one, or not last series, I guess, but the series against LGD, even if they lost the first game, Cube was smurfing on people on the Renekton. He was 4-1 by the end of it. And then both other games when they came back in that series, the guy was smashing. He played the Scion in game 2 and nobody could kill him. Hey, rising in the stonks here in the LPL top lane, I feel like. Just saying.
My God, you are the hero of the bottom.
I am. I had to put away my cape, but I mean,
you're coming in hyped on OMG, RA. You're trying to just talk about W.
Yep.
Man.
Yep.
RA are probably the least exciting team in the LPL to me, which is
oh my God. Have you watched their games? I had to develop chameleon eyes to cast their game. I am going to become a chameleon by the end of I have to cast 6 of their series. I'm going to be able to look at 2 things at once. That's how it's going to, honestly, I have a 27-inch monitor. I have to utilize the whole thing to be able to see their fights. And honestly, I find it impressive.
No, what I find impressive is what you've done mentally. You realize, wait, I'm casting 6 RA series. Oh my God. You go into this hypnotic mind state. You lie to yourself. You lie to yourself that you actually enjoy watching this team. I got to say,
it's literally the essence of the LPL though. Crazy is our game. Well, RA is crazy. All right. They threw Baron twice. I don't even know, man. That series did some
crazy
and
bad synonyms now.
No, they're not. It's crazy is its own word. All right, Lyric, and it's a good time, and that's all I'm saying. As a play-by-play, when I get chaos, it means that I get to have more fun at my job. Because I get to yell more loudly.
You know why RA's recent series are having chaos? Because RA's last 3 series were against TT, LGD, and Anyone's Legend.
Exactly.
But
I've casted every single one of those series.
Those series can't happen. Wonderful. Those series can't happen anymore, Mazel. They can't happen.
Chameleon eyes. That's all I'm saying.
RA were so exciting last year, in my opinion, which is hilarious because their playstyle was not. RA last year were hey,
Dude, 2021 spring RA was amazing, though.
Do you know the definition of amazing?
I did a segment that was Storm in a Teacup, a reference to Red Hot Chili Peppers, and I had an amazing time casting their game afterwards, and it was wonderful.
Okay.
All right?
So, Now let's move away from the fact that every team has wins. Let's move to the opposite side where teams are actually good.
Isn't that where we've... Okay, fine. So you want to go talk about the one loss chunk of 5 teams at the top of the table? Let's do it. Let's open that can of worms, all right?
Yeah, this seems pretty good. There we go. That's all I got to say.
They're pretty good. All right, cool. It's fine. But no, in all actuality, like that top of the table is very, very scary. And now that we got to see, LNG take a loss, it really evens things up. But you still have such dominant teams at the top, and they all, I feel like, have found the style that fits for themselves.
Yeah,
to an extent. And
I gotta say, when I look at our top 5 teams in the LPL, I would feel comfortable sending any one of these teams to MSI. Not saying that any of them are like world beaters. I do not feel like we have a team that sticks out as strongly this split as we have in past splits, whether it was like TS or JDG in 2020 or teams like RNG, EDG, FPX last year. Right now, it's a little bit of a mess, but I still feel like all these teams have very clear strengths, like you were just saying, right? For V5, it's the mid-jungle, it's their aggression. Like V5 are probably the most aggressive team in our top half of the standings. Then you have RNG coming out with, once again, very solid mid. I feel like their map play overall has been really good. How they utilize side lanes, Bins coming back into form. LNG and Weibo to me are both weird, just because when they do drop games, they drop them in like really strange ways. Like LNG versus RNG the other day, where LNG are like up, they have that really like cheeky Baron sneak that they get, but then they kind of just default to trying to, I don't want to say like run it down as an int, but like storm down one lane and just try to force a siege against a comp that has like 10 times more wave clear, 10 times more range. Then they get picked off, and then RNG is control again. Yeah. So I feel like LNG and Weibo both are kind of strange, but both teams are improving. I feel like out of the top teams there, the teams that have like the clearest trajectory of improvement, and I mean Edward Gaming's Edward Gaming. What do you want?
Still doing some experimentation, still having some fun with it. You just get to be that way, I guess, when you're Edward Gaming. But it's that next chunk, I guess, in the middle, right? Fighting for the last spots in the playoffs there, at least in the midway of the season. That like OMG, JDG, Top Esports, FPX. It's crazy to me that like that top 5 has become that household name of the spring split of 2022 in the LPL, but we have so many big name organizations that are scratching and clawing to try to make sure they can get into playoffs.
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing will be the battle between like maybe top FPX, OMG, and IG. I think JDG, from what I've seen, I expect him to keep going at like a decent pace. Maybe not break into that top 5, but be around that like 6th, 7th. OMG, I can see falling. FPX, I don't expect to fall, but they're kind of the same. Like you don't see a ton of improvement week to week. They are like the same team that they are, and they'll beat who they beat through bot lane, and they'll lose. I
do expect Clid to have some more improvements as it goes. Like I feel like it's going to be a hurdle system with them, especially if you're going to see Clid show up in a different way every week.
That's true, and I will say, I feel like Clid has come in a lot stronger than I expected him to. Not in terms of like individual form, because I mean, Clid was coming off a pretty decent Worlds performance as well. Just in terms of like, okay, coming back to China, having to integrate with a new roster, having to also kind of hold Gory's hand, because I assume Clid's Mandarin is much better than Gory's. And the fact that FPX have still been able to be solid, I think is like a very good sign to Clid. The most interesting team in this middle of the pack fighting for the playoff spot to me, though, is IG. Just for the fact that we were just talking about, right? IG beat BLG. Sure, they did just get 2-0'd by EDG. That might have been yesterday. It was yesterday or the day before, where IG were winning in both early games, keeping it extremely close. But sadly, they just didn't have the like discipline in terms of like certain small map movements, whether it's things like, okay, well, Shun's coming out of base after the whole team resets first, walks into the enemy jungle when it's actually EDG's timer to make a play, gets picked off, EDG can now pivot to Dragon or something like this. If IG can clean that up, like, my God, this IG team is insane, and I'm sad. Because last week, you weren't here. Last week, you were going to have your hot take, which is a take that actually everyone ended up agree with, the fact that this IG is better than last year's IG, and I think that's something that you can still see, that this IG is a team, by the time, the development does come through, by the time, they do figure things out, I think they're going to be one of the funnest teams to watch in the LPL. Heck, they already are.
I'm a Shun fan all day long. I will always be, always a Shun stan. But in all actuality, like that middle of the pack is where I find most interesting because you can't always talk about the top teams and stuff like that. But it's just so funny to be the swap up of power scaling we've gotten, right? Like you've got V5 at the top of the table because of what they did in the offseason, the powerhouse that they brought to the table. And it's so funny to be see those early sentiments that we saw in the LPL with all these super teams being put together kind of working out for them.
Speaking of IG, something I find very interesting is they actually just announced it on Weibo. So, you know, me and you actually getting to talk about news when it's relevant news is that they announced that Wink is going to be coming back on the roster.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it's going to pan out for them.
Interesting.
Because I feel like On has been decent for IG. Wink was kind of hit or miss in my opinion. It's really weird because I feel like Wink has had times where he looked like solid, like when I think back to his E-Star days. Even thinking back even farther, like the times he subbed into RNG, it's like, okay, he was always pretty solid. But on IG, I even think Puff looked better than Wink did, which is why I feel like they would commonly just decide to bring Puff back in. So I think this will be really cool to see if they are able to use Wink better now that they do have different pieces in both top and mid. You know, we've seen Zika working out phenomenally for them.
Actually, yeah.
And even just having like new coaching staff in a new direction, right? Because heck, the big thing about Wink that was always touted from like either the community or like people who like know Mandarin and can hear interviews was that Wink is apparently a shot caller. You are not shot calling that former IG roster in my mind. You're not. It has the Shy. It has Rookie. You are not stepping. You're not stepping on the Shy and Rookie's toes. But here we have a really young squad with new players, a different coaching staff. I mean, it could enable maybe even another improvement to the IG roster.
Yeah, I think that we're going to have to keep our eyes out for that one and see how that kind of unfolds. Just so interesting that kind of happens and that we get to talk about it a little bit. That it just happened as well. Something I'm super excited about, though, Lyric, and we're going to go back to the top of the table conversation because LNG are taking on V5 this week, my dude. We get to cast it. It's going to be awesome. I'm so excited. Every single matchup is exciting for me. We're obviously going to start with the center stage, but we're going to talk about every single one of these matchups because they're all very fun to dive into. Rookie versus Doinb. I want to leave it at that. Like that's all I need. I feel like these legends speak for themselves, but to see it happening, it's gonna be so fun.
Yeah, the battle of world champions, right? I mean, heck, both these guys being the first and second world championship mid laners for the LPL. I think it's super cool. I will say in regards to this matchup, just if we're gonna give opinions on who's gonna come out ahead. I mean, I think Rookies just squarely looked better than Doinb this split.
Is it not not influenced by your V5 love at all? You promise it's not biased? You promise? As an analyst. You put your analysis brain on bet. I don't know if that's how you say it.
Transitive property. We saw Xiaohu completely dominate Doinb in it was one of the games. I think it was game 2 where he was on Corki versus Vex because Doinb made this like really bad roam timing. I think we also did see Xiaohu solo kill him one game, and Rookie solo killed Xiaohu. Therefore, Rookie comes out ahead. But I also
results-based analysis.
I do feel like just in terms of laning, I mean, Rookie in my mind has always been a better laner than Doinb. Like that's not controversial or weird to say. Rookie is like the gold standard for how you can lane, especially on certain champions like Orianna. Like. There's almost no one better. There might be no one better at Orianna than Rookie. The fact that he's finding that was the matchup he solo killed Xiaohu on. It was Orianna versus might have just been the normal Orianna versus Corki, but still flashes under tower, solo kills him at level 3, gets out, flashes the emote. You love to see it, and I really just feel like this is another split where Rookie has just been able to come out rejuvenated and revitalized. He's looking really good. I do gotta say, right now on my second monitor, V5 have dropped a game to LGD, so maybe this is going to look like a total meme whenever this episode gets released. But yeah.
Can I just say, though, like, it works out no better because the meta is so beautiful for both these mid laners, right? You get both of their power picks, both of their comforts coming through here in a lot of ways. But for me, it's the flexibility. It's the craziness that we have the possibility of getting, especially from Doinb's side.
I feel like we actually don't, to go the other direction. Like,
Really?
I feel like
Man,
it's.
I'm hoping.
I feel like it's much harder to run things that he probably would love to run right now. The Kleds, the Renekton's, the Malphites, the Scions.
Is it though? Is it?
I feel like early laning phase against the mid lane meta champions right now would just be way too hard, right? Like playing Kled versus, whether it's the Orianas or the Victors. Like sure, you'll be able to probably get your prio, but still, I think it could be quite hard, especially just with the emphasis on scaling right now.
It just brings out
game.
Tryndamere. It's fine. It's just, it's totally
But
fine.
that's not off meta. That's not off meta.
That's not
a classic Doinb pick. You're making me
smash.
think of the Kleds, the Malphites, the.
I would love that, but I still want to see some spice in that mid lane. Obviously, Rookie has his try and true, and especially now that Orianna has just like skyrocketed it into the meta.
Yeah.
I feel like it just fits so beautifully for him. But that's where I want to open up the conversation to the mid jungle duos, because that is what makes it even more exciting. I said at the beginning of the split, V5's mid-jungle duo, for me, have the possibility to be one of the deadliest duos in the future and history of LPL, right? Like, these two playing together finally is insanity to me. And on the other side, you have another duo who's just this guy. You have the king of the jungle in Tarzan. I mean, he's swinging around on vines, killing people. But also, he has Doinb there as the duo. And I think when we see these two teams clash, that is what's going to be so integral, especially the early focus from the junglers and how that coincides with the mid lane presence.
I do got to go back and just give Doinb credit in terms of mid lane picks, to go just really quick to say, because he pulled out the Zeri. He pulled out the Zeri.
There you go.
Massive respect to him for that. But I think these are by far the two best mid-jungle duos in the LPL right now. And it's like, even just setting it up, right? You have LNG, where it's like, okay, Tarzan, I still think Tarzan is the best jungler in the LPL right now, but setting back to last year, Tarzan and Doinb were the best in their role when it came to, like, the LPL season. Like, sure, at the end of the day, did Scout come out and decimate Doinb in that finals? Yes. And obviously, Scout had a much better performance at Worlds. But I think if you're just looking at the year holistically in terms of the LPL, I think Doinb was the best performing mid laner we had for that year. Then you go to the opposite side in Rookie and Karsa, where I think Rookie for me is the second best player to ever play the game. I mean, Rookie's only outshined by Faker, and everyone's outshined by Faker. Then you look at Karsa, and no matter how much people like hating on Karsa, which no one is now because they're winning and he's looking solid.
That's the key lyric.
This one's much harder, but Karsa might have the best jungle resume out of any jungle there is in terms of like the amount of championships he's picked up, top fours, his like longevity in terms of how long he's been a top player on top teams. Like, there's very few people whose resumes can outdo Karsa. So you kind of have like this like historical, but still both very good mid-jungle duo against two like current behemoths. So that'll definitely be the deciding factor of the matchup. It's also really cool because they play it differently. For V5, they play their mid-jungle for mid. For LNG, they play their mid-jungle for jungle. So I think it'll be a really cool like clash of styles coming out this weekend.
Exactly. I just expect a lot of blood. That's all I'm hoping for. Because we are talking about that mid-jungle duo, but there are other parts to the Rift. I know the spotlight shines so that other people don't get as much attention. But I still, maybe not so much towards the bot side. I do feel like the support jungle matchup is going to be super interesting as we see that involvement. But the top lane itself, Rich versus Ala as well, is going to be so heated up there.
I actually really like this matchup because I think Rich has impressed me. Rich has looked much better than the people I talked to in the LCK, or like the fans who follow LCK community sentiment would lead me to believe, where the verdict coming in was like, well, Rich won't even really be an upgrade to Invincible. Like, they're interchangeable players. But I think Rich has looked solid. I really like watching him play his carry style champions. He's one of the few top laners willing to pull out things like the Irelia, and he has like some just really fun mechanical outplays on that champion. He's finding solo kills, like when he picked the Akshan up against the Shy and just completely dominated him in that laning phase. So I think Rich is really fun. I think Rich is hit or miss in terms of how he's able to do. I think he has like a set few champions in like certain matchups that he knows really well and is really good on. And then in terms of team fighting, I feel like V5 as a whole are not very coordinated in their team fights, which is good and bad, Mazel. It's good and bad because when you have stacked mechanical players, I think it's kind of better if it's like a bit of a free-for-all in these team fights, and it's like, okay, Rookie's mechanically outplaying here and Rich is outplaying over here. because it works for them. But it also leads to a lot of moments where I've seen Rich try to find flanks on the back line, come in too early, just the whole enemy team turns and kills him, and now V5 are left in a 4v5. So that's that's how I feel about
will
Rich.
say, though, like, the top side of the map is obviously going to be super important. I think they'll be looking to that Ala and Rich matchup to be pretty volatile and determine a lot of what that early pathing looks like. But for me, with how the meta has completely focused, it seems like, on this ADC carry world, it's interesting to me that we get a matchup like this that might go that way, but has the tendency not to. But it's still Photic and PP God versus Light and Lumao, which I think can have a lot of volatility in its own right in that bottom lane and lead to that extra craziness in this series itself.
Yeah, and let me just quickly give a nice shout out to Light, because I feel like Light was someone I wasn't giving like due respect to. Like, I never thought Light was bad by any means, right? Light has always been a solid AD carry, but I feel like Light has actually been stepping up and having a pretty big role in terms of LNG's wins, because when LNG's macro starts to fall apart a little bit in the mid game, if it is a close, even game and they didn't, get the clean snowball, Light is typically the one who has to step up and be that big carry. And in their recent series against RNG, LNG were playing the whole like 4-man dive bot every game style. It didn't work for them. They did end up with a loss, but it really surprised me how many resources they were putting into that bottom lane, because I think that's a pretty good plan against V5. I think Karsa's a lot less lane oriented than he was on top esports. I'd still say he is more so focused on playing for his lanes rather than playing for himself, but it's not like he's just like gank bot, gank top, gank mid. No, he's still farming. He's still looking for invades. He's doing other things. So I think you could possibly find windows where all of V5's lanes like to play pretty aggressively to be able to punish that bottom lane for the side of LNG. So I think for LNG, that's one place you can be happy about. Lumao has not been running it down lately, which is great. I love Lumao as a player. This guy was...
That's a good bar to have, I would say.
This guy was the MVP of the win that JDG had. His Bard play will live in my memory forever. 2020 Spring Lumao, your Bard, amazing. And yeah, I think Lumao's been doing better recently. So I think that's one area where I expect LNG to come out ahead. The one thing I will say for V5's bottom lane is going back to the whole theme of like V5 are a more aggressive team as I stop shaking my desk, which is shaking my camera. I think Photic has shown he is willing to, walk forward, look for aggressive plays in these team fights, which could be really exciting if V5's bottom lane doesn't get like pincered by LNG's dives or their proactivity either.
Well, and I want to go into that bot lane conversation a little bit more, because they've started off that bot lane focus with the fact that, the meta is focusing towards the AD carries, and especially coming out of the bot lane with some resources and being able to snowball that as well is super important right now. So you, as the only analyst here, as we don't have our secondary analyst, I got to get me a check-in on the meta and how the LPL is doing so far in that meta, because I feel like, that chaos, that early snowball is fitting the style the LPL likes. But we're starting to see some of these games where they go a little long and we have 8,000-10,000 gold swings. Like, the fact that we see drastic differences after the 20-minute mark is insane.
I mean, I don't think that has anything to do with the meta, though. I think that just right now, globally, League of Legends is worse than it was during Worlds. That makes sense. It is the start of a new season. There's new changes, there were breaks. But in terms of the meta, I actually find it really interesting how we've started to see more and more teams trend towards putting resources in top side. Weibo, I think, is the big one who, you look at Weibo and where they are in the standings, and like in terms of like their first dragon or their dragon percentages, they're like bottom 4 in the league. For Weibo, it's been all about playing up towards the Rift Herald, getting the early gold advantage, and I believe it was their last series, if I'm not a complete idiot, or it might have been the EDG series, where I think we were like 20 minutes in the game when we got our first dragon, which really blew my mind for like the time period we're at.
Yeah.
But I think
I mean, we've been seeing like games go without souls. We've been getting up to like huge stacks, six full dragons, 3 on each side, but then nobody ever claims a soul because the games are just ending by then.
And it's one of those things where I feel like people came in, especially with the addition of new dragons and like the buffs to certain champions in the bottom lane, where it's like, okay, we see all this on paper, it means we play around bot. Then like other things start to get changed, things like Chemtech Dragon are taken out, and I think people go back to the mentality of last year where it's like, well, no, early dragons still don't matter. It's still more efficient to play the game, just setting up 4 early Herald I think it was IG as well. I saw Shun say in one of the pregame interviews, right, the SOTs, where he came on and said, "Oh, Dragon or Herald? Which one's more important? Herald. Get the early advantage, snowball from there." I think that shows the mindset of most LPL teams.
Yeah.
I will say though,
we get 5v5 fights around the first Herald, in every single series. It's literally clockwork at this point, which I love because I don't have to spend any time building anything up.
Me
we
too.
just go straight into fighting at 8 minutes in. But the fact is, that is interesting that's a commonality to me that we're not seeing anywhere else, really.
The only place I hear it also is happening is apparently LCK, which again, I don't know for sure. I haven't watched, but I've been seeing quite a few people make the memes on Twitter of 10K, 5K gold behind at second Herald, need to fight it. 2K gold ahead at second Herald, we need to fight it. 3v5 at second Herald, we need to fight it. Those types of jokes. So apparently, us and LCK, kindred spirits.
Yeah, exactly. Great minds think alike.
But just in regards to LPL, I've always felt like LPL is one of these regions where, there's no easy way to describe the meta, since I feel like teams here are more specialized, more individualistic. One of the big trends in LPL has always just been having your support link up with mid and jungle more than I think in other regions, which is why we still don't see enchanters at the frequency that we see in other leagues, which I'm all for. Dude,
same. Sign me up.
Screw Karma, Leona, and all this stuff. Give me Nautilus, Leona every game. I am totally fine with it.
Give me the engage, the essence of the LPL.
And you can see a lot of teams look lost when they don't have support on engage.
They do.
I think it is really changing a little bit with Hecarim coming back into the meta, where you can see more Lulus, you can see more Karmas down in that bottom side because you already have that engage supplemented by your jungler. So
is the meta just going to be cyclical? Are we just going to go back to Hecarim Udyr days and we're just going to have that over and over again?
I hope not.
Is this where we're headed?
I find the Hecarim
we got the enchanters back.
I find the Hecarim one really interesting as well, right? Because Hecarim didn't get any buffs or nerfs in regards to coming back on the patch. It's just
tempo gaming, baby.
I feel like teams just realize in terms of hey, there's a lot of long ranging poke and these sort of things getting this out. The change to turbo chem tank I think is really nice in terms of how the damage is proc now of you getting the charges by dealing damages or moving, then getting that one big auto. I've seen that that damage always surprises me when Hecarim runs in and gets that coming off. And then even small pseudo buffs to him, Force of Nature and these types of items getting buffed over the past few months. And players just realizing, hey, add all this stuff together, Hecarim's a good pick, especially when we see a lot of junglers getting banned out.
And it's the fact that it fits the jungle mold in the LPL so much because at a second's notice, you can hit that onslaught of shadows and you're going all the way across the screen, completely clearing out a team fight, and it sets up the wombo combos that we love to see constantly, it feels like.
I feel like it's one of the other reasons we've seen Orianna coming back in so strong. It's having more setup around her in other lanes, because we've seen so much Hecarim Orianna over the past week, 2 weeks. So I'm really happy with it. I'm stoked.
You're just happy it's not Corki and Victor.
Well,
That's what you're happy about.
I actually didn't mind Corki versus Victor. The thing I mind, and it still happens, I just hate seeing Corki and Jinx together. Because you literally, you outrange any combination you could put together on the opposite side, unless you're going to be Jinx, Xerath, or Caitlyn Xerath, or something like that, right? I don't know. I'm so tired of it. I'm happy for us to be sitting on a patch for a while for once, because it shows you the adaptations teams have to make just by being quick or clever, not having patches to rely on to be oh, this is stronger, this is weak now.
Yeah, absolutely. The LPL's relationship with the meta is always so interesting to me because it feels like it's done a little bit differently here than everywhere else, and obviously that's going to come with the different regional preferences and things along those lines, but it's just still such a cool question to always talk about the meta, and especially how the LPL is adapting to it. So thank you for the little check-in, Mr. Lyric. But I need a check-in of my own because my positivity is waning here, Mr.
Shut up. You're a liar. You're a liar.
I am a liar. I'm full of positivity, baby.
Wait. Quick tangent. Quick tangent for the people. We need to tell the people.
What?
My God, I try to banter, I try to talk trash with Mazel so much just to get him to say something about me back. Trash talk me.
I'm a diamond!
Tear me down, and he won't do it. This guy's just too nice. I'll be like, yeah, Mazel, that cast was horrible. What you said was wrong, and your shoes,
You're right.
They're mediocre, and Mazel will be like,
You're
thanks, Lyric. You also, you're a great caster.
Your eyes sparkle when you smile.
No. Just
So,
be
tangent
negative.
into the next point. Overwhelming positivity. Ah! Give me your team
Cringe.
that looks bad right now, but that you believe in. Tell me, Lyric. Give me the positivity for once in your life. Give it to me.
I feel like we've kind of already gone over this because I feel like for me it's IG.
Yeah, I feel like we have to.
I feel like it's IG. I feel like it's I really like watching IG. I really love Shun as a player.
Welcome to the Shun Stan believers. All right, welcome.
I've always been a believer. Always.
Not outright. All right, where was your plaque? Where's your belt that says Shun on it? Like, I have one.
Do you really?
Come on.
Do you
yeah,
actually?
but don't ask me to show it to you.
Oh, jeez. This was a team I was excited for from the beginning. I was really happy when they brought in Lucas last year instead of using someone like Reheal or Southwind, because when he was on his IG young days, I thought Lucas was a player who was extremely solid. Still not there. Like, I don't look at Lucas as a top caliber support by any means.
Mm-hmm.
I think Lucas very much is like serviceable, but I feel like even watching Lucas from last year to this year, he is better. His laning has slightly improved. Last year, one of my big problems with Lucas was he wouldn't take advantage of, like, I'd say, off timers of when to move. It's like Lucas would always know, like, okay, we pushed out bot. I can recall and I can walk mid. But he would never know how to be like, okay, my AD carry is safe in this 1v2. Maybe he's on Ezreal or, like, he's against Braum or something like this. I now can, like, create my own window, and maybe something happens bot, but I can make something happen more top or mid. I feel like we've been seeing a bit more of that out of Lucas as well. Uakai has come in, and I think he's looking... I'm just surprised we didn't see more used by RNG last year.
True.
With, like, how decent his Akali game. My God.
It's insane,
it was
dude.
crazy. Like, he was all like, oh, whoosh, and like, but and people were dying. People were dying left and right.
It happens.
There was blood. There was violence, and that's the key to success in the LPL. You don't know how to make the LPL blood and violence. So
apparently, all right. Well, thank you for the positivity. I appreciate that. I'm gonna have to mark that down in the history books because that's not gonna happen again for 1,000 years.
Nope.
Mine are the Panda Warriors in anyone's legend. Oh my God, the 50-foot Betty. It's stuck in my brain. It's stuck in my brain, man. This team, Chocho, insane. I'm riding them all the way to the top, all right? They're going to make it. They're going to make it. Although I will say it's a tall task. I mean, they have a long way to go. But I feel like this team itself, like, when they're looking good and when the bot lane is functioning, they can put up toe-to-toe with a lot of the teams in the LPL. And it might not be that top 5, but they are better than their ranking right now in the LPL. I will say that. And I know you were giving some love to Chocho, and I'm giving some love to Betty as well. But I think as a whole, right, like being able to see Xiao Hao come into the place and have a presence that maybe I wouldn't have expected as much because you do have this bot lane overshining everybody so much. But it is integral that Xiao Hao can get that bot lane going himself. So I think this team has a lot of potential there. It's not always there, but it's there, all right?
I agree.
It's there.
I
It's
mean,
in their logo.
Yeah. Honestly, AL would have been my second pick for a lower tier team I'm excited for. Even against LNG, which they lost, they came out with like a pretty dominant Game 1 win, and it was specifically on Xiao Hao. Off the top of my head, I hope I'm not wrong. Please don't be wrong. He was playing the Hecarim, and he absolutely smurfed. Let me check. Am I wrong? No. Lyric is not wrong. I remember that game. Yeah, absolutely crushed it. I remember LNG were on like the Diana Irelia combo. They started falling behind early on. And then I love the agency coming out from AL to just be like, hey, this comp has to come into us so we can just keep walking into their jungle trying to force these fights. And they did.
For me, the biggest thing, Maple hasn't been playing. It's Forge. It's Forge.
It is Forge.
It's the Forge show. And he's been popping off, man. Like, it's insane. I would have never, if you would have told me that Maple was the starter for this team at the beginning of the split, I would expect that this far into the season, he would be making a name for himself on this team. But it's Forge. And that's what's so crazy to me.
Okay.
And we've seen
Mazel,
that kind of
slow it down.
difference.
Slow it down.
What?
I got to go back
Alright,
to being
fine.
negative. So I've been very positive about Forge lately. I will say, after seeing like more games from Forge, I feel like Forge like overall has improved from where he was. Like no doubt, no question in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you look at Forge's like signature picks, his Akalis, his LeBlancs, terrifying. Then you kind of go to his like second tier of like
his Rise is scary too.
Well, but that's what I was gonna say. His second tier in my mind is the Rise. It's kind of like in a league of its own where it's not as good. I think he's been hit or miss on it. He's had some like standout games. He's had some games where he hasn't been able to find an impact or struggled in the laning phase. Then I think once you get past that and you're like onto like Victor, TF, he even had an Orianna game which he won and he played relatively well. But I remember his laning was decently suspect. It's like these types of champions is where I'm like, okay, maybe having Maple in would be better. We can't know what's going on behind the scenes, right? But I'm kind of surprised they aren't dipping into using both. I do know it is quite annoying. As a coach, I did always hate using 2 players. Splitting scrim times is like so rough in terms of like the amount of practice you're kind of losing having to change systems.
Yeah.
But yeah, with a team like AL who are at the bottom, I feel like that is typically when you want to be more using like experiments in terms of like trying out these different iterations. But they quickly used Maple and were like, we've given him what, like 3 series, maybe 4. We're done now. I guess they were losing, but it was against top teams. They were losing RNG, Weibo, FPX.
Yeah.
What do you expect?
To be fair, I thought, like, looking back at the clips and seeing some of the highlights, right, like, he did look pretty good. Like, he looked like an iteration of Maple we've seen in the past. So
he was not the worst player on the team. I'll say that much.
He was not the worst player on the team. That is plain and simple. But it has been an absolute pleasure to have you alongside me, Lyric, and to have this little duo episode here. So thank you for joining me, my friend. One last little bit of overwhelming
Thanks for
positivity
forcing me to be
here for
positive,
you.
Mazel.
Yes. I got it out of him one time, ladies and gentlemen, one time. But everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. It's been another episode of The Last Hit. We'll be back next week, so make sure you tune in. And until then, we'll see you on the Rift.
We've been walking countless miles on a mystic way of life, unsure where we going. Where's the rooftop of our life so we can lay down side by side, facing the sky, watching the stars collide, watching them watching the stars collide, watching them
他们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰。然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕；反要让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶猛，比洪水更滔天。是将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，统统化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Hello, all my lovelies, and welcome to the LPL. We are into week 6, day 3. I am Oshin, he is Dagda, and we are Irish as we come into today's games. I don't know. I didn't know where I was going with it, so I was just like, I gotta find something else that figures out.
That's how I introduce myself to everyone. You know, shake their hand. Hi, I'm Rob, Irish.
Yeah. He's like, give him a wink. It's just like, not English, JK. Or American. But yes, welcome to the LPL. We are going to be bringing you 2 fantastic series later on today. Of course, we got to do a little bit of housekeeping before we get to that. We got to talk about yesterday's games because there was a couple of surprising results, to say the least.
What happened, OMG? Where did it all go wrong?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Managing to take the 2-0 victory over OMG, which I don't think a lot of people were expecting. And if you were, I would have called you a crazy person. And the second series of the day, IG as well, being able to take down JDG. Something that JDG hot streak that I think a lot of people are looking at ain't looking so hot anymore.
No, they are not so hot, and they are going to sit themselves in 4-4. Still looking pretty decent if you look at the standings, but it's getting awfully congested there. Between 6th and 12th, there is 2 series in the difference.
Yeah, I mean, there is not much separating a lot of our teams here. And as you say, like, looking down towards the kind of end of our playoff bracket, a lot of teams are all vying for that top 10 spot. And we're going to see if some of those teams here today as well will be able to take on the challenge of trying to bump themselves up and keep themselves out of arm's reach of that deadly 11th place spot.
Yeah, and the big match today, OMG versus Ultra Prime. OMG started off incredibly brightly, then kind of faltered a little bit. They've been hemming and hawing. We'll get to them a little bit later. And Ultra Prime, again, we'll kind of go in depth in a little bit, but they're struggling to kind of get themselves up there where they feel like they should be. And then later on today, we got top of the table clash, V5 versus EDG. Winner will go up to 8-1. Loser drops down to 7-2. And every single game can matter, especially when you're fighting for those playoff buys.
Yeah, I mean, you really got to make sure that you're able to pick up those victories. I think as well, like, oftentimes we see towards the end of the split that it is just like one game that separates it. Or, like, I don't even mean a series. I mean, oftentimes it's a couple of games that separate the fact that you are going to playoffs or you're not. So everyone is going to count, and especially coming into today's series, OMG versus Ultra Prime, it does feel like OMG trying to keep themselves in check, but also Ultra Prime trying to prove that they can make their way back up towards that playoff spot.
Absolutely, and we look at OMG and see their kind of history as such. We look at, cast our minds back to summer 2021. These guys are the gatekeepers. These guys are seen as the definitive, this is the scoreline you need to get in. And you look at last year versus this year, it's starting to look very similar.
Yeah, 5-5 now for OMG, and as you say, in summer 2021, it was like, hey, look, if you can beat OMG, you deserve to play with the big boys. And that's kind of what we're seeing again in spring 2022. if you are able to beat OMG, okay, now you've kind of bought access to the rest of the league, like teams like BLG, RNG, and OMG. It feels like they are steadily growing and improving as a team over the course of like summer into spring. But certainly it still feels like we're looking at them kind of towards the bottom of the playoff bracket and feeling like this team is once more going to kind of be playing, you know, bouncer for a lot of teams that are trying to get into that 10th, 9th, 8th place spot.
Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a battle. And now we can start talking about playoffs. We are past the halfway point. I believe everyone has played 8 games or more now. And this is where the games start to get a little bit more important because, yes, you can pass off a loss every now and again, but it feels like you are going to have to start picking up wins if you want to have a shot on it. And someone like OMG, yes, you started brightly, but we need to see a little bit more. And well, maybe something a little bit more meta, because I think when it comes to OMG, they have a couple of surprises involved for them.
Yeah, I mean, I have my idea of what the meta is, right? And you look towards, especially the top side of the map, Shanji doesn't give a crap about what I think the meta is, because oftentimes you see, right, like, in theory, you look at, like, Gragas's, the Graves, the Gwens, the Renekton's, the Scions, I'm like, cool, I can kind of see how these function. But then you look over at Shanji's meta, and he's bringing in things like the Rumble, the Gangplank, these kind of heavy bruises like the Aatrox and Set. We even saw in that Shen game, right, going 130 plus CS down compared to Rich, and was still able to win that game, still having a lot of praise tossed his direction because of how good he looked in that game. The opposite side of the coin, though, is sometimes we get games like that AP Malphite where he builds, you know, the AP components and then goes in towards like Banshee's Veil and Zhonya's and goes super defensive, so may not be the best option, but certainly Shanji, like the most unique champions of any top laner that we have in the LPL right now. He's second in the league overall with 11 unique picks. This guy, you never know what he's going to bring out.
And that's the exciting thing. It's why we're very excited to watch OMG, is that we don't know where they'll take the draft. They are one of the few teams, as you can see here with Aki, still kind of picking up that talent and running with that particular move. And even stuff like this, level 1, utilizing the flash taunt and the flash hook there, the combination of the Shen and the Nautilus, it just is exciting gameplay, and you always have to be on your toes for them.
Yeah, very aggressive early game, and a lot of that is coming from Aki, right? Like, even when he joined into the league, this guy was an absolute menace in the jungle, loved going for level 2, level 3 ganks, and certainly this is a meta where you can thrive in that state as well. So, linking up with Cold as well, it feels like these two are kind of the core to the early stages and allowing Cream to kind of take over at the later point.
And now we got to look at the other side of this one, because Ultra Prime coming in today 2-6, and honestly, we've hyped up this roster a little bit, and it feels like it's not really doing what we thought it would do. There's some big names on this team.
Yeah, I definitely feel a little bit like a used car salesman, right? Like, every time I'm talking about Ultra Prime, I'm like, look, I swear this thing, it has several models on it, but it's still good. It's still all right. But when you actually kind of look underneath the hood, this is a team that has a lot of struggles. Like, you see them when we're coming through where they just don't really know how they want to try and follow up on a lot of the good plays that they have in the early stages of the game, right? We'll see them kind of looking to play around Elk and Shousey in that bot side, they get them set up, and then suddenly Elk and Shousey will start losing out in the 2v2, and they'll kind of get these like early kills that are going the direction, but then it never really works out. And as we start to bring up the stats for these guys as well, like, you'll see the difference, right? There's like super high first blood percentage for them where they're like second in the league. They're getting a ton of kills early. But oftentimes when we look at the opposite side of that, there's a ton of deaths. Like, pretty much they're 4.2 in kills, they're 4.2 in deaths. Like, it's all looking at 15 minutes. You know, it means that they're not really getting into like the towers, the dragons, the barons. They're all falling behind pretty much across the board.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing. Like you said, the used car salesman. It's like, look at all these amazing things that I can talk about and show you all the time. But it is very much that thing of don't look at the rest of the thing. Don't look under the hood. Don't look at the timing belt as such. And don't worry about it. You'll be fine. And you know, as we move forward into it. And I think for Ultra Prime, this is a team that, as you mentioned, with some of the names on it, Shousey, Elk, and Cryan, like, these are players that should be at minimum making playoffs and maybe even giving us a little bit of an opportunity to see if they can make a deep run. It's going to be a difficult thing to say, and again, like you say, it just feels like it's a very, very aggressive style, but also that aggressive style does backfire on them quite a bit.
It's kind of like a two-factor, right? Like, we can see, oftentimes you look at Ultra Prime's early game, you're like, oh, I can see what you were doing, right? I can see that we have like movement down towards the bottom side. And if you look at your screens right now, right, like Elk and Shousty getting some great 2v2s, these are all from the one game where they end up outplaying the bot side, but then they end up just having weird pathing, not really respecting where Weibo are on the map, and then end up giving over a double kill later on. So you oftentimes see this like tip for tap back and forth happening with Ultra Prime games. Same here, right, against FPX. We get this great roam from Crying down to the bot side to help out Shousty and Elk. Again, Shousty and Elk be like core identity for a lot of the early game for Ultra Prime, and it all works out. But then you come into the team fights later, and they're not actually trying to set up for Ultra Prime correctly. Like, Ultra Prime fights correctly. They oftentimes end up like getting caught out of position. And you can see here, Gory and also Xiao Hu do a really good job of getting that combo on towards Elk and setting up this team fight win for FPX.
Yeah, I think that's the big way you guys set it up for yourself. And you just kind of, again, we want to see a little bit more from this Ultra Prime roster, and I think this is going to be a great test for both of these teams. Like we said, both OMG and Ultra Prime incredibly aggressive in that early game, and do tend to falter once it gets to those mid to late game team fights where you need to be coordinated. You need to be thinking about how you're playing the map and how you're working around your team and what your strengths of your composition are. So I'm looking to see what these two teams can do. I do love Shanji on the crazy stuff, but if it's not working, maybe there's a meta for a reason. You know, we talk about the meta as if, you know, it is the most efficient tactics available. That's what it means. So sometimes you do have to question the weird and wonderful as not so wonderful.
Yeah, I still like, I think it's cool to see Shanji kind of like bringing in his own stuff though, right? Like, he was one of the most hyped prospects coming through from the LDL. A lot of people are kind of wondering why he wasn't even brought in 2020. Now that, in 2021, now that we're seeing him coming in 2022, like, he is looking pretty good on some of these picks. Sometimes they just look a bit hit or miss. So I think again against ZS, he should have a reasonably alright time. ZS not the strongest of laners, so I think for Shanji, like, you have the option to play a little bit funky if you want with some of these top lane picks, but we'll have to see exactly what he plans to do. I think the main focus that we oftentimes see in drafts towards OMG though are like things like the Samira for Abel. Abel kind of renowned for his Samira, especially coming through from solo queue. So chances are we'll see that, and oftentimes you'll see things like the Twisted Fate banned away from Pride in that mid lane as well. Kind of people giving a nod to Pride's old origin.
Yeah, I think that's the big way you kind of look at it. As again, we talked about at the start of the season, we kind of re-evaluate our expectations of this team. We thought it was going to be about Crying, getting out onto the map, affecting those lanes, and we thought with Elk on the bot side with Shousty, that would have been their primary focus. That would have been where Ultra Prime made most of their moves, but it hasn't really come to fruition, and I do believe that is in part down to how the team plays together and sometimes don't play together. It does feel like Ultra Prime can feel very isolated in their own lanes. It feels like 5 players rather than a 5-man team.
And I think that kind of feeds a lot into the mistakes that we're seeing in the mid game, right? Like, not really sure how they want to try and operate around the map. And then when they get into team fights as well, it can sometimes be a bit hit or miss, right? Like, not sure how they want to try and set up for Elk, not sure how they want to try and access a river, like for things like Baron and Dragons. And they oftentimes end up faltering, even when we do see them get these early leads. And even then, like, when you look at their goal difference at 15, it's not insane, right? Like, these guys, what oftentimes end up happening is you'll get like nice plays from Elk and Chelsea on the bot side, but then they'll end up getting caught out in the later portion of the game, like not respecting the map movements or the cross maps the teams can make. It's difficult for Ultra Prime to try and find a way in, especially when you're playing against OMG, a team that likes to be active in the early stages of the game. You've got to be so careful. And it doesn't feel like Crying as well as someone that can really shut down Cream. When Cream is dealing like, what is it, nearly 30.7% of the team's damage, and has got like 9 solo kills, like he's highest in the league for solo kills, you need to find a way to shut down Cream.
Yeah, I think Cream is going to be the big moment. Of course, we always look to Cream, the Silas, the Akali, those big picks that we know he can play. But he has been venturing out and trying out a lot more, trying to build his champion pool into a bit more of a lake, maybe even an ocean. We'll have to wait and see. But this is going to be a big test for both these teams. For OMG, it could solidify themselves into playoffs. And for Ultra Prime, you're running out of games. You need to start picking up wins.
I mean, look, we're coming into this though. Zeri already banned away alongside the Akali towards Cream in the mid lane. What we'll have to see if they end up rounding out some of these with the jungle bans if they want to. Jace, Thresh, and Caitlyn all taken away by OMG. Means that at least on OMG's side, there is potential here for the Samir to still be left open for Abel, which a lot of times we see teams respect that.
Wait to see now where everyone wants to go. There it is. The Gwen going to be banned away. We have seen the Gwen take over many a game, and the Akali is building itself up. But that does mean that OMG get themselves the first pick, and the Hecarim has sneaked himself up to that very high priority, something that the junglers are starting to see as a very good hard engage, but also lots of damage in the early game, so can do a bit of both.
Yeah, a lot of damage, a lot of engage, great clear, and as well, like, one of the champions that isn't going to be nerfed as you move over to the next patches, so kind of fits into a lot of what you want to do. Now, looking across at Ultra Prime, though, we're going to be looking to see the Jinx coming through here. No surprise, really, kind of bog standard at this stage. The next thing you're going to be looking at is going to be the jungle, which you imagine is going to be something like the Xin Zhao, trying to see if you can get those early stages, and just something that can kind of pair nicely with the early aggression, or at least match the early aggression that Hecarim often does.
Something that can go toe-to-toe. Xin Zhao and the Lee Sin, definitely two of those champions. You have the pick of the litter. There's literally every single jungler available to you, except for maybe Gwen, if you want to talk about that in a flex. And Hacker decides he wants to go towards that Lee Sin. So again, something that can go toe-to-toe, can make plays. But we have seen it before as well, and specifically one that comes to my mind is Wei on RNG, playing this Lee Sin and not really finding the opportunities. If OMG can just deny him from getting those early plays, from getting the position to flash kick, that can in itself mute this pick very heavily, and we'll see how these teams want to try and play around the Lee Sin as much as they have to play with it.
I'm curious if OMG are going to go straight for the Orianna pick here. One of the things that we talk about here for Crying is that you have the opportunity for a Twisted Fate ban. Or sorry, Twisted Fate pick. It's something that's banned 76% of the time away from him. So if you're looking at that, like, take the Orianna potentially here to stop Crying going, well, I'm going to take the Twisted Fate, right? And then ban away Ori, ban away Rise, make sure I've got a pretty decent time, but not going to be the case. Instead, OMG going to go back towards the Nautilus pick, make sure that they're able to have something to try and lock down this Jinx, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a Twisted Fate pick up here. I think it could work really well, although Ultra Prime may be thinking, look, if we take the Twisted Fate, means that with Thresh gone, Nautilus here, maybe you end up with like Leona bans, Alistair bans, and then you're kind of relegated to something like a Braum, which you may not want to go for, so they're just going to go for the Alistair lock-in here into that match.
Yeah, go for the Alistair, nice solid engage. Also good in terms of just disengaging from a Nautilus as he goes in with his hook, and of course, as you mentioned, the Hecarim as well. So see what they want to try and go for. Now you've got the junglers and the bot lanes all locked and loaded for both teams, and now we start to see the priority come in. It will be Ultra Prime to have first pick, so I do imagine they will start to look towards getting those mid lane bans in, pick up their mid laner, and maybe give ZS a counter top.
Yeah, it definitely feels like with the Silas ban, Ultra Prime are trying to look towards the Twisted Fate, but there's the Twisted Fate ban. So now you got to see what the plan is here for Ultra Prime. Maybe something like the Corki could be taken away as well. I feel like Corki for OMG would be absolutely insane. But honestly, for Ultra Prime, they may think, hey, look, let's leave the Corki open. We want to try and take this for ourselves because you've got an insane long range here for Ultra Prime. And if you want to go towards that, now you got good engage tools from OMG, don't get me wrong, but still the ability to play at range is going to be really nice with the Corki Jinx setup.
Yeah, just focusing out that champion pool of creams. And like we said, the Silas, the Akali, LeBlanc, things that he's very proficient on, now all taken off the board. And we are still yet to see much of a priority put onto the Victor or the Corki. They have seen relative, focus taken away from them in recent days, but the Kennen going to be the last pick up here, and now you start to see where these compositions start to finalize themselves. A lot of engage available for OMG. Wouldn't be surprised to continue with that kind of setup, and for Ultra Prime, a front-to-back team fight with Jinx as your hyper carry sounds like a pretty good idea.
Yeah, if I was Ultra Prime here, I'd look towards the Corki and then try and round things out with an Orin, right? Great engage, solid front line, makes it really difficult for OMG to kind of operate within team fights because Orin can do such a good job of zoning out the Aphelios, but they're going to go towards the Rise instead. Preem probably going to go towards the Corki himself then, and the only reason I could kind of see this for Ultra Prime is if they're worried about some sort of like Graves blind pick coming through for Shanji, where they're like, hey look, by taking the Rise, right, we've still got early game pressure from Crying, he can try and play towards bot side. But it also means that we can take a Tryndamere into a potential 1-3-1 composition if this blind pick Graves come through. But I'd be kind of surprised, to be honest, if we end up seeing the Graves here. It feels like you're kind of more situated for a big team fight composition.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. It looks like they're going to try and maybe figure that one out themselves and go with the Gragas here. If they do end up locking that one in, would give them great engage alongside disengage. Great setup as well for the follow-up for the Corki and the Aphelios to follow in with the Hecarim. See now, yeah, looks like it's going to be locked and loaded. So now, Ultra Prime, you have an opportunity to counter here, and they're immediately going towards ZS's Aatrox.
Okay, I actually thought we were still going to get maybe an Ornhin here, but at least now for ZS, right, you got a decent matchup just in the healing regard in the top side of the map. It's going to be kind of tough for you to get into fights, though. I feel like trying to get access to the backline is going to be really hard for ZS, so I still think I would have preferred the Ornn, but either way now, you're kind of looking at some side lane pressure for Ultra Prime, but still mostly a team fighting composition, where they're trying to like enable Elk as much as possible. Xiaoxi going to be the main engage tool, probably going to be looking for a lot of like hex flashes or, you know, flash engages from Xiaoxi, particularly if you can hide out of vision. Whereas on Ultra Prime side, they've got a ton of late game scaling with both the Corki and the Aphelios. Good ways to try and access fights with the Hecarim and the Nautilus. And even in case, you know, this ZS gets too close with this Aatrox, or you end up having to worry about the Alistar, you have some really nice disengage as well with the Gragas. But with the shorter range in a lot of respects coming through from the Aphelios, you probably want to be using that cask to help close the gap.
Well, teams are locked and loaded as we go into the game one of this best of 3 series. And again, seeing a lot more adaptation coming out as well. The longer we stay on this patch, it's very much extended. We are still on 12.2. We are going to be skipping 12.3 and moving on to 12.4 probably in week 7. We will get you 100% clarification on that once it is confirmed. And it feels like we are starting to develop these little mini metas within metas. We see this at Worlds all the time. When you spend a long time at a patch, you tend to just find these moments, and things like Alistar, the Hecarim, these new adaptations, and hell, even the Aatrox are starting to come to the forefront as maybe a little bit stronger than people perceive.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting because, like, we've seen it in a couple of other games, right? Like Smash, where you end up on these games that haven't changed for years, and suddenly some sort of new tech is found, and that means that then you just, the game is completely broken open. And I know Meta Knight was really busted for quite a while, and then suddenly they found out how to play against Meta Knight, and you know, this long-standing reign that Meta Knight had as the best in the game no longer was the case. So I think there's like, it's always an interesting discussion around like, how often do you want to change the game? And Riot have obviously gone for the, hey, every 2 weeks we have a patch, so changing it way more often than most games. But you do find that when we have these extended plays, it can take a while for it to shake up. Now though, Ultra Prime looking for an invade. Just wanted to get some vision down on where Aki's starting and give Hacker a little bit of an idea of how he wants to try to approach his own.
Yeah, and this is something we always tend to see as well, just getting early information as to where the jungler is going, especially with something like a Hecarim or a Lee Sin. These early skirmishing junglers, you tend to need to know where they're starting, where they're going, try and guess their pathing so you can go aggressive or back yourself up if you feel like they're somewhere in the vicinity. And let's talk about how these two teams want to find their advantages. Tell me how you expect to see OMG play out this first 15 to 20 minutes of the game, and where you expect them to find most of their, you know, their footing in this series.
Yeah, I think a large part of this is going to be trying to play around bot side for Aki, right? Like, you don't really have much setup in the mid lane for Cream. Crying, you can try and play around, but it's going to be kind of tough to get in behind Crying, especially when Cream doesn't have a huge amount of early game damage. Shanji as well, it doesn't really matter if you get Shanji ahead, he's just going to try and farm it out. So it feels like a lot of attention is going to be from Aki. So I imagine him trying to like full clear, then maybe look for some sort of play on towards the bottom end of the map. Especially with Elk and Xiaoxi, he should have to push in that lane, so maybe trying to buy a little bit of breathing room for Abel. Whereas on Ultra Prime side, I think you got options, right? Like, you can look for some sort of play with Crying. We've seen it so many times how well Ryze can set up a Lee Sin. You know, the flash CC with the Rune Prison into a ton of follow-up damage from the Lee Sin. You can try and play around this bottom side for Elk and Xiaoxi as well, especially post 6, when you've got, like, Xiaoxi who can tank the turret, Elk who's got that monstrous execute coming through from the ultimate as well. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have your pick of the litter here for Ultra Prime.
Plenty of options, as we do see the dichotomy of supports, Aftershock versus the Glacial Augment. We are seeing a bit more adaptation to that. Of course, the Alistar, I do feel much more beneficial for him to go for it, but they're going for an immediate gank at this bot side.
Yeah, wave pushed in. I mean, you still got the double flashes, but nobody here from OMG to cover it. Might be just trying to burn the TP on Cream, which may need to be done, like, right now, as Abel and Cold, I don't think you want to move away from this turret.
I was going to say, they did have the minion dematerializer, so it did stop the wave for crashing just a little bit. They're going to try and go for it now. The double TP going to be coming in. Actually, just a single TP, but first blood has been secured. And now they get themselves a counter kill, but Cold should be going down as well. 2 kills for 1, and you get the TP out of Cream. Not bad from Ultra Prime.
And there's nothing for OMG to try and answer with, right? Like, they're moving up towards this top side, but Aki, I mean, yes, there's going to be a Krugs, but not the end of the world for at least Sin. ZS as well. Should be able to clear out this wave before it's any real threat of a dive. You even see Xiaoxi making his way up, so there's no real answer here for OMG. Just nice play from Ultra Prime.
And this is a pretty decent start. It's something that we've expected from Ultra Prime. Like we said at the start there of this series, is that they are a team that tend to do very, very well and be very aggressive in this early game. And this is just Cream pushing in the wave, starting his recall, but then realizes a little bit too late that he probably should have TP'd here pretty much about 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, he tried to clear the wave and then reset to get a full buy before TPing to the bot side, but meant that when he got there, right, he actually was way too late because he tried to get a little bit greedy with this. Means that he ends up investing the TP, so still going to be late back to the mid lane, and isn't there to help out on the bot side dive. So fortunate there from Cream, just a little bit late on the trigger. But again, I mean, this is not the first time we've seen these plays from Ultra Prime, right? As we talked about in the opening segment, we get Ultra Prime making these plays. They just end up kind of falling apart a little bit later, and that's where I want to see what they're able to do now. Can we keep this a little bit slow and steady here? ZS, really good trades on Shanji.
Yeah, very, very good trades. And Shanji recognizing he just needs to get himself out, use the last of his mana to belly bop himself all the way back to his turret, and now you've pressure up in this top side. Ultra Prime still a little bit behind though, as not a little bit behind, excuse me, equal in terms of golds. Despite that play in the bot side, we do see the Hecarim doing what Hecarims do best, which is just farm, farm, farm. I like the idea here from Cold using the Hex Blast to try and avoid any potential wards that might have seen him, but sadly, the biggest ward of all, the jungler, had spotted him out on his route to mid lane.
I mean, at the moment, you're just trying to, like, cover your bases here as OMG, right? Like, make sure that you can get this push in, because as the wave was bouncing back out, there's always a potential here for Hacker and Prime to try and make something happen again on this bottom lane. So Aki just sitting here, trying to help out and make sure that this wave can be pushed in. Now, though, actually looks like there should be a little bit of a wave pushing back out. So maybe Aki can make something happen as that wave continues to shove away.
Now Cryan trying to path down towards the spot side. Both mid laners recognizing that they are level 6 and have some... Actually, no, Cryan is not level 6 just yet. Just Cream at the moment. Is Aki now running forward. This is a little bit of a tentative moment here. You can see both teams want to try and contest for this dragon that's sitting there in the pit. But while it's all happening, ZS almost gets taken out 1v1 in the top side. Didn't have to use his flash, but did get the explosive cast out of the Gragas. And now more pressure available to the side of OMG as they see the top laner has to TP up there to try and defend that wave.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the approach OMG are taking in this early game. Trying to go towards the dragon is in theory nice when you've got like pushing bot a little bit in mid, right? But Rise, honestly, right now with the AoE damage is going to do a little bit more than Cream. Abel, usually in this matchup against the Jinx, has a lot more damage in these early stages. So usually we'll see teams trying to play off of, you know, the Aphelios' better early skirmishing against the Jinx. But when you're already a kill down, 2 longswords picked up for Elk, that early skirmishing doesn't really come into play anymore. So for Ultra Prime, they just move back into River, they take the dragon, and they're able to back away.
Yeah, and especially in the bot lane, like I said, those 2 longswords, and then just straight up, the Jinx outranges you in the stages. I say that flash away. Elk had to be very careful there, and Cold still not dissuaded in his bot side, recognizing that as the Nautilus with the Hex Flash, he can make some creative plays.
You can see there Elk as well, running the heal, so he has to be very careful with where he's positioning in these fights, because you're not going to have that cleanse for something like the Hecarim ult, or if you end up getting caught out in some of these situations. So certainly Elk going to be making sure that he's keeping himself just out of harm's reach a little bit more in these fights. Still though, you can see Aki trying to just play around this bot side a lot for OMG, and trying to make sure that Abel's actually able to, well, survive the laning phase, and just make sure that no funny business is, well, more funny business is coming through from top.
Despite that first dive, we are seeing tentative early game plays, a lot of just posturing and almost plays, burning a couple of flashes or maybe a summoner or 2 as the Rift Herald does spawn. That becomes another point of contention. You can see already Xiaoxi and of course the Nautilus of a Cold roaming up now towards this top side. I will say neither bot laner support having their ultimates just yet, Makes this fight a little bit more tenuous. You would love to have that unbreakable will here for Shoutzy to be able to put yourself in harm's way and survive. As now the Rift Herald has been started, Cream has got the package synced up with it. And Ultra Prime recognize they probably can't contest. As I say that, they go straight in using the flash off of cooldown. And Shoutzy picks himself up a kill in mid lane. That changes the entire dynamic of this fight.
Yeah, Cream not respecting that at all. Big mistake coming out from the mid laner of OMG, and now Ultra Prime, they're going to get control over this Rift Herald. Yes, you've got TP from Cream, but he just isn't able to get here.
That's just a big blunder there from Cream. He won't have the package now for this potential fight. As we can see now, OMG not willing to give this one up for free. Rift held down to about 1,000 HP, but Shoutzy over the wall is going to force Abel to flash away. Now Sanji can join in. He flash belly pops to go straight in onto Elk, and he has no reaction time whatsoever. But they can still fight this as they are 4v5, trying to make this one work. Actually, it's 4v4 because the Corki hasn't arrived just yet. But the Realm Warp gets everybody out, and that's going to be a trade of 2 for 1 in favor of OMG, but the Rift Herald did go over to Ultra Prime.
And there it is, that mistake that we talked about from Ultra Prime, not being able to set up correctly for team fights. Elk has a lead. They have the numbers advantage, but they give access to Shanji into the backline, and he's able to turn this fight completely around. We'll see it here in the replay, right? Shoutzy in a good position to try and get onto Abel. Abel flashes away, right? But there's no cover on the backline. There's no vision behind Ultra Prime to spot out Shanji as he starts to come in. They blow up Elk, and even here ZS as well, missing a couple of those sweet spots. So it means that he actually doesn't get the bonus damage that he really needed to try and pick off some of these low health members of OMG.
Scrappy nature of this game is very much testament to these two teams. Very much not the cleanest and will make mistakes. I think that's the biggest way we can look at it. You know, Cream getting caught, you felt like if it's a 4v5 and how good it was for OMG, imagine what would have happened if it was a 5v5. You know, that's how much of a difference that Corki could have made, but sadly wasn't there to be able to help out or to make a difference. And now we come back into the laning phases. It's about 70,000 gold apiece. It's not really going to be going anywhere different, as we can now see Elk without a flash and no real protection, while Shoutzy is taking away some of these camps. At a minute till Dragon spawns, it is going to be another potential skirmish coming up around this objective.
See now Ultra Prime trying to move down here to cover the play that OMG are making. And again, like we talked about OMG putting a lot of the resources in towards Abel on this bottom side, and hasn't so much paid off in the early stages simply because they haven't been able to gank, but it has made sure that Abel's been able to get back into lane, right? Now sitting 1-1 and 2, CS is pretty much negligible in the difference and going to be able to pick up this wave, so at least being able to fix a lot of that early game pressure is mid.
Oh, he gets the Rune Prison though, and that was huge. Aki goes down, Crying can keep trading back. Crying just outplays that situation. Very nicely done. They didn't respect the fact that the tower was still going to do tons of damage.
Now, especially when you're locked up like that, even the kick coming through from Hacker, really nice to just send Aki even further underneath that structure. And again, good cover from Hacker, right? Realizing, hey, look, OMG trying to see if they can make something happen in mid lane. Code was in the vicinity. I'm just going to sit here and cover Crying and make sure that nothing happens. And the second it does, Hacker turns around, and that nets the second dragon now for Ultra Prime.
And this is the big thing for Ultra Prime. You're getting the neutral objectives. They've gotten the first 2 dragons. They've got the first Rift Herald. Let's have a look at the pro view here, because again, you don't have flash available to you, but just knowing that you can go straight in and get the protection of your jungler is so clutch there from the side of Ultra Prime.
Yeah, nice mechanics as well there coming through from Hacker, right? Lands the Sonic Wave, then safeguards to Crying, so then he's behind Hecarim, and it means that when he kicks Hecarim, he's instantly able to follow that Sonic Wave as well, away from the danger zone of Cold and Cream, so keeping everyone safe at once and getting that kill as well. So nicely done now. You're looking at Crying with 5 assists now. He's been all over the map in the early stages and now getting help from Hacker. Ultra Prime doing a good job of trying to keep the game in their hands.
Still have a Rift Herald in the pocket as well. We'll need to use it pretty soon. I think that will be dropped into the mid lane because they are running out of time on that particular buff, as we see both AD carries playing PvE in the bot side. They're not going to be seeing ads, but so far so good. 0-0 and 5 for Crying. He has been instrumental for Ultra Prime in this early game, and actually it is going to be Ultra Prime now pushing towards this bot side, immediately dropping the Herald, and just they're probably going to be able to get this turret. There's no real defense here to help out OMG. Oh, Abel. Yeah. Oh, Abel. He's going to go down. He's going to get taken out completely. Shoutzy picks himself up another kill. Even has the Unbreakable Will tank up forever. And they get the TP out of Cream as well. This is getting a bit disastrous for OMG.
Yeah, and this is the problems that we've kind of seen with OMG, is that they could be super hit or miss, and a lot of these are coming down to individual errors and individual mistakes, and that was a big one there from Abel, right? You know that Ultra Prime are missing on the map. They've all started roaming down towards his bot side. Doesn't decide to just give up the tower, especially where your team was positioned there, right? Cold only just coming out of base alongside Aki. Like, there was no support anywhere near Abel. And the second you hear that Rift Tower coming through from Hacker, you just have to back off.
It's a 1,000 gold lead for Shousey over Cold. It's not exactly the best of gold leads, but it is the support, not the support they wanted, but the support they needed as they get the very bloodthirsty man. He's going for a Bomby Cinder as well. He's getting damage.
Yeah, he's going towards that chem tank, so definitely going to be a little bit of a beefy boy and be able to have that big engage tool as well for Ultra Prime.
Sees him at all times.
But like, yeah, this is where I'm like, I don't know. Like, at this stage, you just back away from the turrets, because all you're doing, you're going to lose all the CS, you're going to lose a lot of the turret damage anyway, so why not just give that over alongside, don't give over your life alongside all that extra gold and everything that you're going to lose anyway. So, I don't know, Abel making a pretty big mistake there, and now we were just praising, you know, OMG having solidified himself back into the game. Well, now once more he finds himself about 800 gold behind, thanks to Ultra Prime just answering with these bot side plays.
Yeah, it is just Ultra Prime playing this very, very nicely, and see the rotation coming in. They get the tower, they back up, they recognize there's no real objective until that Rift Tower spawns, but they already have their bot lane in the top side, so it's going to be on the top laners to TP in, and you've got the Gore Drinker finishing up here for ZS. You're still waiting on that Everfrost here for Shanji, because he had to go towards that Oblivion Orb. He had to get that healing reduction and that Grievous Wounds cut, otherwise he just wouldn't have been able to go 1v1 at all.
Yeah, and the piecemeal items that Shanji has might hurt them here, because you potentially could have fought this here as OMG, because when you look at the items that Elk has, he's actually sitting pretty much the exact same as Abel, because he's picked up some pots and he's picked up some of the control wards as well for this fight. But maybe OMG are still thinking about it, but with Rift Tower going down, they're not in a place to do so. They're back.
Yeah, they thought about it for half a second and said, well, maybe if we get in with Aki, he goes in with the ultimate, and maybe we can get a steal off or something like that, and we turn the fight, but weren't there in time as Shousey trying to take away this pink ward and loses about half his HP because of it. There's a lot of wards just kind of scattered around this mid lane. Ultra Prime, or OMG, making sure Ultra Prime do not get behind them. And that's the big thing we're seeing right now. We are seeing Shousey and Hacker just get behind a lot of the enemy lines, getting behind these carries of Abel and Cream, and really becoming a nuisance for them, forcing them to blow flashes very early in engagements. And yes, they might not kill them every single time, but getting that summoner out of them and also getting them away from the fight is huge for these team comps.
Yeah, and that's why OMG are trying desperately to get vision in this bot zone, right? You've got Dragon in 35 seconds. That would be the third potential one for Ultra Prime. And unfortunately for OMG now, they've actually reset a little bit late because they're trying to get that vision. It means that Ultra Prime now can move into the vicinity and clear out a lot of that vision established. So they're trying to make a play on top side onto Crine instead.
This is already a 3,000 gold now. This is out of somewhere, you know, we were talking very early on in this game how close it was, but it does feel, with bit by bit, it just feel more comfortable for the side of Ultra Prime. You've got your Gale Force now onto your Jinx, a little bit of extra protection for them there. The Everfrost finished up alongside the double Gore Drinkers for the Aatrox and the Lee Sin. It is becoming more and more difficult, and yes, you are picking up items, and yes, you will still have damage later on in this game as the Corki and the Aphelios, but you're also just going to have to try and deal with the fact that everyone's going to be running on top of your face, and it's nearly impossible for you to get on top of this backline.
Yeah, and look, you can get some poke coming through from the Corki, right? And that can work out relatively well, but unfortunately, that Corki's just not getting the time to get to where he needs to be, right? And Ultra Prime now, Hacker getting the third Dragon uncontested here. You don't even get an answer from OMG in the map, and it feels like OMG starting to fall apart a lot. And I don't even mean just in like the sense of like not really understanding how to go into this game. Like, there's been so many individual errors coming through from OMG in their games that have cost them drastically. You see it in this game as well, right, where Abel gets caught out underneath the bot side turret. Cream messing up his kind of TP timing onto the bot side play as well. That initial gank that nested 2 kills for Ultra Prime. It just feels like they're just getting outpaced by Ultra Prime.
Yeah, outpaced, outdamaged, and outmaneuvered right now as Hacker and Ryan combo up in that top side. Cream nowhere to go. He blew his flash as well, and this game is just starting to get a little bit sad right now. OMG, they look lost. They're like a small child in a massive shopping center who's just crying, looking for their mom because they don't know what to do.
Yeah, I'm laughing. We called OMG the bouncers. That honestly, it feels like Ultra Prime are the one denying them entry, telling them to go home. You know, get a cup of coffee, come back later.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
So for Ultra Prime, right, like, they're in a phenomenal spot. Brian is huge. Already got that Thimble Winter completed, or at least the Winter's Approach, moving up into that Thimble Winter. He's got full control of the side lane, where, yes, you can try and, like, push out as Cream, but you've always got more pressure coming through from Brian, especially where the map is positioned. ZS as well is totally fine to just keep pushing in on this bottom end of the scale as well. And you win the mid push as Elk, right? So at any point in time, Cryan, who pushes in top, can just roam across the mid lane and work with Elk as well, who's already got position there to try and take mid turret. You've even got the Rift Herald here if they ever want to as well, so it was really difficult for OMG to try and defend any sort of play here.
In 3 minutes time, you have to fight OMG. You cannot let them get soul point. And of all souls, it's a Hextech soul. So again, big power there available in that buff. And you look at the composition that Ultra Prime have gotten themselves. If you get hit by that slow, you're going to be hit by the Root. The Alistair going in with the knockup combination. The Aatrox is going to chase you down. There's nothing you can really do about it. As we can see, Shelly finally here, but Shanji goes over the wall. Will get the flash out of Cryan. The Everfrost goes in as well, but again, very disconnected. That felt like it was a great opportunity there for OMG, but they don't pull the trigger.
I will say, though, for OMG, the fact that they still have a mid lane turret is a bit of a win, right? We said that the way Ultra Prime could have set up that play was push in top of Cryan, cause OMG to need to defend that tier 2, roam Cryan across, then place Rift Herald, right? But because Ultra Prime just decided to kind of A-ram, you don't actually get the mid lane turret, you don't create the numbers advantage, and although you end up like not pulling the trigger, you do get a flash out of Cryan, and you do hold on to the mid lane turret. So from OMG, with the spot they're in, I'd consider that a bit of a win.
Consider it a bit of a win. You take anything you can, but like you said, it is getting harder and harder. In a minute, 2 minutes time, you have to fight. You can't just let it go over for free, and you have to find some kind of an opportunity. I will say you are starting to get some pretty big items. You've got a 2, maybe 2.5, I suppose, power spike on the Corki, the Ludens, the Sork Shoes, and of course the upgraded Manamune, or Muramana, I should say. But it is answered on the other side, as we have got a rapid fire cannon. Now Shanji trying to see if he can maybe get something over this wall. Again, a lot of lockdown, a lot of good engage here if you're able to get onto Elk, but with that mid turret now gone, it's becoming very dark in their own jungle. Very difficult for them to push forward and to be confident knowing they're not going to be caught out.
Yeah, especially when like Cryan is able to shove in this top side, right? He's going to look for the reset. You've got ZS then, who I imagine will move up towards this top end of the map. And then you start to push in on mid and bot, get bot vision control established, and then you can look towards this Hextech Dragon in a minute's time. Although, as I say that, ZS has already kind of moved down towards this bottom end of the map, so trying to see if he can still pair against Shanji. But for Ultra Prime, like, you don't really care if OMG get vision established over towards this Baron, right? They can do a relatively quick Baron, but they're not really going to be able to rush it fast enough comparatively to you being able to take Dragon and then move over. So for OMG, you do need to try and contest this, and the fact you're investing vision up into this top side and into that top side jungle means that Ultra Prime are getting to establish their vision control in river and in your jungle on bot side without any sort of pushback.
I will say this just before we go into the fight. Beautiful synergy between ZS and Hacker. Almost perfectly the same items as they now start to set up for this Dragon. 22 seconds left until that buff spawns. We are seeing the mid lane priority and top lane actually going in favor of OMG. So they've got a bit of a push, but look at bot side. You mentioned it. ZS has already put himself into a position where he's threatening a tier 2 and maybe looking for a little bit of a flank. Ultra Prime don't want to get poked out too much as they try and just take away some of this vision. Xiaoxi already down to about half HP, but a great realm morph right on top of a plant means he's able to heal up nicely. This Dragon has been started. This is going to be make or break now for OMG, but they don't really have great vision on this bottom side. They've invested it all towards the top. The package comes out, but it has to be defensive because they just waited it out. They didn't need to go too quickly for Ultra Prime. They knew they had themselves the opportunity and the time as now they reset towards this Dragon. Hook comes out, but it misses out. Sanji on a bit of a flank. Xiaoxi is down below half HP. He will get rooted up, gets the Everfrost down. There's the explosive cast to try and protect him. Remember, he's an AP Gragas, so he's not very tanky. ZS, they're trying to play bouncers. They go in. Xiaoxi gets a 2-man knockup. It's a very scrappy fight. As you can see, Elk kiting away. Is he going to be able to keep himself alive? That is the big question. As the 80 carries have been jumped on. ZS, though, has found his mark, and it's a triple kill out of the back of that fight for Ultra Prime. They bided their time. They waited. There was an overcommitment, and then they got the soul. They get the Baron. They're going to have this game very soon.
Yeah, Ultra Prime taking over game 1 against OMG. There's just nothing that OMG can do. They're trying desperately in these fights, and as messy and scrappy as it was, the main component is Elk sitting on the backline, free firing this whole time. There's just nothing that OMG can do to threaten Elk on the end. Brian, you can see, gets locked up here just a smidge, but there's no damage, right? Shanji's kind of in panic mode as he tries to knock Brian out of the equation. But again, Poe going in on towards Elk. Nobody to follow up. Aki then eventually decides to try and go on towards Elk as well, but Elk has the Gale Force there to get away. And the rest of this fight, I mean, Ultra Prime have just been chipping away at the health bars of OMG the whole scrap, and there's just nothing left for the tank.
The power of having unbreakable will with the aftershock and a turbo chem tank Alistair. He just, despite him going in on literally about a third of his HP because of all the poke he took, he still survived for such a long time, and really well played there from Shousey to make sure he got the double knockup onto the two primary carries. And like you said, you know, Shanji tried to find Cryan, but Cryan's very, very tanky. He's got himself a Force of Nature, the Fimbo Winter, and the Everfrost. It's not as if you're going to be able to take him down easily.
And especially when a large portion of the damage on OMG from the two solo laners is AP damage, the Force of Nature is going to be doing so much. Like, the fact that you're able to get 25% damage reduction just off that passive when it procs is just insane. And it means that when you're looking at, you know, Brian in a side lane, who deals with it, right? Like, already you get just nice stats from the Force of Nature, plus that passive. Bream and Shanji just cannot kill Brian in the side lane.
And again, we're seeing just good push in here from Cryan and from Ultra Prime, saying, look, OMG, you have to react, you have to respond, or otherwise you're going to lose the tower. I think they lose the tower anyway. I just don't think there's a world where they can actually defend this, and you can see already they lose it, they're broken. And now Shanji, on a massive flank, has been spotted out, so they're just pushing back towards him, and OMG, they're in desperation stations right now. They have to make a play, because if they don't, they're just going to lose anyway.
I love how Shanji just kind of goes like, me? No, trying to flank you? Never. I was looking at the Scuttle Crab. I was just here for Scuttle. It's okay. No, look, don't worry about me. It's fine. I'm going to go home now. And Shanji would do just that in a moment, although ZS trying to see if he can keep him at bay as mid lane turret now under siege for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, they're going to be able to crack up with two mid lanes, or sorry, two inhibitor turrets. We can see now Aki goes in on the backside. Elk, though, does have the Gale Force and does get himself out. Nothing you can do. He committed, but there was no one else to support him there. There was a 1v1 apparently between ZS and Shanji, and ZS came out on top with a solo kill. And this is almost certainly going to be the game coming in here for Ultra Prime. It was methodical, a little scrappy at the start, but they were able to get the advantages. The neutrals were there. They're going to finish off a couple of these kills. They're going to be able to maybe pad these stats just a little bit. Hacker, though, will fall down to Abel, as we can see now Shousey coming in with ZS as the big tanky boys start to riddle down these little health bars and say there's nothing for you can do. Yes, you'll kill off Cryan, but Elk is the big carry when it comes to turrets, and that's going to be game one here for Ultra Prime. Methodical, once they had a lead, they never let go.
Yeah, and I mean a very, very strong performance from Ultra Prime in this game one, as they will eventually, slowly take the Nexus as it falls. But Ultra Prime, you gotta say, right, like, come through with a very solid game plan, right? Move from mid with Cryan level 3, get this gank on bot side, 2 kills come through. From there, like, there was 1 or 2 hiccups, but mostly Ultra Prime knew exactly how they wanted to operate. Like, continue to play down around this bot side, make sure they can shut down Abel. They know that once they get Cryan into a position where he's got this Force of Nature, he can take over in side lanes. And from that, they're consistently getting these Rift Heralds, which is helping them get turrets, opening up the map. They establish themselves in the Dragon a lot thanks to those early kills that they got on Abel. So it just was a nice kind of through line for Ultra Prime that they're able to follow to the victory.
Yeah, and straight up, OMG didn't know what to do. They looked lost. They looked disorganized. They didn't really know exactly what way to approach fights. Again, even that last Dragon fight, extremely scrappy. It didn't feel like it was a coordinated effort. They could have maybe made something work with the Corky package comboed in with the Nautilus and the Gragas going in, but they just couldn't make it work. It just didn't go. And you can see there the gold graph just kind of falling into a bit of a cliff right there. It just nothing really you could do. And yes, Shanji did a lot of damage, so did Cream, but it wasn't relevant.
It just felt rusty, honestly, from OMG. Like, if we weren't so far into the LPL, it'd be like, look, this is just them kind of like
game
shaking
one,
off.
game two, yeah.
Yeah, but like, as you say, right, like, individual mistakes coming through from Abel, kind of not really like copying that, hey, look, this is going to be a big play on bot side, gets caught out. Cream not respecting the fact that, like, you either push mid wave or reset. You don't get to do both before you try and TP down to that play that came at the 4-minute mark. And they end up getting caught out there. Then you're looking at their team fights, as you say, like very disjointed with Code going in. Then you kind of get your breathing space for Ultra Prime before Aki starts to come in. Nothing was coordinated. Shanji as well, this Gragas wasn't doing it for me at all. We kind of said, like, look, this Gragas can kind of play as a follow-up, right? Or trying to play protection for his backline. But Shanji went for the AP Gragas and ended up having to protect himself 9 times out of 10. So didn't actually get to play towards the team. So I don't know, just super messy from OMG.
Yeah, just very, very messy. We'll see if they're able to clean it up or if Ultra Prime will be taking a swift 2-0. We're going to send it to a quick break. And when we return, picks and bans will be happening very, very soon.
Prime here, you can see what they're thinking. Hey, we still have a lot of follow-up damage. Sure, our Leon tells them to back off, but again,
Elk is flying! Elk is flying in this replay!
Oh, wait. Oh, wait, Elk is flying.
It's Harry Potter! Oh, my God! Oh, my God. All right. Forget the replay. Elk is a wizard. Like that.
You're a wizard.
I don't know how. Got the Shy on your roster. Because they can move towards this bottom lane. The inhib is open. There's a minion.
Nice.
Man, my team is very good. My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
Man.
Stepping forward with another point. Shot onto the board. They're 1-0.
And now they can just look to take that wave in mid. The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
Oh my
What
God.
happened for Doggo to be there?
He's so far from home. He doesn't even have a color. Nobody
He's
knows.
got Battlestar, but still gets the kill. And now the chase down is on. Invincible has to block for his team. As the curtain call sends V5 away. The team. I mean, let's be honest. If you want to team with Mojo, this is your team. They know what to
ulti. Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just the support. Southwind has been left behind. Wait, did Cole think the Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder?
And WE find a consolation prize at the end. But
V5
it's
need to
not
stop this.
over.
Dragon is in 20 seconds. V5
Wait,
are
what
trying
are
to
these
stop
wards?
them from
How are
resetting.
you missing?
And wow, Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework. It's just a little tip. Tarzan to what? Strive is a madman. That target selection lyric, that was insane.
That wave out, and it feels like they're trying to get pressure on that bottom side while they can. 2.5 minutes until that Baron comes up, so they don't need to worry about getting caught on the wrong side of the map. This is 9. He's found us.
It was at this moment he knew. He f***ed up.
He must have gone past that control once again. There goes for the slice of Maelstrom anyway, but Viper flashes away, and 369. You know, it was a good attempt. I like the gumption there. You're down on death row at this point. You might as well try and make something happen, but it just cannot come to fruition.
Try and use their map pressure, use their mobility, look for picks, and see if they can kind of catch out Ultra Prime. Oh, they're going again.
Oh, they're doing it again! They just have no chill. EDG, these guys have families. Come on.
Very curious about that. So no TP available for ZDZ. Let's have a look at the inside. Oh, no! Or sorry, in the base, I should say, is actually just been saying, look, I don't care about the 1v1. So where are we going, observers? We're looking at one, the other. RNG, take the neck. No, he didn't the inhibitor. No, wait, did he? Wait, no, the inhibitor respawn. We haven't finished. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Observers, please. Go back. Thank you.
Okay, they're going to end it. They're going to end it. They got it. They got it. They got it. They got it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right. I have one word. Fiesta. that was some. Hey, RNG do close it out. They do manage to. They manage to. I mean, the rest of the team would join them.
There's no rehearsal when you want to reach the stars. I lift my head up and hit resume. Get me away from the waiting room. 'Cause we were born to achieve our dreams. So just fire away, fire away. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the clock, the game is on. 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 I feel I'm on the edge, testing my own limits. It's taking me to the top. I'm taking action. Okay, here we go. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the clock, the game is on. 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 The game is on.
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love her for real? Do you love her for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. Why do you speak on my name? Do you love her for real? Why do you treat me so bad? Do you love
觉得 OMG 小奶油算是国产新人中单里面比较玩得好的嘛，然后明天的话对线可能要处理的好一点。OMG 也是一支偏打架的队伍嘛，然后前期节奏的碰撞可能会是比赛决胜的关键点。
Tend to fight in the early game and needs to contain him in the lanes. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We have just seen OMG lose pretty spectacularly to Ultra Prime, and it was all off the back of some pretty decent play here from Ultra Prime, and specifically looking at Hacker and just being able to utilize so much in that early game.
Yeah, Hacker was absolutely brilliant this game. Like, being able to try and control this bot side through these early ganks, and as well as we kind of discussed in the mid game, making sure that he was shutting down everywhere that Aki showed up, getting that nice turnaround play in the mid lane, and just making sure that there was no way that OMG were going to find their way back into this game.
Yeah, look at that as well, just kind of 83%. And they'll start it off from this again. We can praise Ultra Prime, but it was very much a sense of that they were making plays that were very, very obvious, but they were never punished because of it.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of coming back to the crux of the issues that OMG have, but at least Hacker, you know, finding his way to punish these so consistently. You even see him here, right, playing up towards Crying. This guy was everywhere in this game.
Yeah, you can even see here, just defending Elk, making sure that he's able to kind of be the reason that Elk's able to kind of create that distance, saying, look, I have got the kick. He didn't even use the Dragon's Rage kick there in that last fight around the Dragons, so just felt like he had to keep it at all times, and either that or force people to kind of say, look, you need to take me out before you can even get close to Elk. So very well played by Ultra Prime. I want to see, we talked about, I said it a little bit in the break there just as we were coming in. My hype for OMG is dying. This was not a good look for this team, and honestly, Ultra Prime, they gave him a bit of a smackdown. This is a 2-6 team against a 5-5 team. This is a very big difference in terms of the scoreline, but it felt like a complete flip in terms of how this game went.
Yeah, and it's painful to watch for OMG, right? Because you see some games where they look absolutely spectacular, and then you see other games where we get moments like this from Abel, right? Where instead of actually being able to like play properly in that bot side, ends up getting caught underneath the tower. We've seen him have these weird plays where like he gale forces into like a bunch of people, ends up losing the game. Like it just feels like every so often we get these weird plays and weird decisions from OMG, and it's kind of why we see them sitting in the position that they are, right? And unfortunately, they haven't been able to kind of correct a lot of these mistakes. And like, even when you look at like the lanes individually, right? Like we have some games where Shanji has unbelievable plays. Like he comes out and he can kind of surprise us with these picks. Other times we get that AP Malphite game where he falls apart. You're looking at that bot side, like Code and Aki sometimes come out, they 2v2 everyone in existence, they look like absolute gods. And then you come into the very next game of the same series and they're dying 2v2 over and over again. Like, there just seems to be no consistency with this team, and it can be obviously quite frustrating for fans when you're looking going, look guys, can we get something going right here?
Yeah, and I think the big question, or the big worry, I think is the better way to put it for OMG and OMG fans, is you're sitting on a 5-5. You lose this, you go down to 5-6. Let's have a look at some of their, their play, or excuse me, some of the teams they have to play before the end of the season. Weibo, RNG, LNG. They've got massive FBX, another one of those teams. They've got big teams to try and play against before they actually have. I think they only have like technically one quote unquote easy team, and it's RA. And RA took down RNG there yesterday. So there's no more easy games. If you start losing all of these, your playoff hopes could evaporate as quicker than you can even look at them.
Well, they're going to have to try and fight back this time. OMG are on the red side, so not going to be seeing them on the blue. Gwen left open. Gwen instantly taken by ZS. Now, I always like seeing the opportunity to go towards something like the Jace here for Shanji in the top side, right? I think you end up with a really strong lane, and especially if you take something like the Jace and the Jinx, you end up for OMG in a spot where you can actually go, hey, we've got like a ton of range, we can play well into these team fights. But for OMG, they've actually gone towards the Hecarim again for Aki and the Rise for Cream. Now, for Crying, I don't want to see the Twisted Fate. Rise does really well against the Twisted Fate, just being able to push him in, keep himself in check, and just providing more in team fights. It becomes pretty difficult to try to operate some sort of pick comp with the Rise in play.
Well, we'll see if Ultra Prime think the same, or if they feel like Crying's Twisted Fate. Again, something that was permabanned against the man when he was in on RNG, and he will end up going for it. He is very proficient on it, but I do tend to agree with you that does end up having a much tougher time in the laning phase against something like the Rise, because the Rise can almost do exactly what he does and also has a better time at clearing the wave. So we're going to see that comboed up with the Xin Zhao. We have the Dagda patented don't touch this composition of the Gwen and the Xin Zhao, and they have a lot of early power now for Ultra Prime, and there's the Jace you were talking about for OMG, so they are respecting that and answering in kind.
The thing is, though, now you're kind of going to see AD carries, by the way, for Ultra Prime, right? Get rid of the Jinx. Oh, sorry, actually, you've got... AD carries not picked up on either side for these teams, so AD carry bans could be coming out on either side. I would imagine that Ultra Prime are going to be the ones that kind of focus them, because when you look towards the ability for OMG to pick up an AD carry first, you want to nullify the fact that they can get either the Jinx or the Aphelios on this next rotation, because then you just end up with a pretty sizable deficit in that bot lane comparatively. But actually not going to go through with it. They're going to instead look towards things like the Yuumi, which honestly really surprising here.
Very, very surprising, and we'll see where the last few bans are going to go in. There's the Thresh. We might even see another ban, maybe even the Leona here. And that really, for the first time in a very long time, just whittles down that support pool to a very finite amount of people you can play. You'll still have access to the Rakan, maybe even something like the Braum. But we are starting to trickle into the A tier and even maybe B tier supports as we look to see where they want to go for this.
It does feel like, at least for OMG, they're kind of saying, look, we will take the opposite of the coin, right? We're going to look towards our support here, and we're going to take whatever the other pick that available for the AD carry is. Leona will probably be the best one, but I don't know, but like I'm kind of caught between two minds, right? I think, well, either of the two, Jinx is better between the Aphelios, because you want to be able to play with long range here for Ultra Prime, but the problem that I'm seeing for them is that if you take the AD carry here, right, now you get the better support matchup on the opposite side for Xiaoxi, right? He can go towards the Leona, and maybe you can go towards something like the Rakan for Code on the bot side, but you're still on the back foot for a lot of the laning phase. And when you can go like Jinx Leona here for Ultra Prime, you set up really well for Twisted Fate. You got good opportunities to follow up on picks, and now it feels like, at least for Ultra Prime, they have a lot more wiggle room with the way that they want to play. I would have preferred to see the Jinx coming through here for Abel, just because the range that you have in the push-in would have given him more control over the spot side and kind of made it a little bit more difficult for Cryin to operate on this Twisted Fate. But we're actually going to see the Xayah Rakan locked in for Elk and Xiaoxi, so strong duo lane coming through for the bot side of Ultra Prime, and certainly one they'll be looking to play aggressive around with this Xin Zhao and Twisted Fate.
That's what I was thinking as well. Yes, you can opt in to go for the Jinx Leona, and it's not a bad situation, but you know that the only real viable support left for Cold is Leona, so you're not really picking blinds. You're very much having a well-educated guess that's going to be locked in, as it is. And now, with team comps locked and loaded, it does feel like OMG have a lot of power available to them, but Ultra Prime, they have a definitive idea. They have a definitive way of playing this game. It's all about picks. It's all about Cryin doing what Cryin does best and getting out of the mid lane and out into the side lanes.
It feels like you're playing towards opposite sides of the map here from both sides, though, right? Like, Ultra Prime wants to try and play down around the Xayah Rakan, get them rolling, and maybe you can try and lend some help to ZS, because ZS is going to get a lot of pressure here from OMG, right? Shanji wants to be stepping up massively in this top side so he can get control against the Gwen, take over in side lanes, especially when you're looking at the Ryze and the Jace. See, the problem that I have with now the Aphelios in that bot lane is that you've kind of messed up your teamfight identity. I feel like here as OMG, like, you don't really have the consistent range across the board now, which the Jace provides, but you don't really have the all-in potential that the Aphelios provides because you've taken the Jace in the top lane. So you could have played for ranged and kind of played to kite back, but we're not seeing that now. So I'm not really sure. Like, the team fight from OMG kind of has, in my opinion, like, kind of two mixed identities. So it feels like you're trying to play for side lane a lot more here. So trying to play through Cream and Shanji for Aki feels like it's probably your best.
Yeah, I think this is a big moment here for OMG. You have plenty of firepower behind you. Yes, the composition doesn't work as perfectly as maybe you would like as such, but it's still got a lot of damage available to them. The Jace can get popping off. We know what Shanji can do on this pick, and we'll see what they're able to do. The Ryze has become such a hotly contested pick for everyone throughout the LPL. See what they're able to do with it for Cream, and now looking onto this, it's going to be Ultra Prime looking to maybe start off the game with a little bit of a sneaky play up towards this alcove in the top side.
Yeah, Shanji just trying to play it safe though, keep himself at check, so won't be able to find Shanji in the bush, so Ultra Prime will just back away. You actually see, if you look towards Cold though, might be looking to see if they can poke their nose in and spot or get a word down to see where Ultra Prime are starting, but thinks the better of it, not really sure where Ultra Prime are, so afraid to go too far into the enemy jungle.
Get a little ward down. It's going to be important for the first skirmishes of the level 1. You can see Elk and Cryin now tentatively, very, very slowly and gently moving themselves into their own jungle. There is no vision here, but they cannot be sure, so they have to group up. I do like this, and if you're ever wondering why they do this, it's called the buddy system. If you don't have the information, you grab yourself a buddy, and at least the mere minimum, you have an opportunity to get the hell out should all things go wrong.
Luckily enough, it hasn't gone wrong for them yet, right? Now we're going to see both junglers starting on this bottom side. Aki going to be able to path up towards the top side. It feels like, again, Aki going to be trying to play through, like, Shanji on this top end, like, support the Jason in the good matchup on this top end. And then for Hacker, I think the best bet is probably try and put some pressure into mid lane, like help unlock Cryin from the mid, because Cream would just have a field day otherwise, and then try and play towards the level 6 of Cryin and get him access to the spot lane.
Level 6 is going to be very, very important for both the Rise and the Twist of Fate. We'll see who's able to get out. It's actually his unsealed spell book here for Cryan. We have seen Rise of the Predator in recent days. Not going to be this one at the moment. Does recommend and does prioritize having those extra summoner spells available to him. See both junglers starting off on their bot side of the jungle, and see a very quick clear coming out here for Hacker in terms of where he is on the map. He's going to be up towards this top side very, very soon, and probably a lot sooner than maybe OMG suspects, so they need to be very careful of where they're pushing, especially in that mid and top side.
Yeah, a quick like 3 camp here for Hacker, but it actually looks like he's just got a boomerang and come back down towards the bot side. So trying to see if he can desync a little bit from Aki, as they did see Abel and Cold moving back in towards this bot side, so no that Aki has started on this bot side of the map, and you're probably going to end up with a full clear for the Hecarim right, just because of how good his clearing is. So instead, you can see Hacker right trying to see if he can get bot, and it means that if he desyncs himself from Aki, he's got more opportunities to look for plays in lanes that aren't as strong, right? Like, could potentially make a play towards ZS, or even try and make a play towards Cry.
And a little bit of context as well. I wanted to get, maybe we have a bit of time here, and I want to try and give you a bit of a room to explain what is happening, or why we see the Jason to the Gwen so often, and how is it such a, not a coin flip is probably the wrong term for it, but definitely something that can go either way. How does this matchup generally work out in your mind?
So I'm actually going to hold on to this, because Hacker, I think, is going to make the play bot side here.
Yep, they are, as Abel gonna have to force his flash out. You could imagine we're gonna see Cole just trying to go in. Abel will get away from the wind, becomes lightning, but he does not need it. Now Hacker has got the third. No! Oh. The Shield of Daybreak is just there from Cole, and that's a little bit unfortunate there from Ultra Prime.
Yeah, nice stun from Cole, but I think, you know, greedy coming through from Hacker. I think you just turn towards the Leona and actually make the play. Now you've got ZS, who's got to completely back away, because, as we said, Cream having pushed in this mid lane, linking up with Aki in the early stages, and giving Shanji control. And one of the reasons that this matchup sucks so much for ZS is just you're not able to really fight toe-to-toe against the Jace, right? Oftentimes when you start to move up, you're getting good poke from the Jace. You often, even if you try and use the snip, you see the phase rush coming through from the Jace as well, so he's able to like keep his distance. And you're trying to play around your Hollowed Mist to make sure you're able to make those plays happen, but it becomes really tough to try and play properly around that Hollowed Mist. Hacker here, though, in the replay, I'm going to be able to go into Abel. I think you just knock up Cold here. Like, even with the flash forward, right? I don't know if they were trying to hope for some sort of, like, root coming through from Elk to follow up there, but it felt like kind of winging it on a prayer. But now Cold moving up, trying to see if he can get the stun onto Shousey.
Yeah, well, Shousey, you have no buddy here. And, talked about the buddy system, and you can see now already taking about half his H-bar out as Cole just kind of walks forward menacingly. Gets a decent amount of damage, and that's the thing. Yes, the Xayah Rakan can be obnoxiously potent and kind of, you know, harassing, getting back, joining in with the recall. One of the small little passives people kind of forget about when the Xayah or the Rakan starts their recall. The other half of that duo can combo in and, you know, make themselves known about it. But Hacker, not to be outdone, looks like he's going to try and go for something in this bot side again. But Aki and Cream are wise to his tricks, and they're saying, look, you did this in game 1, we're going to do it in game 2. But see if it's all for naught. We're going to go straight in to get the knock up. They're going to be able to get Abel down. It's going to be a 3v3 now on the bot side as Elk gets a lot of damage put down on top of him. He gets burned over by the Aki Hecarim, and they're going to be able to take down another kill as well. Good roam here from OMG. They get 2 for 1 in the deal.
And OMG, I'm loving that they're playing this more aggressive in the early stages. May still get Chelsea, who didn't back away.
Did not back away, and he did in fact get himself a flash to engage, and that means they're going to need to get that one. But the Destiny Gate up towards that top side means that Shanji is dead. It is a response here from Ultra Prime, something that we did not see from OMG in game 1, but it's still 3 for 2 overall for OMG.
Yeah, a ton of plays happening around the map. OMG, though, still feels like they're coming out on top. 1,000 gold lead for themselves, a massive wave being lost, and maybe Big 2.
Big 2 as they're going to see Elk, and Elk has nowhere to go, nowhere to be. Cream now 3-0-1 on this Rise. We wondered how this Rise was going to be able to roam away. He doesn't even need to anymore. He's so fed off of those 3 kills. He's going to be huge coming into this mid-game.
Yeah, and this is why I didn't really want to see the Twist of Fate picked into the Rise. Rise is so good at commanding that lane, right? He's got a ton of push. You just can't really answer for Crying. Like, even though you tend to take, like, the minion dematerializer in as the Twisted Fate to try and, like, help out and get some pressure in the mid, Rise just is able to clear too fast for you, because you kind of need 2 spell rotations as Twisted Fate to get out. Now, as you can see here, Crying because Cream invests that time, bot is able to respond on the top side, but when you're playing a Twisted Fate like this, you want to be the one that's proactive on the map, not the one that's being reactive. And here, Ultra Prime, Elk just a little bit unfortunate. He was trying to see if he could proc the summon area in the bush. That's why we saw the Q go through, and like, it doesn't give vision, but the summon area, if it hit, would send out obviously the rune, but unfortunately doesn't quite connect, which means he has no idea that they're in the bush.
Very unfortunate, and unfortunately for him, it goes down to 0-2, and now down about 16 CS or so. It's going to be on Ultra Prime to bring him back in here, as now we see Hacker hovering towards this mid lane. They know Cream has no flash. The Realm Warp should be down as well, so you can see already trying to make something work here for the side of Ultra Prime and punish this Rise, which, as we said before, is very, very big. Even rush towards the Mercury Treads to just give themselves a little bit of extra survivability, should they even be caught out.
And this game is looking so much better for OMG, right? You've got 3 kills now for the Rise in mid lane. You've established really good control over the bot side for Abel. Shanji as well, even though he's gotten a bit of attention, has been doing a really good job of punishing this matchup against ZS. So he's in a really good spot. And now OMG at the 8-minute mark are rotating up for Rift Herald with just wins across the board. Ultra Prime are not able to contest this at all, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them trying to make some sort of play down on towards the bottom side, especially as Abel and Cold start to move back down towards this bot lane. Like, literally just shove mid, run bot straight off of this push from Elk.
Yeah, and straight away you can see them now. They're kind of doing exactly that, recognizing they have got themselves the pressure in the top lane and the mids. They're going to say, look, we got this Rift Herald for free, no real contention there. And now Elk, a little bit of free time here. I'd say he's very much appreciative of that as he gets a little bit more XP and gold back into his pocket. He is not actually down any gold, but definitely down in experience, as you can see the level difference there between himself and Abel. Rift Herald has been now secured by OMG, but good pressure here from the bot side means they'll pick up 2 plates, and that's pretty much answering to what the initial upfront cost is of that Rift Herald.
Even if Grind didn't get down to the bot side of the map, he hid in Fog of War for long enough that Abel and Cold did get scared and had to back away. It's the correct call from Abel and Cold, and it means that you do have to give up 2 plates with just Crying missing on the map. And that's the power of the Twisted Fate in an awful lot of situations. It's just because Cream had committed towards Rift Herald, they just can't keep up the pace with Crying being able to move. So they back off. Now Ultra Prime still keeping about 600 gold, just slightly behind. So still trying to see if they can make plays happen. But it does just feel like, at least for the moment, they're struggling a little bit to get access to the map and get the ball rolling, which is what Twisted Fate really needs to happen.
Yeah, I will say, obviously, this is the Twisted Fate passage, the loaded dice, giving him extra gold. He's only down about 200 gold. Not even, actually, about 150. So you can see now Cream maybe in a little bit of trouble here. Aki is around. They have got Gwen. I think they recognize the reason Ultra Prime are probably going so ham is that the Rakan was very closely following behind, so needed to respect that and respect the fact that they couldn't maybe go for something as aggressive as Aki and Cream now go aggressive onto Hacker. Hacker might have to use the Crescent Guard here. Yes, he will, but it's all too little too late. They're going to try and jump on top of him. The Destiny Gate comes out. They're burning down Cream as he eventually goes down, but not before he takes down Shousty. Now Cole in a little bit of trouble. We are going to see the needlework doing some work. You're right on top of a chokehold here. It's going to do a lot to just kind of burn these people down, but they've got Aki coming back in on the top of this. They're going to jump back in, as we can see now. Shousty trying to make this one work. Crying goes golden, but he's going to have to try and flash over the wall. He gets the gold card off and then flashes away. Ultra Prime are getting away with murder, and Gwen is snipping through these health bars. Aki should be able to get himself back out and alive, but a great turnaround there from Ultra Prime.
And just disjointed again from OMG. You see the initial play come through, but they're not really in position to try and follow up. Code is still trying to get in towards the engagement. And then after that, they end up going way too far forward as Aki has to run away. So they end up in a 2v3 then after this for the majority of the fights. You can see here, right? Shousty in a position with Hacker, gets the shield, gets the knockup. Brian's able to reposition perfectly with the Destiny. So they end up trading 1 for 1. But watch here, right? Aki runs one direction, Code runs the other. And now Aki's just caught out in the cold where he doesn't know where he's supposed to go. And Ultra Prime are just fighting 2v3 for the large majority of this. And as you said, Oshin, great play here for Crying, right? Locking the gold card while he's in stasis. And it means then that Ultra Prime are able to finish it off. Whereas Aki just managing to escape away off the speed buff thanks to that Rift Scuffle.
So close. And now I learned something. You can lock card in stasis if you pop it in just before you go into the Zhonya's. So Ultra Prime now coming back onto the map. They will be ahead on gold. You've got the Rift Maker now for ZS, and he's just playing this top side so well. He's playing weak side so well because he knows, yes, I'm going to lose this CS. Yes, I am being focused, but I'm not losing my life, and that's the big thing here. And now, unlike in game one, Ultra Prime are able to get that the second dragon. They're able to equal out that on the map, and they'll lose top turret. It's going to be a lot of gold going over to Shanji here, but again and again, we are seeing Ultra Prime reacting correctly, I think is the word we're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, look, ZS, you can say he's playing weak side well, right? But, like, this is just a terrible matchup for him, and there's not a huge amount you can do, right? Like, it's not a matchup where exactly you'll die, it's just you'll get shoved in and lose your tower, which is pretty much exactly what has happened. And it's been pretty well for Ultra Prime to make these plays in the topside jungle, like, understanding how far they can push it. But it just means that now, OMG, they're still getting the map wins, right? And this is where it starts to struggle as Ultra Prime. Like, if you end up with your top tower now gone, bot tower's taking a little bit of damage as well, it becomes a lot more difficult then for Cry to have access to the map, right? Because he doesn't have control over like, river and things like this, he can actually push up and then look for picks. And if OMG are the ones that are in the driver's seat, they can still do a lot of work in towards the like team fights, and also over towards like being able to roam Cream around. And we're in the same situation as last game, where you end up with these double AP solo laners. So Cream going for a quick force of nature after he gets the Fimble Winter is probably going to be his best bet and make it really difficult for Ultra Prime to deal with him on side lanes.
Well, we'll see what they want to try and go for. Again, like you said, OMG very much in the advantage. You have got a fairly decently fed Jace. Shanji there sitting on pretty decent amount of gold, and also got himself the Eclipse, working towards that Mana Mune, which will hopefully be turned into a Mer Mana. And working down towards the different items, you do have the Turbo Chem Tank now finished up for Aki. Haven't seen him go for the Mana Mune build, something that I have seen quite a bit. Maybe it's just a, again, preference as such. We are going to see Cleanse have to be burned straight away there on the bot side as Elk lost away that particular summoner, but should pretty much have it before any real fight breaks out. So not the worst in the world, as most first items are being picked up across the board. Yeah,
we don't really see the Mana Mune Hecarim. It's more of a solo queue build. Coming into competitive, it's just about providing that front line, and oftentimes because you've got these late game damage dealers, right? Like in the Jinxes, the Aphelioses, these kind of things. You don't really need to provide damage. Like Jinx will just 1v9 an entire game. So just having a bit more tanky stats and a bit more of a front line for that Jinx is oftentimes more valuable. So in these, in a competitive at least, we're still seeing just full tank, like go towards the Chem Tank, Force of Natures, and Dead Man's Plate specifically going to be picked up next by Aki as well. Just because you kind of like synergize well with faster Hecarim moves, more damage he does, and as well you get those tanky stats alongside a slow, which always works out.
Well, Rift are going to be prioritized here by OMG. They have rotated their bot lane up towards that mid lane. Gold card lands, as is the Everfrost. Cream doesn't hit his, sadly. Doesn't reach it out to the boat. But this is a bit of a trade here. So you're giving free time and experience to Elk to get himself back into this game, back into this kind of series as such after that very disastrous start for him. And you are trading it for Rift Herald, but that's a tower now for a tower later. It's basically the same kind of trade, and it feels like OMG just a little bit over-indexing into that one there.
I agree. Definitely should have had Shanji try and move down towards that bot side, because you've basically just seen OMG leave Shanji to his own devices in this top lane, but it's not doing anything for them right now, right? Like, try and use the advantages that you picked up early in this chase to rotate him down towards bot side. If you end up in a situation where Elk and Chelsea kind of just match you and it's a 1v2 lane, you can always move Cole down to that position and make sure that he's going to be alright. But realistically, just move Aki down and you can try and have Abel and Cole take top tower instead, because you've still got like range in the 1v2 versus the melee in the 1v2 of ZS. So you've got options here as OMG, and the fact that Shanji's just kind of stopped and stuck here means that you're not getting more towers down. You're not kind of like creating these issues for Ultra Prime as you start to move towards the mid game.
I'll say ZS actually has a little bit of experience leading the top side. We see level 11 there for Shanji just happening now, but at half a level or so ahead as we start to move down towards our focus on this dragon. 50 seconds, both teams with one apiece. I don't think either side really, though, going to be too bothered with having to give up a second one if they don't feel like they're in a position to contest it. But as I say that, we are going to see Shanji from OMG start to rotate his way down towards this mid lane. Not going to use the fact that he has got the Unleashed teleport to probably just meet and match ZS on the top side. And Ultra Prime as well. Not ones to be outdone. They're the ones that are going to try and maybe get a flank off with this this Gwen. If they can get ZS onto this back line using that needlework, using the skip and snip, it can do a lot. But you know what else could do a lot? Those shock blasts, because my god, Elk's health bar just disappeared, and they've already used the Destiny Gate just to get Crying to defend.
Yeah, trying to move into position. Gold card pulled though means that they won't be able to clear the wave, so they're gonna stand for the moment.
Oh, you see Hacker going in, he goes in, but pops his own Crescent Guard, and this is just a delay right now. So you are going to lose out the Dragon, but ZS doing a lot of work in this top side. TP coming in, that's going to be Sanji answering.
Sanji moving up here is not a good idea for OMG, because ZS now has TP advantage, and he can TP into the fight if they want to, but they're actually just going to make a play on Sanji. They're moving up top.
They're going for him. He will get a knockback off, and the needlework will just be used to clear the wave, so now you got yourself a little bit of a push and pull. Elk left here on his lonesome to try and defend this turret. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it, as Aki is off onto the side. Shousey now here, but it is a dragon and a turret for just a turret. So OMG trading up. Ultra Prime still keeping the gold relatively even, but it is still options up here for OMG.
I mean, that's a pretty sizable trade advantage, even if it's like not even thinking of like Dragon. It's just the priority that mid turret gives to OMG is so high, right? You can get vision established on top side, makes it really difficult for Crying or ZS, whoever it might be, to try and like successfully push at top side. It means that you don't really get control over that that half of the map anymore. And for OMG, that's you're in a really good spot if that's the case, because with the 4 kills that Cream has, their team fighting is looking kind of insane. So by shutting down the opportunity for Ultra Prime to like push out waves and move to try and find picks, then OMG can play towards their team fight victory, which is looking more and more likely just with the Thimble Winter's approach, picked up for Cream now. And then I would actually prefer MC to go towards the Force of Nature. We kind of already talked about the fact that you've got the double AP solo laners there, but actually just going to be going straight towards the Frozen Heart.
Yeah, I'm going to try and make sure that he's got that extra survivability. Of course, Elk going towards the relatively newly founded lethality build that you tend to build now onto the Xayah. You are very short range, so you're looking for that burst. If you get on top of somebody, you're not going for the full crit anymore. Now Ultra Prime, they're just kind of picking up their waves. It's 2 towers apiece, 2 dragons in favor of OMG to the 1 of Ultra Prime, and gold only about 600. We are seeing now second and third items starting to be built and completed. Big item spike here for Crying, though. He has got the rapid fire cannon, so he will be able to get those long range Destiny Gates going for him, and should OMG overextend, they will be in a lot of trouble. But as you said, on the other side, the Thimble Winter finally upgraded here for Cream, and that's going to mean that he's going to be able to contain himself and also that damage very, very well should he be caught lacking.
OMG though, pushed mid, now trying to move down to this bot side. I like what they're doing, trying to invest resources into taking down more of these outer structures, the last outer structure, and the Crying on top side. You can't really defend this as Ultra Prime.
I mean, he has TP, Unleash TP is available here, so they have to respect him. With all 5 members here from OMG, that does give a little bit of free time. You can see they're pinging up towards that top side and saying, look, we need to answer this. We need to make sure we're not just losing this. And then in the fog of war, Crying will make himself an absolute nuisance, because with that Destiny Gate, he is going to be able to try and jump into any particular fight anywhere.
And that's why as OMG, you have to be using these windows correctly, right? You can kind of see them lagging behind on how they wanted to get down to the spot side. Able not really coming. Code wasn't sure if he was supposed to be mid or on the spot side. And it's this like lack of decisiveness there that gives Crying the opportunity to push in top side. And as you rightly pointed out, Oshin, like move into fog of war. Able then has to back off of mid because he can always get jumped on, especially Shousey, like so potent and following up on Crying's picks that's going to be the 1-2 combo they'll be looking to set up a lot of these. So now you have to re-establish control in these side lanes as OMG, but I mean, you've given the window here for Ultra Prime to reset themselves and have a little bit of an advantage when it comes towards the push inside. Still tempo advantage for OMGs. You can see Cream kind of moving down and trying to see if he can make plays, but at least the moment Ultra Prime are managing to defend reasonably well.
Wow, TP coming in here from Crying to try and answer onto bot lane, and the Destiny Gate as well, but it does force out Cream's TP in kind. So you lose 1 TP for another, but you also lost your Destiny Gate on top of it. So Crying not really in a great position now to try and defend this dragon, but they might not look for it if they're able to get able. That's a lot of damage there from the feathers. Have to be so careful there with the deadly plumage coming in out here from Elk, and that's why we see this lethality build coming out so much. If you're able to get onto carries, especially squishies, it's just so powerful at taking them out so quickly.
huge amount invested there from Ultra Prime though. Like, you've got Dragon in 40 seconds, right? You now have no Destiny Gate, no TP for Crying. The Shreddy is also popped for Xiaoxi, and OMG now pushing in, and that long-range poke that you were about to see from Shanji is going to do work. Abel, don't go for the 1v1 against Elk right now, please.
You don't win it. I'm just going to be honest. You just don't.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. OMG now posturing aggressively around this mid lane to try and get themselves back into the Dragon Pit. They will clear out the wave. Look at ZS, he is creeping off, and he just finished off at Nashor's Tooth, so he's on a bit of a power spike himself. Crying with the gold card locked, looking to see if anyone just want to try and push forward, but they're very scared, OMG. They know that this is a good mid-game spike here for Ultra Prime. They don't want to try and throw this one away, as Elk just keeps pushing back this mid lane, keeps getting them a little bit more pressure. Needs to be very, very careful. We might see the feathers fly if he's too far forward, but for the moment it is Ultra Prime garnering control back. Now, what can you do here as OMG?
The big thing for Ultra Prime is trying to find these choke points that you can rally OMG into, but that's why OMG are backing away. They don't want to be caught. They want to fight in the open like here.
Yeah, they want to try and fight it. Both junglers getting stunned up here by opposition mid laners as the Dragon has been aggroed. We will see a reset coming in here for Xiaoxi. There's no real way of joining back into this. Yeah, glad he rethought about that as they now come in. The Scuttle Crab is going to go over to the way of Ultra Prime. Actually, no, never mind. It was stolen away there by OMG as the Dragon does get its aggro reset. Crying, sitting on about half HP. It's a very scrappy fight. The Solar Flare goes completely wide. They flash it on top of him, but there is the onslaught of shadows as the fight is 100% going to go in favor of the side of OMG. They will lose the Hecarim, but he's there for the engage. Now ZS needs to try and turn this in a one around, but he just cannot do it. It's going to be 5 kills for 1. Everything going for OMG to take the Dragon and go turn back for the big purple worm.
Yeah, Shanji just going to finish off this Dragon by himself. The rest of the team is going to move directly over towards the Baron. Cream is tanky enough to just absorb all that damage, and with Abel, who I imagine will have some better guns hopefully coming through soon, should be alright. Hacker up in 7 though, Aki in 8. Would be able to, I believe, kill that Baron before they get into a contest. But watch here, right? OMG play this really slow. They don't want to be in choke points because it sets up really nicely for the MC Hammer front line. And as well, all that feathers that are going to come through from the Zai as well. So in this fight, instead, OMG spread out nice and thin. Great flash away from the Rakan engage as well. And it just means that there's nothing left in the tank for Ultra Prime. Baron not taken by OMG, because as we kind of said, like, Abel didn't really have the guns for purple and blue. Not really true for trying to take down a Baron. And you'd look as well as like how quickly Aki was going to be up. Hacker was going to be up. They didn't want to try and point flip that.
Yeah, they did get themselves on the soul point. I will say, very unfortunate there for Ultra Prime. The gold card for Crying literally fell off just as he threw his auto attack onto Cream. If he lands onto Cream, they get the quickness, they get the knockup. Cream is probably dead. No relevance in that fight, and it's a probably very different story. But again, this is what it is like about the the top level of League of Legends. It is about inches. It's about small little moments like that that can need everything for your team fight, and why the gold card for Twisted Fate is so feared yet at the same time so pivotal for both teams.
I've never seen OMG establish control in this top side, and again, because OMG are constantly doing this push and shove maneuver, they're not giving the opportunity for Ultra Prime to look for picks with this Twisted Fate. OMG are constantly grouped, and this is what we talked about, falling behind, not good.
Here we go, they're going to go in with the quickness. They get the double knock-up as well. They're trying to burn down Aki as the feathers go flying. They've got a lot on the floor here as ZS finally gets himself into the fight. He did TP onto the back line, but Gwen is immune for the moment, but not exactly in the best positions to try and turn this fight. Now OMG getting a little bravado about themselves. They will back themselves away. A lot of damage there onto Elk. Shanji is really putting in the work here with this Jason. Now you've got the inside track into the mid lane.
Yeah, OMG trying to look for the re-engage there, realizing that, Featherstorm down for Elk gives them a lot more room. Also having the Hollowed Mist down for Gwen means that they can actually look to pick her off as well. So with that Onslaught of Shadows still available for Aki, OMG know they have a powerful position here to take over River once more, and also then move in towards the mid lane. Vision is established now for Ultra Prime in River though, so you do need to be careful as OMG. Still need to clear that one out and make sure you're not getting picked off by Ultra Prime as you do so.
I mean, there's no real reason for OMG to flip out the Baron right now. They can scale, they can keep going. You now have the Frozen Heart finish up for Cream, so he's even tankier than he was before. You can wait for 2 minutes, they're a little bit over it, and you will have an opportunity for a soul. And with this Mountain Soul, it is going to become so hard for the side of Ultra Prime to actually burn through it. Again, it's a lethality Xayah, it's not going to be able to burst through these shields, these extra resistances if you're able to build them up so quickly. And for Ultra Prime, you're running out of options here. You're only down about 3,000 gold, but it feels so much more.
Yeah, and it's the composition, right? Like, again, you don't win with a Twisted Fate in team fights, right? Like, if you look at, like, comparatively, Cream just way more AoE damage and does more damage and is tankier, right? You look towards the ability to try and play sides because Cream has this big advantage and all the other towers are down for Ultra Prime. The area on the map that Ultra Prime can try and make a play with this Twisted Fate is much more difficult because they've got to deal with waves that are about to hit their towers. The vision control that they can have to actually go, hey, we're safe to look for these plays before we invest in Destiny is way more difficult too. So from OMG, when they're able to just play these team fights a little bit easier and they got this nice lead, it just becomes so difficult for Ultra Prime to kind of answer for what OMG are able to do on the map.
Yeah, OMG recognizing the fact now that they have pushed in most of the side lanes, they were able to say, look, we'll drop down a couple of pinks, make sure we have guaranteed vision for the moment, means Ultra Prime will have to clear that out before they can go for any real play onto the Baron. And yes, you have 3 items now onto Elk. Yes, you have 3 items onto Cryan, but having a look at the gold here, it's a big old difference in that top side, and it's becoming a bit of a problem. The Xin Zhao is getting caught out. Hacker had a great game one of the Lee Sin, but on the Xin Zhao so far has been just not really having the same level of impact, and it is starting to hurt his team.
And now, as the next dragon comes up once more, OMG already established in River. Again, like, the best place for Ultra Prime to try and fight these are these narrow chokes into River, where you can get a ton of feathers down, you can play on the front line with both the invulnerabilities of Xin Zhao and Gwen, and make sure that you're going to be all good. Like, you don't really have an awful lot of stuff for, like, OMG that can then answer, right? Because Shanji's damage is just going to be sent directly into that front line. Abel not going to be able to get on towards some of the core carries, but OMG now in this wide berth River as Destiny pop just to try and figure out where OMG is.
Yeah, Shousey, you can see he's on a long flank right now and Cryan with him as well. They're looking to try and just catch someone out towards this top side. We will see Hacker have to use his smite to keep himself alive. Now Dragon going down, but he has no smite available to him. The onslaught of shadows comes in as we can see the feathers going flying. Cole's dead though, and the Dragon has been secured here by Ultra Prime. Here comes Shousey on the flank with the quickness and tries to get on top of the carries. And Ultra Prime though, their health bars are so low and this Aphelios is so big. They cannot take any more damage and they'll lose so many more people. Elk now caught between a rock and a hard place. He's trying to kite this one out as he tries to run away. The rest of OMG need to respect that. They don't get themselves a soul, but they should be able to turn themselves into the Baron.
They're going to move directly over towards that now. TP for Shanji there as well, so he'll be able to make his way back in. And for Ultra Prime, you had the steal. You had no right getting a steal, but you managed to get the Dragon. Just back away. Don't take the ensuing fight. Especially when Hacker had already invested his smite and you managed to steal it away with the Gwen. Ultra Prime just needs to back away, but now OMG win the fight, and they don't get the Dragon, but they'll take the more coveted prize up that Baron.
Look at the replay here, because again, look, it's Hacker in the pit by himself. And OMG kind of commit to taking him out, but they're very aware of the flank.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the smite there from Hacker, as he said, to like keep his health bar up. I don't know why Ultra Prime tried to DPS the Dragon then, because it's just helping. But the fact that you managed to steal that away with the needlework, it's absolutely insane. But at this stage, back away. Like, look at your health bars. You cannot take this fight. Shanji going golden as well to even keep himself alive. But you're just walking into this massive Rise who is destroying you.
I will say that stopwatch was very clutch from Sanji. If he gets the killed off, he's pretty much dead once that needlework comes out. He does not have that available to him. But Ultra Prime, they will survive the Dragon Soul for now. But like you said, Baron buff going to be much more important here for the side of OMG. You've got a Jace and a Rise and alongside a Hecarim who can get himself into any lane he chooses. And that means that this split push composition is going to be very, very hard for you to deal with on Ultra Prime. You don't really have great wave clear either. You're a Twisted Fate and a Xayah, not exactly known for burning down minions.
Now OMG is starting to push through. As you can see, like, that damage is going to be insane from Shanji just being able to poke down. Underneath these kind of siege situations, you've got like Cream who can do a decent amount as the engage.
Is the engage, the quickness, the double knock-up. Cream has to flash away. The Zenith is doing so much, but the Aphelios is just bigger. He goes forward, gets himself a double kill. ZS goes gold, and they will lose the Leona, but the Gwen has fallen. Now Elk, the only real damage dealer left, he's already fallen. It's a triple kill coming in here. It's going to maybe even be a quadra kill as they finally get everything done and dusted. OMG fight back in game 2 and send us to a 3-game series.
And just like that, OMG wake up. We said they looked a little bit rusty coming into game number 1. They look a hell of a lot cleaner in game number 2. And now, the game 3 on the cards. Can OMG keep this ball rolling?
It's the second game. We're seeing the priority of this Rise just skyrocketing, in my opinion. It's just becoming such a big pick for everyone in the league. And it felt like when Cream was able to get that pick and utilize it to the degree we can see it, he does so much damage, and yet he's so tanky. Any other mid laner gets caught out in that situation, they're dead. But because he has the Fimble Winter, because he has the Frozen Heart, because he builds an Everfrost with all that natural HP, there's just nothing you can do.
Yeah, he's such an insanely strong pick, right? And it's the ability to have damage, play frontline, play side lanes. Like, he kind of is a bit of an all-rounder now. Especially, like, one of the big issues that we saw for Rise in the past was, like, when he comes into team fights, you're kind of churning all your damage into a front line that is just able to absorb it. But when we're playing a lot more of these fighters, you kind of are able to just kill those guys pretty easily, and then you can move on into the back line, and suddenly, like, his mobility in fights with the Realm Warp becomes much more coveted. So certainly for Rise players, it's a good time to be one of them. So it's working out pretty well across the board. And not only that, it's what Cream was able to do in the early stages as well, right? That roam down towards the bottom side, shuts down Elk and Chelsea, working with Aki. It got that early control for OMG.
That's how it's going to be for OMG now as they kind of bring themselves back into the series. Like we said, they got a little bit slapped in game 1. They bite back in game 2, and it's a couple of different things. The high priority for ZS on this Gwen didn't have the same takeover potential that we've seen. Not going with the Rise, whereas Aki and Cream were very happy to take that on the next rotation. And just, I like the idea of going for the Xayah Rakan, but when you have such a terrible early game like they did, going down 0-2, it's not going to have the same level of impact. And at that point, when you get to those later game team fights, a Jinx or an Aphelios is just going to be better.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the Xayah Rakan. The big issue for me was the Twisted Fate. Like, this did nothing in this game. You look towards, like, the ability for him to try and play sides. We talked about it literally from draft. The second it was hovered was Rise beats you in lane. Rise will shove you in all day long and shut down everything that Twisted Fate wants to do. And if this was something like an Orianna or something along those lines where you can try and play team fights and outplay OMG at these engagements, that's what you can look to do. But what Ultra Prime decided instead was to try and, like, take this Twisted Fate, basically do nothing with it, and then just fall shy every step of the way.
Yeah, we'll see now what they're able to do in the third and final game of this series. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, the final conclusion of where this series will go shall be revealed.
So, I gotta ask you, Mr. Big Brain Man, we found Uzi. We finally found him. He has been unearthed. He has been uncovered. But, sadly, not the entrance you would want to have.
No, came in, played against IG after Doggo absolutely trolled his game 1 on his Ezreal. Yeah. My God, it was rough watching Doggo just E in aggressively so many times and get caught out. But yeah, came in and right, they didn't win. They lost to IG, which overall is a failure. Not even just for Uzi, just for BLG as a team, right? I mean, you're stacked. We were calling them the super team. But I want to say specifically to Uzi's performance, I think it was probably better than I expected. Because I wasn't buying into a lot of the hype in terms of like, okay, it's Uzi, he's just going to come back in 1v9 and be a god. It's like, no, I think Uzi's going to come back in, be solid, show like those glimpses of, you know, he was walking forward aggressively in team fights, repositioning quite well, looking for those moments. Laning phase was good, but as would be expected of an Uzi roster, BLG did put a ton of jungle attention down towards that bottom lane. Did have some mistakes, though. Did have some, like, either, like, weird flashes or, like, weird, you know, ability usage. He was not hitting his zaps on his Jinx to save his life. But, you know, he's going to need time. Sadly, he didn't play the following series against anyone's legend. So I have no idea what BLG's plan is in regards to
just trying to, you know, dip his toe into League of Legends a little bit. For me, it was also looking at the player cam of Uzi while he was playing that game. The guy was having fun. He was so stoked. Oh my God. Like, Watching the interviews at the end of last year, especially when he was playing the show matches, and like seeing the energy he felt when he was up on stage, and like he was happy. He was always talking about reminisce, like watching people playing, wanting to be there, wanting to experience the stage. And for him to finally do that is so amazing. It's got to be invigorating and maybe a little hypey. So maybe that's why we're getting some of those errant plays from him. But I as you would have expected a lot more rust. But he still was able to play to the mechanical level we would expect of an LPL AD.
Yeah.
Still, as you had said, not getting to see him the second time around, not getting to see him again yet is interesting to me. But getting to see him for once with Crisp and get that duo out onto the Rift, it brought a lot of things. Like I'm foreshadowing to greatness, I guess.
I gotta say, I'm actually pretty surprised they didn't use him against AL. Like, the more I think about it, and the more I think about it in terms of like my experience as a coach, it's like, okay, you were willing to put him in for one series because game one went bad. So I just don't understand why, if you're willing to sub Doggo out on such like easy snap of the fingers in that series, why would you not just be like, okay, hey, well, we got Uzi on stage. Maybe there is a bit of rust. Let's keep seeing how this works against a team that I won't say should be easier, because AL and IG I think are around similar levels, but still like giving him more of that time. The only thing my mind can come to is maybe Doggo was the one who, after that terrible game one, maybe he went and say, hey, like I played bad, just put Uzi in. Like maybe it was a little bit tilted. That's all speculation, but with how it went of him just being out one game, it reminds me a lot of how EDG just brought in Junja in playoffs last year after he only played one game the whole split. And it turned out once EDG released the videos that it was JJ getting like very down on himself. Like, no, I'm playing so bad. Just let Junja play. I cannot play to my best right now. So maybe that was the case with Doggo. If not, I do expect to see Uzi more since he has, again, since BLG were willing to use it.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street, I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. For me to let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, you're the reason I learned to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody impossible for me to let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, you're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, you're the reason I learned to love. Learn to love.
my backpack and the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going. I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you.
下场我觉得对战 UP 的话，然后我们上这段可能感觉操作比对面好一点。我觉得 OMG 现在要进季后赛的话，还是得就是打法稍微别那么忙，然后英雄值方面解决一下就可以了。
Went reckless, and they were pretty damn clean in Game 2. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming up to our third game in this best-of-3 series, which means OMG won Game 2, and it was all off of the back of some pretty clean plays from our MVP of Game 2, Cream.
Yeah, Cream was a monster in this game, and thankfully, you know, Ultra Prime allowed him to be by counterpicking themselves in the matchup against Cream. Cream then able to get good push in mid, and literally from the get-go was moving off into side lanes to make sure that he was able to enact his will on the map. 8-1 and 8 at the end of it. You can see crazy high kill participation. This man was such a pivotal part of everything that OMG were trying to achieve.
And it's mad to think that he had nearly 30% damage share when he basically had full tank items. Everfrost, Frozen Heart, Thimblewinter, and of course the Gargoyle Stoneplate right at the end. So it all started from those big plays. And again, you can see anytime he almost got caught out, anytime the CC landed from this recon, it just wasn't able to do anything significant because, again, the Rise is just too damn tanky.
Yeah, there's just no way that you can get through this guy when he's that fed. And as well, like every time you can see like getting good lockups, the realm warps and team fights as well to cut off exit points from Ultra Prime. When Ultra Prime are trying to play this composition that, like, at least in team fights, needs to play very close to you, right? Because you're playing that short range Zaya, you've got the front line of the Gwen and the Zinzao's trying to jump in onto you. You're always going to be able to cut off their escape routes with that realm warp, and it was really well orchestrated by Cream to do so.
Yep, very well played. And now we come into Game 3. We are having a change of personnel. ZS is out, Elias is in. I don't personally think the top lane was the problem, but I'm glad to see a change at minimum from Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I mean, this is a nothing change for me. Elias wasn't an issue in this game, or sorry, not Elias. ZS wasn't an issue.
He wasn't
in
an
this
issue because he wasn't playing.
Yeah, so I don't think this is going to change very much. Like, I'm still focused on this mid lane matchup and like trying to see what Cryan is going to pick for himself in this mid. Like, can he get a bit of an easier time? Are we going to see Abel and Cole being able to like match the 2v2 coming through from Elk and Chelsea, or can Ultra Prime actually try and play around the spot side? Like, top lane is so far from my brain in this matchup that it's nuts.
Yeah, I think the big thing now we look towards is in the draft, and where does this Rise go? And I feel like it is sneaking up into that must-ban territory. It is becoming a very, very powerful tool that you can't really just leave open and available for people, because both games we've seen the Rise picked, both games the Rise popped off.
And especially when you're like leaving the Twisted Fate open, or like there is always the opportunity here for Ultra Prime to kind of go, right, like let's ban the Rise here, maybe try and look for something for ourselves then when we come towards like the next rotation, but then you can take the Twisted Fate, or even on like third pick here, take the Twisted Fate for yourself and then ban away Ori and Rise to give yourself a bit of an easier time. But Hecarim has been first picked every single game so far, and I imagine that will be where we're going once more, with both Lee Sin and the Xin Zhao taken off.
Yeah, it does become more of a priority jungler. Has been first picked by OMG every single time it's been open, but this time around they say we want the Gwen. But I feel like Elias can take the Jace into this. They can look to go Rise Hecarim themselves. We saw how powerful it was for Ultra Prime, and very, very quickly we might just see that one be locked and loaded here for the side of UP.
Yeah, so I think once more we're going to see the kind of the tail off of the AD carry dominance in these first three rotations. Because for me, I think you look towards Jace now as Ultra Prime again in that top side. Works out great for you. And you still got the option then to go towards AD carries once more. OMG trying to operate what looks like a dive composition thus far with the LeBlanc picked up, but Yeah, honestly, I think you just go towards the Jace here in the top side. You're going to be totally fine. Okay, never mind. They're going to go towards the cannon instead. So going to basically fight fire with fire, right? Seeing OMG going for these all-ins with the composition that they have. They're just going to go towards the cannon. Now, the problem that I have with the cannon, which is why I prefer the Jace a lot more, is that like in a 1v1 scenario in a side lane, the Jace does offer more. But certainly when you get towards team fights, the cannon can be good against the all-in potential OMG have.
Absolutely. I think, again, looking at everyone who jumps in, the LeBlanc, the Jarvan, the Gwen, they all want to be right up on top of your face, and the cannon does very well to try and deal with that. Like you said, though, does limit you in terms of your potential win avenues or options that you come up against later on in the game, depending on how the game goes. And now we start to see some bans coming out for the second half of this rotation, and now we're going to see the Ezreal, the Yuumi, more AD carries being picked away. And honestly, I wouldn't mind to see maybe even a Jinx or Felios ban coming out here from Ultra Prime, force the ban onto OMG, and then get your pick of whichever AD carry you like.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jinx is probably your best bet, right? You don't really want an Aphelios against the Jarvan. It's just so difficult to operate in fights with him. And when you've got a decent amount of heals tools coming through from the Hecarim and also the Kennen, it feels like you've got at least a good ability to fight forward. But Ultra Prime, they're not even prioritizing the top AD carries. Just going towards the Ezreal and the Samira ban. Samira obviously like well there for Abel. Well respected pick for Abel. So I think for Elk, right, Jinx still there. I think you go towards that one unless it's banned away here for OMG. And then you can always look towards the counter pick and the support.
Well, OMG thinking about their last ban. To say, I don't think they're going to... I find it weird if you ban one but not the other. And yeah, they're going to go for the Tahm Kench instead. They're saying, look, we don't want to have to try and deal with a very, very, very safe bot lane, especially with these big carries getting taken up. And we imagine we'll see here that favorable matchup in terms of the 2v2, and then, as you said, looking for Xiaoxi's counter pick. But I've seen crazier things. We might see a deviation from the plot here, Dagda.
It definitely needs something that's going to pack a punch on the AD side, right? Because you are running these double AP solo laners, so I think the Jinx is your best bet, right? A lot of AD damage that has to be respected. OMG gonna maybe back it up towards the Aphelios, and again, like, in situations like this, maybe you could eye up something like a Ziggs on the bot side, but again, you have so much AP damage on both sides from solo laners that it just doesn't really make sense. Now you get the Nautilus in theory thinking, hey, look, there's going to be a Nautilus pickup here from Xiaoxi, so let's just take the counter straight off the bat, but Xiaoxi may just go back towards the Leona.
Go for the Leona or the Rel, something that we haven't really seen that much of. We'll have to see now what the final pick is going to be, but OMG have themselves a pretty decent engaged composition as they rounded it out with the Alistair, and you can see there a lot of, you know, in-your-face jump on top of your carry setup here, but that's kind of what the side of Ultra Prime want you to do with the kiting. They're able to, if they're able to provide the kiting for the Jinx and the Rise, they should be able to melt through these health bars pretty damn quickly as both teams locked and loaded. And again, we can't mention this enough. This is a massive moment for both these teams in their search for playoffs at the end of the split.
It feels like a large amount of this game for OMG is going to be situated on Aki. Like, when you look towards the mid jungle, they're kind of the duo that are going to be diving in onto the backline and trying to assassinate Elk. So I imagine that we're going to see Aki playing pretty heavily around Cream in the mid lane. Whereas when we look across at Ultra Prime, this feels like a basically bog standard like team fighting squad, right? Instead of some pressure here for Brian in the mid lane where you try and look for roams early, but definitely feels like you're kind of looking like, hey, every time this dive from Aki and Cream comes through, let's pop everything to keep this Jinx safe and then look for the re-engage after.
Well, both teams locked and loaded. This will be the final time they play today. Said both teams now searching for those big wins, and especially for OMG and Ultra Prime, this could be pivotal for themselves getting into playoffs. This is a big moment. Ultra Prime desperate for a win, sitting down on 2-6, not where they wanted to be. But they have got plenty of games to kind of go and rectify that train and rectify their season split. But on the other side, OMG, you're already at 10. This will be your 11th series out of 16, and you got to play the likes of FBX, WBG, which is Weibo, RNG, and of course LNG. You've got so many big fights to come to you. You need to be picking up these wins, especially against teams of a similar caliber.
Now that we've pushed to 3 games, everything is on the line, right? You've nothing left here, and honestly, it doesn't feel like either side has a definitive like massive strength coming out of draft, right? I still feel like when you look across at OMG, they have some tools to fight against Ultra Prime. Probably, honestly, a little bit more difficult, I will say, for OMG, just because it feels like they haven't fully annexed into like a dive composition with like Abel kind of being a little bit short range. Like Shanji can do some work with that, but it definitely feels like you're kind of looking towards like Elk. Can he keep himself safe in fights? If Elk drops, so do Ultra Prime in these fights.
Jump onto the rift. Shousey now going to walk forward, but OMG are semi-ready for this. They will get down the ethereal chain. They'll get the knock up as well, and he'll flash away. So no early flash available for the Leona. Ignite did go down, but Cold will be pretty happy with that trade. Ultra Prime now not really having that fresh early engage you can get with the level 2 on the Leona.
Also should give a push to Abel and Cold in this bot side now, because you're 25 seconds on... sorry, you're going to miss the first wave coming through with the minute 30 on the clock. So it means that you can't actually get control for Elk in this bot lane, whereas Abel and Cold should be able to do so as they start off with just helping Aki with his initial buff. And now you gotta have to see how that kind of mixes things up, because traditionally, like when you look towards Hacker, you'd love to be able to go, right, I can like leave Elk and Shousey to their own devices, but with no flash on Shousey, and also surprisingly not running Hex Flash either, it's gonna be a bit of a weird bot side here for Ultra Prime.
Curious to see now as Aki level 2, going to see if he can make something work into this mid lane. Cryin though with a level 2 of his own. Now we're going to see the flag and drag come out. Cryin will have to flash himself away. We'll get the Rune Prison down. And good moves here from Aki, getting himself out on the board nice and early and making sure that he could be a disruptive force of nature.
And it didn't cost him anything, right? Like, that was just a transitional gank where he's like, look, I am pathing to my top side anyway, so I'm just going to walk through mid instead and see if I can burn a flash. Now he gets that down for Cryin, and suddenly the mid jungle 2v2 for OMG is set up beautifully to try and make some plays in towards this mid lane. Cream, though, taking a bit of a terrible trade in the mid lane, means that he's already kind of lost his passive, but still should be fine to try and look for kills on Cryin in the next 4 minutes.
Going back, I know you mentioned there Shousey did not have Hex Flash because he went with Stopwatch and the Minion Dematerializer, so having both actives available to him.
Yeah, I mean, I think in like this scenario, I don't know why he's valuing Stopwatch, right? Like, Stopwatch is great if you're going to be looking at like dives and stuff like that, but I really don't see that happening, at least in theory, in the early stages, because the push out.
Ooh, Abel in a lot of trouble here, has to flash and cleanse. Shousey without a flash, but without a care for it, because he gets himself a nice trade here. And Ultra Prime, they have the advantage in the bot lane again.
Yeah, Code just walking directly into the jumpers there. Means that Elk and Shousey now burn that flash, so maybe we can see Hacker try and make some plays onto this bot, and Cryin will look to reset. Maybe he can join him, but top side, Aki wants to go for 3 for 3 on Summoner Spells burn.
Yeah, he wants to try and make it as much of a nuisance of himself as possible. The flag and drag will come out, the flash will be answered, and that's a great start for Aki. He is just burning summoners left, right, and center. Now Hacker recognizing he needs to make something work. He needs to make something happen. With no flash and no cleanse here for Abel, this could be the moment for it to go in with the ultimate. Oh, not the ultimate, it's a Zenith Blade, and they will take him down. It's a repeat of game 1, but the TP comes in much cleaner from Cream, and he picks up 2 kills on the back of it. Double kill there for the OMG mid laner, and he's going to be able to pepper down Hacker's health bar as well.
Really nice job from Cream. Looks in towards the mid lane and goes, hang on a second. With Cryin having burnt flash, he's shoved in. I can walk back to lane without having to burn my TP, and it means that TP is available for the bot side. So that's where you can see that initial gank from Aki paying dividends in the long run. As you can see here, even though you already had the reset come through from the flank, she didn't have to burn the TP, and now with that stun coming through just on the dying breath from Abel, it sets up Cream beautifully to pick up that double kill.
Very well done here by OMG, and this is the kind of play that we saw exactly the same in game 1, but this time OMG react to it properly. Cream gets himself nicely down that bot side, nice and early, doesn't wait too long for it to happen, and it ends up being a much more favorable trade. And with Aki now setting up every other lane with just burning flash and flash and flash and flash, it is starting to get a little bit easier and better for the side of OMG to be able to get their pressure down and move this LeBlanc around the map.
And because you'd already got that early reset coming through from Cream, he's at the 4 Dark Seal stacks because he'd got that Dark Seal on that first return, and now he gets pushing mid and plays on bot.
Yeah, push it mid, plays on bot, and kills on Elk. That is as easy as you like. They will trade it back, though, as the Alistair does go down, and now Shousey here underneath the tower. They may actually look to try and re-engage this as Cryan is here. Aki waiting for his flag and drag, has got his flash available, has to use his own, but Cream can't get over the wall just yet. He's waiting for his distortion, but not able to get it up in time. Ultra Prime answer back, OMG overextend.
Cream used the Sigil of Malice, which meant he didn't have enough mana to get over the wall. He'd run out of mana for his distortion, so wasn't able to make it out. And then Ultra Prime collapsing. Now Ultra Prime get the turnaround play on bot. They'll get the Dragon. The big win back in favor of Ultra Prime.
Big win here for Ultra Prime, and OMG, they were starting to build a bit of momentum. This is a perfect way to quell that, to stop it. Let's have a look at the replay here, because this is great from Cold. Immediately gets the CC down, and they're able to just completely burn out Elk.
Yeah, locks him up against the wall as well with the CC lock as well. Nicely done. But here, watch Cream, right? Ends up throwing the chains into the Sigil and then doesn't have the mana for distortion, so isn't able to follow up over the wall, which means he gets pinned down. And even here as well, you can see trying desperately to get over the wall, but no mana, no luck.
Yeah, and I love that as well. You can see the Shield of Daybreak. It pops down the Leona passive, which means they know which one is the real LeBlanc. They know which one is the one they need to try and focus out, so they were not to be duped. And now Ultra Prime picked themselves up a Dragon off the back of that as well. We are starting to see the flashes come back up, though, for Cryan. So Cream's going to have to be a little bit careful in this mid lane. If he gets locked up here by a Rune Prison as the Hecarim comes in, he could be in for a world of hurt. And already the Leona Shousey saying, all right, Elk, I'm sorry, you're on your own. I'm now roaming around the map, using that minion dematerializer to get some pressure around the mid lane.
Yeah, it does feel, though, like it's a bit of a missed opportunity for Aki and Cream, though, right? Like, yes, they tried to make the play on bot side, but they could have just made a play mid. Like, you still didn't have the flash on Cryan. Like, make that play happen in mid, get full control mid, and then look for those plays bot, as Cream now brings Shousey with them.
Brings Shousey with him. Shousey pretty decently tanky with that W passive and gets himself back out. So again, more pressure into that mid lane. We are not going to see a Dragon push as it's not available for 3.5 minutes, but in 12 seconds the Rift Herald is. So where do the side of Ultra Prime go? Where does the side of OMG go? Because they are going to be trying to get back into this game. We talked about right at the top of the show that where these two teams find their advantages in the early game, to be aggressive, to get in the face of their opponent. It doesn't always work out for them, but they definitely love to have that action.
Rift Herald is available, but I don't think either team particularly looking at it for the moment. Like, you can see that there's no real push on this bot side for Elk and Shousey, and a lot of that kind of stemming back to that early level 1 that we saw with Shousey's flash being burnt. Now, Elk being shoved in, and you can start to rotate Abel and Code up. So at least on OMG side, they're feeling comfortable to kind of half start this up, but there is a ward on that Rift Herald, so they'll know, or at least the Ultra Prime will know that this is available. They just need to be so careful of Cream. 3 kills now on this LeBlanc, but with the Merc threads picked up, not a huge amount of damage in total.
Yeah, not a lot of damage reacted to. You talked about the 4 stacks of the Dark Seal, now down to 1 as he was taken out. Cream waiting for Cryan, as we can see now Cole goes in with the headbutt pulverized, but immediately flashed away by Cryan. He got himself a summoner back, and now with despite the unbreakable will, he will be broken. There's going to be the Realm Orb coming out. They're going to try and stop Aki from collecting this. They've transported the Kennen right onto the backside. The Cataclysm comes out to kill off the Hecarim, but the Jarvan trades his life for not getting the Rift Herald, and 3 swift kills going over to Ultra Prime. They only traded for 1, and they only lose the experience of the Rift Herald going down.
Again, OMG just not on the same page. Some are trying to fight, some are trying to finish the Rift Herald. Nobody's making a call. Not only do they, yes, kill the Rift Herald, but not pick up the orb, they end up losing out on the fight as well. Super messy from OMG. You'll see it here, right? Like, I appreciate the idea of the engage here, but Aki and Shanji here just go straight back to Rift Herald when you've already got Code dying. Nobody is trying to save Code. Nobody's trying to follow up on this. And then Ultra Prime are able to, with Hacker, doing a nice job to interrupt the sliding glide coming through from the Jarvan. Means that he can't pick up the Rift Herald, and they're losing the fight as well.
Big momentum shift here for Ultra Prime, and again, we're seeing the power of this Rise. The Rise being able to slow down, get himself into a decent position, and make sure that he doesn't go down. He's putting down the DPS, that point-and-click CC. It just feels so oppressive when you combo it in with all the wave clear he has as well. It's just so difficult for OMG to make something work for them, and right now, this is starting to look a little bit dire for them. They're already down 2,000 gold. The Dragon going to be spawning in 40 seconds. I don't know if they can contest this.
I mean, especially when you're looking at like the way that last fight went, right? Like, oh, a Cold can set up these fights relatively well and be that dive buddy alongside Aki, but with no damage coming through from Cream right now, that dive buddy combo that we talked about in like Aki's Cataclysm into Cream's burst to kill Elk isn't really there. Brian as well, still going to be churning out a lot of damage in the meantime too, just with the fact that he's kind of been left relatively untouched in the fights thus far, so I don't know. OMG, you got to try and find some answers. Shanji at least pushing in top, now moving to mid, but has been spotted on a ward. And Ultra Prime may still look to use that TP from Ali as though to get down towards this fight.
Yeah, they're going to put down Cryan as well, so they've got all 5 members here. They are not willing to let this one go without a fight. They have the Solar Flare available to them. There's some decent ultimates here for OMG, and Cream is off on a flank. They don't know exactly where he is, but they know he's not with the team just yet. They're hunting. They sniff him. There they go. They know exactly where he is now. They know exactly what he's trying to do. Dragon has been aggroed and has been started. Ultra Prime, though, are more concerned with trying to deal with Cream. As you can see, Cryan just going toe-to-toe with him. The Ethereal Chains will pop as both mid laners taking about equal fight. It's kind of a 4v4 versus a 1v1. It's very, very separated. As we can see now, the Dragon down to about 1,500 HP. It's going to reset just at the last second as it goes back up to 2,000. It's going to be very scrappy. You can see now Cream going over the wall. They'll land themselves a little bit of a rune prism to Shanji. Now here we go. The Dragon has been secured. If they can try and jump onto the backside. Slicing Maelstrom, though, going to stop everything from this front line from doing anything as the Alistar finally falls. The Jinx gets excited and the fight can reset. Cream's clone doing an awful lot of work to dodge out some of this damage as Aki goes back in with the flag and drag Cataclysm back down as Cream tries to follow him up. Aki trying his best. One more rocket will do it, and that is it. Abel now with the chakrams trying to see if he can do as much damage as possible. It's scrappy, it's hella messy, but at the end of it all, it's still Ultra Prime! Triple kill for Elk! One more auto attack, he wants the Cruncher, you can see it, but he's not going to be given it. Ultra Prime, 2 dragons now, 10 kills to 5.
And a 4,000 gold lead opening up just like that. Ultra Prime played that fight so well, being able to quiet it back as Gold will find Chelsea just being a little bit of a nuisance as Ultra Prime will back away. But I gotta say, this not the play from OMG, right? This fight that's happened on the top side, Cream basically misses every spell onto Cryan. So Cryan gets the full combo off and wins out the trade. Great engage here from Code, but nobody's there to follow up. Aki doesn't have the flag and drag up and available yet, so Code ends up going down before anyone can really follow up. Abel's not able to get into these fights as well because the front line from Ultra Prime is doing a good job. And if Cream is trying to fight front to back, he's just launching himself into so many of these frontline champions for Ultra Prime, so he's not able to get too much done either. Eventually, the return comes through as Ultra Prime get their engage off, and Elk can clean it.
That almost was going to be full house there for Ultra Prime and Elk as well. Cream just about keeping himself alive, but 6, 2, and 3 now for Elk. He's got himself all the way up to his Gale Force. He's very, very heavily accelerated. This game is starting to run away again, similar to game 1. OMG just not really on the same page, not coordinating very well, and I feel like, yes, the Kennen isn't going to do as well in the side lane as Jace will, but in terms of these fights, OMG just giving them Ultra Prime a situation on a platter where the Kennen is just so useful.
Remember what we said as well, if Elk stays up, Ultra Prime win the fight, and now you've got 6 kills onto Elk as Alias is in trouble.
He is in a lot of trouble. We'll pop down the Slicing Maelstrom, but the exhaust is good from Shanji, which means that the damage cannot be turned around. Supermatic Rocket does come out, but goes whiffing by, and that's a good little response here from OMG. They need a couple of those now to try and gain pressure on the map. They've actually got already the objective bounties available to them. That's how far behind they are.
I like that they're trying to make the plays topside, though, because, again, we were kind of saying, look, Allies, at least as this game goes on, will start to lose out in the side lane. So if Shanji then becomes the new win condition from OMG, maybe they can avoid fighting Ultra Prime. But obviously with 2 dragons already picked up for Ultra Prime, it is a Cloud Soul coming up, so maybe OMG are just like, look, give up Cloud, try and play fully for these side lanes and see if we can, like, link up with Shanji, Cream, Aki, make dives happen onto Allies, and make the plays happen that way.
This series has been so scrappy. We talk about these teams being in playoffs, but And I'm not trying to say this to be mean to some of the teams or the players, but I think of some of the teams that are going to be in our playoffs, you know? Like, I'm looking at the list of them right now. You got, like, Weibo Gaming, LNG, V5, BLG, Top Esports, you know? These are teams that, yes, fair enough, have got their weaknesses, but if Ultra Prime and OMG want to play with the big boys, they gotta try and step up this right now, because it is not looking super clean from either of these teams. We are going to see now Crying getting jumped on by Cream, but again, with the Everfrost, is going to be able to turn it back around. The Solar Flare goes down, and they're trying to get behind now. As we can see now, there's the Onslaught of Shadows coming out. The cleanse going to have to be used straight away. Cold has died, as has Hacker. So it's a trade of 1 for 1, but they found the Gwen, and she is no longer immune. Another kill going over to Elk. Ultra Prime did not get themselves the Rift Herald just yet, but they got themselves a team fight.
And now the Cataclysm is up for Aki. So you're kind of wondering, like, looking at OMG, like, why are you trying to go into these fights? Like, try and play it slow if you have to. Like, buy time for Aki to take or at least get his ultimate back up, or don't take the fight at all, right? You can see, like, OMG start this fight because you end up with Cream caught on the side, but it means that you've got no ultimate, no Cataclysm for Aki, no backline threat. Elk once more untouched in these fights. And Crying has just been able to turn out damage onto everyone in OMG the second they're available. There's just super, super messy fights. And you see as well, Elias didn't even have to use his ult in that fight. There was just no reason for him to try and play defensive there because, well, OMG were already in the back foot the whole time.
Yeah, he will use a Slicing Melts from here just to clear away the wave. Now Aki flags and drags himself out. Hacker is cantering. He can go for something. Will land on the Cold, though. Cold, though, has no ult, has no flash, has nowhere to go, and has been donated over to the Kennen Fund. That's going to equal out into another Dragon. Ultra Prime going to be putting themselves on the Soul Point. And yes, it is only a Cloud Soul, but that's a Hecarim. That extra movement speed will equal damage. And yes, he is going to be full-tank Hecarim, but anything he can get will be absolutely fantastically greeted and garnered. See there, Cold. He's just by himself, and there's just no need for him to be there.
Yeah, I don't even care about the soul, to be perfectly honest. Like, I think the big thing for me is just that, like, you now are running out of time for OMG. The best way for you to... Oh, hang on, Cream? Okay, Cream's just dead. That's not helping either.
Move on.
So basically, the best way for OMG to, like, try and counteract Ultra Prime right now is not going to fights. It's trying to, like, play through Shanji in the side lane. Try and set up. Shanji, though, 0-3 because they keep trying to take fights. Hasn't even got his first item completed yet. Still sitting on that Leeching Leer. So... you don't really have the side lane win condition in your favor, but maybe you can try and go towards it. That's not going to happen, though, if you keep taking fights and losing and not being able to trade dragon stacking. Nice flash from Crying. Not trading the dragon stacking that Ultra Prime are going for a cross-map pressure elsewhere.
Have a look at the replay now. It is just going to be Cream going down, and he just doesn't see the pony. Sadly for him, there's just too much damage.
And you've got 5 kills onto Cream, but the damage just isn't stacking up with him, right? Because he's got the Merc Threads, he's only just got the Luden's Echo. He's not really in a position to try and take over fights. And then you look across at what Ultra Prime have going for themselves, right? The Fimble Winter now for Crying. Hacker moving towards that Force of Nature, it looks like as well.
I feel terrible for Cold right now, because yes, he's 0-5, but he has to go in. He is such a key and part of their engage that if he doesn't go in, no one really is going to feel comfortable to do so. So yes, he is going to have to put himself into a lot of bad positions to try and make something work for his team. And so, what? Oh my God, the lip from the rock stops that from being seen. That's garbage. I'm sorry, that really annoys me.
Hey, look. It's a part and parcel of it, you know? Just sometimes the words are a little bit funky. Sometimes Nautilus hitboxes are a little bit funky, you know? We come to accept this as League of Legends players. We're not happy about it, but we accept it.
We just have to. It's like, I don't know, I just... Sometimes I just want my spaghettis, but... we'll come back. I won't spend too much time on it, otherwise I'll just get tilted and annoyed. As we now see Rift Herald, Shelly going to get a double bop, one into top tier 1, second one into the tier 2. So they're going to get a pretty decent amount of damage. And with Crying and Kennen running the teleport, they can run this kind of setup of 2-3. Mid lane turret is under siege right now, and again, you're going to have to try and make this one work for your team. As the Solar Flare comes out, it's only really slow. There's going to be the Realm Orb coming in. They're going to use the Onslaught of Shadows, and already you can see Abel is pretty much not able to do anything in this fight. He has so little HP, and Cold had to sacrifice himself to defend his AD carry.
And just like that, Ultra Prime get mid lane turret, nice engage coming through to follow up. And now with everyone on OMG having to back away, this is going to be a tier 2 gone in the mid lane alongside the tier 2 in the top side gone as well. Ultra Prime firmly in the driver's seat. OMG, they're going.
OMG is right. OMG, I can't believe we're in the game 3 of this series. But again, it is just Ultra Prime playing this better. And I think the key thing has been whichever mid laner, we highlighted it very much at the start of this between Cryan and Cream, whichever mid laner was able to affect outside of their own mid lane wins the game. The junglers have had pretty decent games, but it's been all about this rise. This rise that was fantastic for Cream in game 1, game 2, fantastic for Cryan in game 1. And now for Cryan again, he's just having much more of an impact. And again, he's going tanky. He's just not going to die. That's the most annoying thing about it, is that he's just so tanky that even if he does get caught out, he's just not going to fall.
And who do you even catch out at this stage? Like, not only just the rise, but like every. You've got Elias is going to be pretty alright, like working up towards the Void Staff. Even though he doesn't technically have a huge amount of tanky stats, he's still going to be pretty difficult to try and lock down just with the flash being available, the ability to use that ultimate. Also the fact that he's never overextending in side lanes. You can see there, right? Pushing in. He knows that River is kind of as far as he can go, so he's just going to try and play around that. And the desperation Baron from Aki and Shanji instantly going to be spotted by Ultra Prime, who now can look to go, right, you have to exit out towards the top of the map. We're just going to look to barrel down this mid.
Barrel down mid or get the cannon behind enemy lines. They know roughly where they are. So Cream gonna have a nasty little surprise. Oh, actually, never mind. Alice thought about it, but then at the end of it all, just kind of trying to pop out the single ones. They've lost a big team fight ultimate. I will say Cream did lose his flash. The soul should go over to Ultra Prime. It did feel like maybe Elias wasn't really looking at his screen there for a second. Just kind of felt a bit surprised. I thought it was going to be like a moment of him just bursting him out, but they get the reward they wanted. It's going to be OMG now going up against a Cloud Soul of Ultra Prime. And again, they're going to need stuff like that Baron call. They need to try and get something to catch Ultra Prime off guard, because otherwise they're just going to lose. There's nothing else to it.
And there's no way that OMG can really answer, right? Because Cream was sent back packing. You can't really aggress forward as OMG. They don't have the damage now to turn over towards a Baron. Even their vision control that they've managed to establish at Baron is pretty shallow at best. I mean, what, I think they have one ward at the back of red, and that's kind of it. That's past the river, or even in river, so you're not really getting much on the map for OMG. Now Ultra Prime just move over. They'll start to clear out the lackluster vision that you'd even got for OMG, and could honestly maybe even just think to turn directly over towards this Baron if they wanted to.
Yeah, they have all the options in the world available to them. I will say there is a one ward there just off to the side, so the side of OMG should be able to discern whether or not it's going down. But look at the items being picked up now. 3 items onto L. Finished up that Lord Dominic's Regard alongside his Rapid Fire Cannon, and of course his Gale Force. Got the Dead Man's Plate here alongside the Turbo Chem Tank, so the Hacker's Hecarim is going to be doing so much damage. And you even have the Void Staff as well, so Alice, though, I don't really think you should be using your ultimate that quickly off cooldown, especially on a distorted target like, or a high mobility target like the LeBlanc.
Here we go, the Ultra Prime starting to move in. It just, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of half listening to you because I was like looking at Ultra Prime's like schedule that's coming up, because I was just like, who do they actually have to play and who do they beat, right? Because we saw them beat LGD, we've seen them go like 1 for 2 against anyone's legend and FPX and that, but like this would be the 3rd win for Ultra Prime. I'm just thinking, like, do they actually manage to make it into towards playoffs? And then I look and they got like DLG, RNG, D5, JDG still to play. It's not looking so good.
True. Well, we'll have to see now if we're going to make it out of this game alive, as we are going to see the Cataclysm come down. This is a really good start here for OMG. Elk has to use his flash and his heal to try and keep himself alive, but they're too far behind. That was probably the best opportunity we've seen from OMG in a pick nonetheless, so they do delay the inevitable, or maybe not. They are starting to change destiny with that little bit of a move.
I don't know. I mean, they don't really have like crazy late game scaling, right? Like Shanji can do alright, but he's so far behind at this stage. And I mean, this was just a mistake from OMG, right? You're only 3 people strong. You've got 4 for Ultra Prime. Cream isn't in position, so it ends up just being Cream is in position to jump onto Ultra Prime, so they manage to pick off Cryan. Whereas it's just a step too far for Ultra Prime, where they don't really have all their eggs in the basket yet before they try and go for that. So Take it a bit slower for Ultra Prime. Still should be pretty alright. The big like difference maker for me in this one is just Jinx. 3 items already, working up towards that GA. Once she has the GA, Cream just becomes negligible. Just doesn't really do anything. Because his whole job in this game is to assassinate Elk, and so far we haven't seen it happen at all. And if you've kind of committed everything to like getting health bar number 1 down for Elk, and then he's come back up with a second one, you just don't really have the chance to carry on the rest of the fight, or at least like pop yourself back in his Cream to try and finish him off because of the amount of CC that Ultra Prime has.
How's your take on Hector? I don't think anything's going to really happen.
No.
I think we've already established everything about it. So how's your day going? You excited for things?
I got up at 6 a.m. for tech check, and like that's kind of been me on my LPL schedule from that point. So it's kind of just been an LPL driven day, you know?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I got up at 6, but then my power went out, so I couldn't do check check. But I was awake, which really annoyed me. Because I was like, if I knew this was going to happen, I would stay in bed. Got an extra hour of sleep, but it wasn't to be.
I do, for chat, because you probably don't realize, our director, Shelion, has this ever-growing library of me, Ushin, Ox,
the entire caster team.
All just yawning because we're all getting up at like crazy AM to actually cast. So every so often we'll be like in a rehearsal, and you think you're getting your next graphic coming up and going, yeah, we're going to talk about Ultra Prime and their stats, and then it's just like, no, slap bam, a picture of you with the biggest yawn of your face. It's pretty great.
Yeah, it's honestly a fun time for everybody involved, and again, we're gonna see this Twitter. I will say, I know you're obviously talking about this negligible, and obviously the scaling is ridiculous on the side of Ultra Prime, but this is taking a little longer than a 7,000 gold lead at 20 minutes says. You know, this is feeling like they're a little bit tentative, a little bit scared, and yes, you only have 2 items on pretty much everybody on the side of OMG, but if you're able to steal a Baron, sneak away an Elder Drake, that's a big issue then for Ultra Prime.
I mean, I just don't know why they're not committing to Cry and pushing in a side. Right? Like, it feels like you can start to have him put pressure there. You know, Shanji's about to show up on bot wave. Cool. Let's then commit to the a play on mid, because Shanji can't come in and join us. Like, we've got this Jinx who's absolutely insane right now. Like, let's take those fights. But instead, they're just not willing to pull the trigger on either split push, like in a 1-4, or the actual fight itself. And yes, you got Dragon that's up in 30 seconds, so they're probably just going to take it slow and play for that. You've got Flash unavailable for allies though, which will make that a little bit tougher. Although he just kind of needs to play defensive at the moment and sit on top of Elk and deny OMG access to it. But without real vision set up in River, it does give more movement and more options for Cream to find those farms.
Now 8 seconds, the Dragon will be spawned. So that's 2 big ultimate, or 2 big ultimate ending abilities. As Cream goes over, goes back, and just playing a little bit of keep away from Chelsea. Now Chelsea has no flash and no solar flare. That's a lot used, and all you've lost is a distortion here from Cream, and his ult's going to be back up, so he's going to have a double distortion back anytime soon.
Yeah, that was a pretty big faux pas from Chelsea, going way overextended there. And now Ultra Prime, they're the ones trying to battle back control of River, but this is perfect for Cream because he's sitting on the pink now. You got to be so careful as Ultra Prime. And this is Elder. This is a game-changing objective that Ultra Prime are whiffing completely on the setup.
Cold is running around. They don't know exactly where he is. That ward is not spotting him out just yet. And you can see Ultra Prime, they don't have vision control. They don't have ideas of where everyone is. Now they do. And they see now Cold going to force to use his ultimate here. He's very much on his own. He will delay and delay and delay, but shall be turned into state. As now the Onslaught Shadow comes out onto the backside. Cream trying to get himself away, but gets pushed back right into the wall. Aki trying to defend his mid laner. As we can now see, the Slicing Maelstrom has been exhausted, but Shanji's dead. Now Elk can really make something work for his team. The Cataclysm comes down. He will go golden just to keep himself alive. And what seemed like an absolute eternity should be Ultra Prime going forward. But as we said, the big damage dealers are still alive for OMG.
Yeah, Abel being able to keep his chakrams up and running as well. That's crying. Gonna go down. Abel picks him off.
Oh dear, this is all starting to get a bit messy now, Dagda. Ultra Prime, they had such a good fight. They're going to still go to Baron. Your health bars are so low. Elk needs to go back.
Yeah, they are unbelievably low. Maybe they can look for the turn. Cream still hovering here. Abel trying desperately. No ultimates up and available apart from Cream.
Oh, Abel gets caught. Nope, nothing else left for him to do. I was going to say if Cream could get back and then TP back in, he's going to try and go for it anyway as Cold has died and risen on the third time. He's going to go for the steal. Not quite able to get it. Cream still hunting, and they're going to have Shanji coming on the backside of this as well. But with the Elder Drake, these health bars are not going to last very long. Shanji has to run away as soon as he arrives. He says, hello, goodbye. Nothing else to really talk about here, and he will back himself away. Shousty, though, in a lot of trouble, will get himself out alive. And after it all, Ultra Prime finally take themselves the Elder and then will reset and look for the Baron. Oh, as I say that, Elk! What are you doing? Oh my lord, never mind, he's able to keep himself alive. The Elk is too strong. Elk almost getting caught out. Shousty making sure Hacker does as well. This game is ridiculous.
EDG and V5 is going to be cleaner. I swear.
Don't jinx it.
I swear. Just stick around,
Don't
okay?
you dare jinx this.
Yeah, we're going to get a replay here. Cold, unfortunately, just gets caught out. I thought that basically what we'd see from Cold there is like headbutt, grind, flashboard, pulverize, but because he got the lock up there from grind, he's not able to. And then from this stage forward, OMG don't know where they want to try and put their focus, right? You got Chelsea and Cryin on the top side, who are all super tanky, and they could have tried to fight down towards the bot side. You can see here, kick off Elk. Maybe that could have turned the fight for them, but they just no decision making, very scrappy from OMG. Ultra Prime now with the Elder Dragon will secure the Baron, and now they've got a little bit of time where both buffs are up and available, and they can push in. Looks like top wave is going to be the first port of call, as you've already got a wave established there on that side.
Yep, Baron and Elder, they've got the two big buffs. Only a minute left on Elder, because it took them so bloody long to get themselves back onto the map, but it is still going to be a push in. You can see there Shanji off on the backside saying, look, I'm just going to try and split push, maybe look for a flank. Cream doing the exact same thing, but now the inhibitor turrets shall be coming down. You are down about 13,000 gold. Inhibitor will fall, and those Ultra Prime start to put the dots on the I's and the crosses on the T's.
Nearly able to catch up Cream there as he's playing a little bit of a messy game there, but Ultra Prime will roam warp out of the beach, pick up this tower. Can't really do anything as OMG. You know where all the threats are. You haven't really seen the link up between the dive duo of Aki and Cream, and Elk has just been protected so well throughout this game. Nearly at full items for Elk, but I don't think we'll get to see it because with no defense here from OMG, Ultra Prime are just going to end the game.
Cryin will literally kill him right now. There's a slicing motion coming out. They're going to be able to take down their triple kill there for Allies. We said it wasn't the top lane and that was the problem, but this cannon was been pretty clean as we can now see Ultra Prime taking themselves onto 3 wins and 6. Big blow though for OMG in their playoff hopes.
Yeah, and I mean, look, if you're looking at this series thinking playoffs for either of these teams, this was not the series. This was messy on both sides. A lot of mistakes coming out from like even simple things from like how like respecting map movements coming in from their opposition. How do you want to try and play at your composition in the mid game, especially like Ultra Prime we saw here. Like, yes, it was a pretty I will say decisive win for Ultra Prime in the early team fights, but didn't really look as convincing as it could have with the massive advantage that they had. And then for OMG, Messi just all over the place.
Yeah, it was not by any stretch of the imagination clean from either of these teams. Good to see smiles though from Ultra Prime and recognizing that does give them hope going later on into the season. And like you mentioned, we look at some of the games they got to play. They do have WE next though, so this week they should be able to technically pick up a 2-0 and maybe build up their spirits a bit. But then they got JDG, V5. They go back. It's kind of like good week, bad week, good week, bad week. Because they literally go OMG WE today this week. Then in week 7 they go JDG V5. It's a bad week for them realistically. Then in week 8 they go TTRA. It's a pretty good week. And then they go finalize out with BLG RNG. So you know you take the rough with the smooth.
Yeah, I mean, look, honestly, I think the thing is when you look towards OMG, right, sitting in the playoff spot, and you're thinking Ultra Prime to get up, you're looking at teams like Invictus Gaming, right? We're suddenly on an absolute tear with Zika coming into the lineup. You're still looking at teams like Rare Adam, who just beat RNG yesterday. FPX starting to kind of still sit in there. Like, there's a lot of teams that are gunning for OMG's spot and even trying to keep Ultra Prime back at bay. And when you're looking at who has the more confident games, I definitely wouldn't be putting this on either OMG or Ultra Prime.
I agree. I don't think anyone would really be betting on these guys. We'll have to wait and see. The season is long and arduous, and we are starting to get into the final third of it. So things are starting to wrap up very, very quickly, and we're starting to see the playoff picture become a little bit clearer with each and every game. And now, for Ultra Prime, you'll take the win. Very, very solid win for them in terms of what it does for them in the standings. It keeps them in the hunt for playoffs, like we mentioned there. But there's got to be a lot of changes. There's got to be a lot of different things coming out here for these sides, for either of them to really, and again, I'm saying this as someone who was very excited for OMG, very excited in the new prospects they bring into them. And I don't know what happened, but after Lunar New Year, they just seem to have fallen off a cliff, and I don't know where they are.
Yeah, I agree. It just looks super messy, very disjointed. Like, their team fight setup isn't there. Like, we talked about like how you need to be coordinated with both the Jarvan and the LeBlanc. We literally never saw it. We said, look, you need to kind of try and play around some of these big ultimates like the Cataclysm every time they seem to go into these fights. I mean, the Cataclysm wasn't even up at some of them, and they were still trying to go. So I don't know. Team fights weren't looking great. The early game was looking pretty abysmal. Aki just didn't really look like he was able to have much of an impact in these early stages, and even when he did, it just never really found a foothold. Sorry, actually take that back. Aki had a great start to this game, but I wanted to actually see him like put pressure in towards Cream in the mid lane and like play through that little LeBlanc, like try and feed more into Cream, but instead they end up trying to make the play bot, which then cost them because they were able to get turned around by Ultra Prime. So it really just felt like OMG kind of tossing away a lot of their early victories and early leads. And that's something that, honestly, I kind of expected more out of Ultra Prime than I did out of OMG.
Yeah, and again, like you said, Aki literally got the flash blown out of Shousey, then got the flash blown out of Cryan, then got the flash blown out of Lies, and then we never saw him go back to a lane. It was never like, I got that summoner, let's go back and try to figure something else before they get level 6s and they have like, escapes or bigger power spikes. It was just more like, I did it. Bye, and then just left. It never came back, and that was the big issue I feel like that people have when they look at OMG. And again, you can be excited for people like Shanji and Cream, and Cold as well. I know you're a big Cold fan yourself, but it just felt disjointed. It felt disconnected, and it didn't feel like I said at the start of the game one, this felt like it was 5 individual players and not a cohesive team.
Yeah, and even when you looked at a lot of the fights, right, like OMG kind of separating on many fronts, not really sure. Like we saw at the Rift Herald, OMG kind of going, oh, well, are we taking the fight with Cold or are we doing the Rift Herald? They end up getting neither the fight nor the Rift Herald. We then see again at the Elder Dragon that they end up trying to take a fight there as well. And with the Realm Warp coming in from Cryan, they don't actually path down to try and get out. It's all very, very messy. And look, at least from Ultra Prime, we got to say when we were looking at a team that struggled with trying to find success in the early game and translating that into a mid game, both game 1 and game 3, at least this was a lot better from them.
A lot better, and I think Shousey, who's sitting by for an interview, will have a couple of things to say as well. We're going to send it over for that right now.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and I'm standing by with Xiaoxi from UP. So congratulations on today's win, and for UP, you guys have ended up the losing streak. So tell us more about the changes or adjustments made by the team before today's matchup. 那首先恭喜 UP， 恭喜小 C 获得了本场比赛的胜利。第一个问题也是要问到的是，在这场比赛结束之后 ，UP 也是终结了自己的连败，所以说赛前整个队伍有进行哪些方面的调整或者改变呢？
在赛前我们就都说平常心打，然后放开来打，去享受比赛，不要太紧张就可以了。
So before today's matchup, we just talked to each other. We try to maintain a very normal mentality. Try not to be nervous. To try to like have to try to calm down. To have a very good mentality and mindset into today's game. And definitely we can see this by you. You guys have shown us a super gorgeous performance. And I want to talk a bit more about game 1. It feels like in game 1, your mid jungle really targeted a lot towards the ball lane from the very early game to have so many ball lane skirmishers to try to restrain the performance or the restrain the opponents farming the ball deal. So I want to talk a bit more about what's your synergy goes into game 1. 那其实说到第一局，我们感觉你们好像从前期开始，中野就一直来针对下路有很多波的进攻，然后努力去限制对面下路的一个发育和发挥。所以说也想问一下，可能你们第一局前期的一些节奏啊，或者说沟通是怎么样的呢？
前面的节奏就是我们说对面下路很有机会越塔，然后我们就依靠着兵线，中野能推嘛，我们就说来试试看越下吧。
So for game one, we feels like the opponent's team really can give us a very good opportunity to make the tower dive around the bot lane, and for one main laner, he can really push the lane. So after he clean the waves, we can make a super good use of the bot lane waves to make the tower dive to open the situation for the whole team. And in game two, we have really seen a lot of Jinx versus Aphelios this matchup for the bot lane. But after the opponent's team have picked Aphelios, you guys have picked Rakan and Xayah this bot duo. So tell us more about the background of picking these two champions, and how do you evaluate the strengths of this body in the current meta? 那其实说到第二局，我们好像最近总是看到金克斯和厄斐琉斯的一个下路对决嘛。但是呢，你们在对面选出厄斐琉斯之后，你们是选出了霞洛这样的一对下路组合搭档。所以说也想问一下，当时第二局选出霞洛的一个原因是什么呢？而且同时你怎么评价这个版本霞洛下路的一个强度？
当时选霞洛就是我跟旧梦沟通，我们两个这是目前最好的组合，然后我觉得就试看看吧。然后以我跟旧梦的默契程度的话，我觉得霞洛是一个非常好的选择。然后评价霞洛这个英雄就看自信吧，这个应该是自信英雄。
So in the ban pick phase in game two, I just talked to Elk. I really feels like Xayah and Rakan this body is the best choice, is the optimal choice around there, and they can be a very good ball lane choices. So that's the reason for us to just pick this champion. But in terms of the evaluation on this bowling, I really feel this really depends on the confidence. If you're really confident on this champion, definitely Xayah and Rakan can be a very good choice in the current meta. I totally agree with you. And now let's move on to game three. In game three, we feel like because opponent's team, they have the Jarvan and LeBlanc this mid jungle, they really seek so many opportunities to try to make the hard engage, to have so many ganks, but every skirmishes, every team fights just ended up with you guys were able to get more leads. So what's the communication or short call made in the early game for game three? 那其实来到第三局，对面的一个皇子勒夫兰的一个中野组合也是很强势，在前期一直想要找机会，整个感觉他们是不断的想找机会，然后开团。但是呢，你们其实每一波都是处理的非常好，而且感觉你们也是在每一波的团战之中就从前期打开局面。所以说也想问一下，你们可能前期的一些沟通啊，或者说更多的指挥是怎么来进行的呢？
因为他们对勒弗兰还有皇子跟妖姬这个英雄呢，就找了很多机会嘛，然后我们就说他们这波大概在哪个位置，然后我们就沟通，我们不要给他们机会，只要吃线就好，等我们整理完线之后再跟他们打架。
Yeah, I really feel Jarvan and LeBlanc, these two champions, can really pick so many opportunities from the early game. So we would like to just target on the opponent's position, especially for their mid jungle. And we just try to avoid the skirmishes and try to clean the waves. After we have cleaned our waves, we can seek a good opportunity to make the fight back. And definitely you can see this. And congratulations again. Thank you for the sharing. 那再次恭喜你们，接下来比赛要加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy, and again, of course, Shousey there. And I like some of the ideas he's coming out with and saying, look, we believe the Xayah Rakan is strong. I don't think that it was a pick issue. I think it was just an execution issue. And again, feeling pretty damn good about it. And Shousey pretty happy with his duo buddy down on bot side.
Yeah, and it's going to be his duo buddy who picks up that MVP, as well as Elk is going to be taking another one for himself. It feels like every time Ultra Prime pick up a win, it's off the back of Elk with these MVPs.
It really does. And 30% of this team's damage in that game, 80.8% or kill participation. This guy on these carries can pop off. And with 5 MVP counts for a team that only has 3 series win, that's impressive.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, every single time he seems to pop off, that now puts him tied in 4th with most MVPs in the league. It's only with Tarzan, Scout, and Xiao who above him at the moment. But impressive stuff from Elk once more. This Jinx, just such a menace for Elk. Like, every single time he comes out, like, he's dishing out the damage. His position is good. He's got decent protection, Ultra Prime as well. It just seems to take over every time that Ultra Prime are winning.
Yeah, and he's 9 games played on it so far. I think that was his 10th there today. So Actually, I played it 3 more times, but I think it's actually 12 times now as we look into it. No, sorry, it would have only been 2, so it's only up to 11 as getting my stats and my numbers all mixed up. But yeah, like you said, it is just something he's very, very comfortable on. It does feel like it's something that works very well for the side of Ultra Prime when they do pick up their victories. And hopefully, you know, for the side of Ultra Prime, as we start moving into newer patches and newer games, that they are able to continue that style of form.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're going to be able to do so, but we are going to kick it over to a break. But don't you go too far, because very soon we'll be back with V5 versus EDG. Don't touch that browser.
Something I'm super excited about, though, Lyric, and we're going to go back to the top of the table conversation, because LNG are taking on V5 this week, my dude! We get to cast it. It's going to be awesome. I'm so excited. Every single matchup is exciting for me. We're obviously going to start with the center stage, but we're going to talk about every single one of these matchups because they're all very fun to dive into. Rookie versus Doinb. I want to leave it at that. Like that's all I need. I feel like these legends speak for themselves, but to see it happening, it's going to be so fun.
Yeah, the battle of world champions, right? I mean, heck, both these guys being the first and second world championship mid laners for the LPL. I think it's super cool. I will say in regards to this matchup, just, you know, if we're going to give opinions on who's going to come out ahead, I mean, I think rookies just squarely looked better than Doinb this split.
Is it not influenced by your V5 love at all? You promise it's not biased? You promise? As an analyst. You put your analysis brain on bet. I don't know if that's how you say it. But
transitive property. We saw Xiaohu completely dominate Doinb in it was one of the games. I think it was game 2 where he was on Corki versus Vex because Doinb made this like really bad roam timing. I think we also did see Xiaohu solo kill him one game, and Rookie solo killed Xiaohu. Therefore, Rookie comes out ahead. But I also do
results-based analysis.
I do feel like just in terms of laning, I mean, Rookie in my mind has always been a better laner than Doinb. Like that's not controversial or weird to say. Rookie is like the gold standard for how you can lane, especially on certain champions like Orianna. Like there's almost no one better. There might be no one better at Orianna than Rookie. The fact that he's finding that was the matchup he solo killed Xiaohu on. It was Orianna versus. Might have just been the normal Orianna versus Corki, but still flashes under tower, solo kills him at level 3, gets out, flashes the emote. You love to see it. And I really just feel like this is another split where Rookie has just been able to come out rejuvenated and revitalized. He's looking really good. I do got to say, right now on my second monitor, V5 have dropped a game to LGD, so maybe this is going to look like a total meme whenever this episode gets released. But yeah.
Can I just say, though, like, it works out no better because the meta is so beautiful for both these mid laners, right? You get both of their power picks, both of their comforts coming through here in a lot of the ways. But for me, it's the flexibility. It's the craziness that we have the possibility of getting, especially from Doinb's side.
I feel like we actually don't, to go the other direction. Like,
really?
I feel like
I'm hoping.
I feel like it's much harder to run things that he probably would love to run right now. The Kleds, the Renekton's, the Malphites, the Scions.
Is it though? Is it?
I feel like early laning phase against the mid lane meta champions right now would just be way too hard, right? Like playing Kled versus, you know, whether it's the Oriannas or the Victors. Like sure, you'll be able to probably get your prio, but still, I think it could be quite hard, especially just with the emphasis on scaling right now.
It just brings out Tryndamere. It's fine. It's just, it's totally
but
fine.
That's not off meta. That's not
off meta.
That's not a classic Doinb pick.
You're
making me think of the Kleds, the Malphites, the.
I would love that, but you know, I still want to see some spice in that mid lane. Obviously, Rookie has his try and true, and especially now that Orianna has just like skyrocketed it into the meta. I feel like it just fits so beautifully for him. But that's where I want to open up the conversation to the mid jungle duos because that is what makes it even more exciting. I said at the beginning of the split, V5's mid-jungle duo, for me, have the possibility to be one of the deadliest duos in the future and history of LPL, right? Like, these two playing together finally is insanity to me. And on the other side, you have another duo who's just this guy. You have the king of the jungle in Tarzan. I mean, he's swinging around on vines, killing people. But also, he has Doinb there as the duo. And I think when we see these two teams clash, that is what's going to be so integral, especially the early focus from the junglers and how that coincides with the mid.
We've been walking countless miles on a mystic way of life, unsure where we're going. Where's the rooftop of our life so we can lay down side by side, facing the sky? Watching the stars collide.
V5랑 붙게 되는데 원거리 딜러 선수랑 이제 같이 하는 서포트 선수 둘 다 챔피언 폭도 좀 넓고 굉장히 잘 하는 것 같아서 요즘에 좀 떠오르고 있는 바텀 듀오가 아닐까 싶어요. 그래서 좀 잘 준비해야 될 것 같아요. 빅토리 5 상대로 준비해야 될 거는 일단 주도권이 좀 중요할 것 같고요. 아무래도 나머지 그 상체 3명도 굉장히 잘하는 선수들이어서 라인 하나하나의 주도권이 굉장히 중요할 것 같고 그걸 어떻게 이용하는지가 좀 관건이 될 것 같아요.
All about that laning phase, and good respect there from the EDG player there to be able to say, look, you know, we know where their top side is, we know where their strengths are, we need to be able to shore that up in order to make sure we come out with the right result.
Just named everywhere though. It was just
I mean, he did specifically say laning though. He did specifically say laning, which we know is EDG's a little bit of a fault of theirs at the moment. But welcome back, one and all. We are coming into our second series of the day, and woo, baby, is a doozy. B5 versus EDG. And I want to start off talking about B5, the hot new commodity, but this is not exactly new territory for V5 fans. They're used to the roller coaster.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's part of the love and hate that you have for V5, right? And as we kind of showed, they're like rise and fall to victory over and over again. It is a little bit of a sad one, right?
I love this.
You look at like Spring, right, in 2019 when they joined the league, 13th, right the way down into 17th in LPL Spring 2020, setting the record for the worst losing streak in LPL history because we added a 17th team and they lost to them as well. Then they come back into summer 2020, and that's where we saw the first iteration of this team that really started to pop off with the likes of PP God joining the team and kind of starting to make a name for himself alongside guys like Mole that Lyric loved in the mid lane. However, that then started to fade off again as they didn't end up keeping that roster. Then we end up with like Invincible and these kind of guys coming in, but just not able to find the same success in summer 2021. And now once more in spring 2022, a roster has returned to give fans hope for V5. And the real question is, how high can this roster climb? Because thus far, they've kind of been the spectacular 3-game team that they've gone to 3 games in all but one of their series. And against EDG today, they're going to make sure that they're coming out on the right foot, because if you lose one, you might not get a second chance here against EDG.
And I love that you brought up the schedule as well, because when we look at how this team has played throughout the split, we look at their, how far can they go? How high can they climb? They've had a pretty easy start of it, really only losing the Weibo, but then, kind of beating out RNG. And it's just like, they haven't had a huge amount. Look at the teams they still have to face. LNG and EDG this week alone.
Yeah, LNG, EDG, BLG. What was a rising JDG that's kind of been shut down, but I mean, there's still a huge amount of these top teams still to play for V5, and it does feel like this team is improving over time though, right? Like, we've been talking a lot about like Rookie and Carson, the mid lane as kind of the big power point on the map for V5, but as Viper kind of pointed out in the opening segment as well, that the bot lane for PP God and Photic is slowly but steadily becoming more secure, more stable, and Photic is starting to come up as a big teamfight carry for this team as well.
Yeah, they are starting to gel pretty well. It was kind of, as you mentioned, coming in, it was the rookie show. Then Rich was added in, finding his feeding. Of course, if you don't know who Rich is, he was basically considered one of the greatest players to ever play Heroes of the Storm, and has come over into a new MOBA and has been slowly bringing it back. I'll always remember that I think it was the top esports game where they ended up having that base defense against the Chemsoul, rest in peace Chemsoul. But it is starting to work together. It is starting to build up with these two teams. And I think when we look at all the different, we talk about the schedule, we talk about everything, and we look at EDG, the current world champions, the current LPL champions, they still have a bit of a gauntlet to play themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly the easiest of roads. And I think for Edward Gaming, especially when we looked at the start of the split, it was a much easier time for them. When we look at the teams that they had to play, it was kind of a nice, easy, like, welcome back.
Easing in, yeah. Our world champions, have a seat.
Yeah, exactly. Like, give them a bit of time, but they still have, like, top esports, OMG, BLG, LNG still yet to play. So this is Edward Gaming at least kind of like, okay, you get the easy route in, but now that they're starting to come up against the tougher opponents, we've seen them start to stumble, right? They played against IG just there in their last series, and although they were able to beat them 2-0, the game 2 wasn't as strong as you would have expected. And even losing out to Weibo Gaming as well, like, this is a squad that definitely isn't looking as gigantic and as much of a titan of the LPL as they did in their first few games.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're starting to get the real feel to what this team is and what they're able to do given the new meta, new teams, new setups, everything that's going on right now. And I think if we're looking at these two teams, there's nowhere else but to look. It's got to be mid lane. And we always seem to be talking about mid lane, but in these two guys, Scout versus Rookie, this is the matchup that is going to be pivotal for either of these teams to come out with a victory.
Yeah, and I mean, look, when you look at Scout, he's been absolutely insane in the mid lane for EDG, right? Like, his KDA is second in the league, goal difference is second in the league, and he's been able to very much control that mid lane for the squad. And in the games where you kind of need someone to step up, it's oftentimes Scout coming out with plays where we saw him get, like, so many kills on picks like the Rise and trying to dictate the pace in the early game on this Rise pick. But when you look across at guys like Rookie, yes, you can look at how good his KDA is, his CSD, his goal difference, but look at the number of solo kills that Rookie has. 8. He is second in the entire league, only to Cream. And Rookie's just been a pop-off performer for V5. Every time you look towards team fights, it's Rookie trying to make the hero play that is setting themselves up for success. And especially on picks like the Zoes, the Orianas, these kind of things, Rookie is so instrumental to V5 success.
Yeah, he really is. I think Rookie is the big carry. I don't think anyone's going to be, talking about it any other way. And I think for the side of V5, it is great to have that, but you need a little bit more. And like we said, they are gelling pretty well together, but this is a massive matchup. Both teams 7-1. And not only that, you're playing against a team that is right beside you at the top of the table. You're playing against a team that is basically going to be fighting for you for those top two to get you into the double elimination automatically. And this could be pivotal for either of your seasons. We saw it in summer of last year. RNG didn't get into the top two. They got knocked out. It can just happen. Best of fives are a completely different ball game.
And I think as well, a lot to kind of prove for both these teams, right? As EDG, we kind of talk about them stumbling. The fact that they can come into today and take down V5 as well would kind of be a little bit of a pat on the back and say, all right, lads, you still got it. Whereas when you look across at V5, this is also a team that has had some question marks kind of put up against them, right? When you're looking at 2-1 basically in every single game that they played, that's not exactly convincing wins on either side. So being able to beat EDG here would kind of, at least for me, place V5 into that upper echelons of teams, put them into the conversation for, right, this is now a playoff contender. This is now someone that could even be fighting for finals and further if they get the opportunity. But we're going to have to see if they're able to do it against Edward Gaming, because as we said, EDG, the world champions, they're not easy pushovers.
No, I don't think anyone would be expecting them to be either. And I love how you brought that up as well, because for V5, a lot of people are like, yeah, playoffs, pretty decent team. Karsa Rookie, solid. Photic and PP God, pretty, aggressive, to say the least, but a decent bot lane. And we had a couple of question marks about Rich when he first came in, but overall, I think we're pretty damn happy with them. But no one was ever putting them into the real... No one that I was talking to anyway was putting them in the real discussion of winning the LPL, winning a championship. And that's what this is coming down to. This is about where you're looking at some of these teams are in the top as well. All the teams that are on 7 wins, the RNGs, the EDGs, the Weibos, the LNGs. These are teams that we would arguably say that they have a championship spot. They have a shot at making this run work for themselves. So this is a great opportunity and a huge test here for V5 to prove that they should be in those conversations and we shouldn't be underestimating them.
Yeah, and there's a couple of those tests that I'm looking at here today, right? And honestly, both of them are going to be in those side lanes. It's going to be one looking at Photic and PP God in this bot side. We've talked about them getting more stable, but certainly when we had them join the LPL, both for Demacia Cup and also then for LPL at the start of the split, looking very point flippy, where they could try and go for these very aggressive plays in the bot side, and sometimes they just had the mechanics and they'd pay off, right? They'd be able to beat them. Other times, they would get 2v2'd and end up kind of giving away a huge amount of pressure onto that bottom side of the map. This is starting to stabilize, but against Mako and Viper, this feels like, well, without a doubt, the toughest matchup that you can face in that bot lane in the LPL right now. So for Photic and PP God, they got to make sure that they're coming in and like keeping things safe and calm and playing correctly in that bottom side. And giving time for Rookie and Karsa to kind of take over the mid jungle. And then as well, looking at Rich. Rich has been a bit hit or miss in this top side. Sometimes we see him have phenomenal games. Other times he's very, very messy. So for Rich, I want to see now how he's going to pair up against Flandre. Because again, another player that, if given the opportunity, can just take over.
Yeah, and I think again, Talking about the big test, we gotta say, you know, we're talking up a lot for V5, a lot of big expectations. The expectations cannot be any higher for EDG. Current world champions, current LPL champions. These guys haven't changed a thing since coming into the 2022 season and have looked pretty dominable, or indomitable. They have looked incredibly clean in some of their games, and in sometimes not so much. We have seen some interesting picks in the top side. Annie, Vladimir, Cho'Gath, the likes, as we can see now, coming onto stage. This is for me to see, is this still the team that we sent to Worlds in 2021? Is this still a team that can be feared throughout the world, and someone who will be not only looking at the LPL Championship, but even international success beyond?
Yeah, especially when you're looking towards like MSI and stuff, right? Like only one team being able to go kind of changes the narrative a little bit, where it's nice and all if you can get to playoffs, but for EDG, a team that has just won Worlds, you expect them to still be looking at those international stages, and how can they get to those points? Well, it's got to start with taking down teams like V5. It's got to start with, you know, riding the kind of this stumbling blocks that we've seen them struggle with thus far coming into the split. And yes, it's been really cool at the start to see them kind of bringing out some of these mad picks like you talked about. Like Yanni is the counter into the Jace, the Vladimir is the counter into Jace top as well. But then we saw, you know, Cho'Gath not working out so hot. We've seen them like really struggle to find some of these wins against teams like Weibo, who were able to beat them back. So definitely not looking as indomitable, and that's what V5, at least a very smiley V5, will be looking to try and beat here today.
You got to keep the spirits high, and I think, you know, again, for the fans of V5, for the fans of this organization, it has been, like we mentioned, a roller coaster of emotions. So you got to take the good when it's going good, because otherwise it's going to be a little bit more difficult when it starts going bad, because like I said, they're the one of the few organizations, actually I say one of the few, they're the only organization that have ever gone 0-16 twice. So it's definitely a good time to be a V5 fan, and I think I'm loving this resurgence we're seeing, and we look at it more, you know, holistically at the league of these players like, you know, the IG roster that blew up. You have the Shy going to Weibo, Rookie going to V5, both finding fantastic success and really revitalizing a lot of these, you know, very core players that for a little bit there I was worrying we were going to lose.
And I love that we're seeing this kind of like pop off and re-emerging of Rookie, right? Especially when you look at the number of champions that he's been capable of doing it on. Like, Rookie has the most unique champions played in the LPL right now at 12. Like, he's beating out Scout, who's the second most play in the league at 11. So it means that you're probably going to see a huge amount of flexibility coming into this draft, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen in the mid lane, because, you know, Rise, a big pick for Scout, the Twisted Fate, a big pick for Scout, like getting out on the map and influencing it. When we look towards Rookie, it's much more about like, I want to kind of dominate my lane and then move out onto the map. So we've only seen like one game of the Twisted Fate, one game of the Rise, where he's been leaning much more towards things like the Victor, the Orianna, these kind of things that kind of can control the team fights a little bit more. And we'll have to see what the game plan is going to be, because as I said, the TF and the Rise, they're already taken off the board.
They are already taken off. We are jumping straight into picks and bans. V5 on the blue, EDG on the red to start us off. We are going to see Zeri taking away the Jace band off as well. He's talked about those crazy picks on the top side for Flandre, but he doesn't have to bring them out against the Jace anymore because it's banned away. And now EDG, you've got one last ban, still plenty on the board to talk about.
Yeah, we always get the respect. Well, a lot of the time we get the respect ban of the Lee Sin against Karsa, a phenomenal Lee Sin player. Usually get the Blanc ban as well, but people very fearful of Karsa at the moment, and it's going to be the Hecarim ban the way Gwen locked in already. Flandre feels like he's probably going to have like something in his back pocket for this though. Even with the Jace taken off the board, he could easily go back towards something like Kennen if he wants to, but we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is here. But with the bans coming through, Caitlyn has snuck through. Looks like Viper and Mako going to be looking for the best AD carry on the patch.
Yeah, the best AD carry indeed. And will they be able to combo it up? They honestly could just go Caitlyn Lux straight off the bat right now. They might wait until 3 just because they can ban away certain things against it. But at the end of it all, the Caitlyn has been locked and having the best AD carry on the patch with arguably the best AD carry in the league. That's a recipe for success.
Especially if they can try and get the jungler here as well, like secure yourself that strong jungle matchup. Like Xin Zhao could work wonders here. JJ has also gone back towards things like the Volibear and stuff if he really wants to, but looks like they're actually going to consider leaving open some sort of like counter pick in the jungle role here as well, as instantly Photic and PP got it like, cool, we don't want to opt into this lane. We're just going to go for the passive push with the ability to have them, or the mobility, sorry, of the Ezreal to kind of keep him safe. But EDG, Porky Hubbard as well. I feel like you're getting some like answers here from V5, but so many power picks just be locked in by EDG here.
Yeah, they're getting a lot on the boards. Look at the poke damage, the pure burst you're able to get from EDG right now as they lock in the Corki as well. As we can see, Botic going to go towards that Ezreal pick. Not seen a lot of play, but has been doing pretty decently for himself when we have moved down. And now we start to see where the next pick going in. And honestly, I love this from EDG. You're saying, look, rookie, we know you're the problem. We know you're the issue. We got a very safe mid laner in the Corki for Scout, and we're going to start banning away those really good counter picks into it.
The biggest problem for V5 though at the moment is they have nowhere to really like play around and try and accelerate the pace of the game. Because when you've got Caitlyn Lux, the best way to try and shut them down is to play towards them and like punish the fact that you're trying to shove in. TF and Ryze gone means it's very hard to play around that bot side. You want to try and play around, you know, elsewhere in the map, but with the Ezreal and the Karma, you can't really play around that lane. You want to try and play elsewhere in the map, well, you're up against Cork in the mid lane, gonna be totally fine. You're then looking at maybe being able to play around Rich, but EDG, if they can just get a safe pick for Flandre here, you're kind of looking at like where V5 actually going to try and make plays happen so they can, one, dissuade the full push bot lane, and two, shut down the scaling advantage that EDG have right now.
Yeah, the last two bans are going to be the Zinzao and the Viego, so banning away some of those jungle picks. I will say it's incredibly fringe. I don't expect it to happen. But just throwing it out there, could be a Karma top Gwen jungle. We do not know. We have to wait until everything's done and done. Again, not expecting it, just throwing it out there so I can say I called it if it happened. And now we see what EDG, they're going to probably pick up their jungler here, leave that last pick for Flanbe to be able to get the counter at the top, or no, they're going to go full into Kennen.
Yeah, and I think, you know, like, we haven't really seen the Gwen jungle over in the LPL, and it definitely doesn't feel like a Karsa pick, right? Like, Gwen, someone that wants to try and farm up and be a big menace in team fights, but that's not what you do with V5. Karsa wants to be on these more supportive utility-style junglers, and Zach does fit that. The only problem is right now, you don't know what JJ is going to play, and if you're going to be the Sejuani instead, but I mean, there's definitely answers for this. Like, you can go towards things like the Olaf if you want to in the early game.
It's Gwen mid. No, Trinity mid.
For a lane. You can try and go for something like the Volley Bear as well if you really want to in these sorts of situations. Like, you have decent answers here for the Sejuani, and even if you want to just go for, like, well, match the utility, which JJ might just do here, stop the ability for Sejuani and Tryndamere to take over these fights with that rookie taking the Tryndamere mid.
Yeah, I got a little excited. I completely forgot that Sejuani was a jungler, and I, for some reason, put Gwen in mid, and my head was going all over the place. But Poppy, locked and loaded. I love this pick from JJ. You mentioned the utility from it as well, but look at the amount of engage you're trying to get onto a V5. The skip and snip with the Gwen, the charge with the Sejuani, hell, even the spin to win from the Tryndamere. There are lots of ways of trying to get on top of people that the Poppy just mitigates, stops dead in its track. And not only that, on the reverse of it, if you're chasing people down and you get the heroic charge to get the CC down, pop up that steadfast presence, there's nowhere for them to go. A lot of power available here to the Poppy, especially against what V5 have drafted.
Yeah, and it feels like V5 basically are playing away from that bot side, right? Like, they've kind of gone, okay, Caitlyn's gone through, we're just going to see control of the bottom side of the map and look to play through two of the solar laners. If you can actually start to look for early ganks on towards Scout, there is the potential to try and lock him down early, get this Tryndamere rolling, and like have him as a serious side lane threat alongside the Gwen, because we talked about in the last game, Gwen does outpace the Kennen in side lane. The Kennen is a nice matchup in the early game and then does better in team fights. So that's where the counter pick of the Kennen comes from. So you've got great side lane pressure here from V5, as long as they can actually set up alongside with the Sejuani these solo lanes. If you don't end up in that situation, though, you phenomenal team fight from EDG and a very clear game plan of play around bot side, then start to keep this Caitlyn safe as you get to those mid-game fights.
We are locked and loaded. There shall only be results from here on out. EDG versus V5. A clash at the top of the table of LPL. Winner of this series will put themselves above the rest. Loser will start to muddy their own water. Neither side will be wanting to give this one. Playoff berths and playoff buys are so key as we get later and later in the season. This one's going to be a banger, or at least I certainly hope so. We're going to jump onto the Rift. We're going to start game one of this best of three.
Already you can see vision control going down on this bottom side. Photic and PP God just trying to spot out if Viper and Mako are around. Maybe even look for a little bit of cheeky poke in the early stages before Viper and Mako can get into lane. But everyone other than that just kind of fanning out, going to take this nice and slow. For EDG, right, like a lot of your control in this game is going to come for team fights is going to come from Flandre, right? Like trying to find flanks, trying to set up plays, bindings for Mako, trying to see if he can land a couple of them onto Rookie and Rich. But a huge amount of what our EDG are trying to do is like kite back in these fights, buy space from Karsa and Rookie and from Rich to actually enable Viper. But if V5 are able to take over these side lanes, if they can get the ball rolling for the solo lanes, that's where EDG are going to struggle.
Jump on, we can see both top laners, junglers helping out on the top side. Viper taking an unfortunate trade, but needs to make sure he doesn't take one or two more of those before he hits himself onto level 2 or 3, and he should be fine. Let's have a look now at where the lanes really kind of go themselves here, and I'm curious to see your thoughts. We obviously talked about, you know, the solo lanes and everything like that. The pop or the Corki into the Tryndamere. The Tryndamere will have a little bit of priority early on, despite it being range versus melee, but that quickly changes once the Corki starts to get like an item or two.
I mean, it's not even that. It's just like the early stages is like being able to trade very effectively with Rookie here in your health bar, so you can actually like get a decent push in, but usually you don't actually see it. Like Scout just kind of should be able to like shove in, but I think this is more of a decision from Scout's point of view. Going, look, at the moment it's very easy for Karsa to try and look for a gank if I'm overextended, even level 2, and he just really doesn't want to have the opportunity to get like chased down by Rookie or some sort of early flash being burned. So with Scout just allowing shove in the mid, it doesn't really like matter overly much because you're not going to look for invades on as a Sejuani. It's kind of a safety thing for Scout. So I think for Scout, it's again like try and manage this wave correctly. If he even like, it looks like he has Scout just frozen that wave in front of the tower, how do you try and break this as Carson Rookie?
Very, very difficult. JJ already getting his clear on and making sure he secures all his buffs. I will say that the early clear from Poppy, not exceptional, not terrible, but definitely not as quick as something like the Sejuani, as we can already see Karsa moving over. Will not spot the ward. Now he does. So now he's been spotted out here. We'll be able to clear that one off. Oh, no, he won't. Pity. Not quite able to get the last auto attack off on it. But again, that's good information here from EDG. They recognize now the junglers on the bot side. They can plan accordingly.
But you can see what we're talking about in the mid lane, right? Scout allows that initial push from Rookie, so now he got this little freeze going off. Now he's got a big wave pushing out. He's got JJ who's going to be here to support him, and now Scout can look for a reset and look for those early items, especially since he's running the exhaust in this lane. It's pretty important to help Scout like get that first back, look for the early tier, and try and set up the Corki for a nice little mid game. And you can see there, right? They get to walk the lane in, and now Scout can go for the reset.
Yep, they got the reset in. Bot lane still being pushed in. This is why you pick the Karma into the Caitlyn and Lux. You mentioned it earlier, but having the counter push and counter harassment there, it's basically just Enchanter bot lane. So the AD carries are just waiting for either support to really find an opportunity there. But I will say it is a little bit easier for the Lux to catch her CC versus the Karma. But again, good counter harassment coming in here from the Karma. And you can see JJ is up to the top side of this map right now saying, look, I'm there, Scout. Don't worry about it. We should be fine. And now Rookie able to finally soak up this wave. As we can see again, bot lane just going to be pushed in. An arcane shift and a mystic shot should be decent damage actually. If that mystic shot landed, Mako could have been in a lot of trouble.
The reason that you can do so well as a Karma in this matchup is watch how Pigott plays this, right? Every time he's walking up and queuing the back line of creeps, right? And because you've got a much lower cooldown on your Q as the Karma versus the E of the Lux, you can actually take out that back line of creeps much faster. And a huge amount of the early damage that you see being done onto the creeps is from the caster minions. That's what actually helps you push a lot of situations. So when you can get 2 Qs and the autos from Photic to finish off the back line, you just don't have the DPS from your own minion line to help out with your push for Viper and Mako. And it's why you're seeing Viper and Mako not going to get as much control as you'd usually see on that bottom side of the map.
Tentative starts, both teams edging towards each other, saying, look, maybe we look for something. As we can see, Mako going to be able to stop the back now here of Rookie. Very annoying there for Rookie, and those little small things can lead to bigger opportunities because again, that stops his back by another 10 seconds or so. Means he has to get himself back into the lane a little later. He doesn't have a teleport. He's got ghosts, so these are small little advantages that we're gonna have to try and keep our eyes on here for both these teams.
It'll give the opportunity here for Scout to push in, slow push, and you've got a slow wave building on the bot side here for EDG. So Scout has the opportunity if he wants to maybe look for some sort of play on the bot side. Keep my eyes on JJ to see if he starts to move back down to this bottom lane. Looks like he might be deciding to do so. So they could look to try and play around the freeze that Viper and Mako have in that bottom lane for them.
Do like this from the side of V5. Karsa's up here, but Flandre did just tick up until to get the slicing Maelstrom, so he is level 6, and that makes it very, very dangerous. But they're trying to capitalize on the fact that Flandre hasn't reset just yet, so he's still sitting on just a Doran's ring versus the Mercurial boots, Mercury boots, excuse me, of the V5 top laner. Now Scout might be in a little bit of trouble. He's going to get stunned up a little bit. He's going to have to flash over the wall, but he's not even going to bother because he knows he's just dead. Now JJ has to run away himself. V5 first blood. Nicely creative creation to get themselves an advantage.
And it's
Whoa! Mako! Not quite able to land it, but yes, top lane and the mid lane student still going in favor of V5.
Yeah, and Karsa just was spotted on the ward and top side, so EDG knew he was in the area. That's why they were rotating up to try and help out Flandre, but ended up giving over the kill instead. So nice job from V5 with Karsa just hovering outside of vision and not being where EDG expected him.
Now Rookie, he's got level 6, the Undying Rage. He's going to start roaming around. He knows Mako does not have flash, and the flash forward is going to be from PP God. They're going to try and jump onto Photic, and they will kill him off. Mako knows he's pretty much dead to rights. He's going to sacrifice himself, separate himself away from Viper, and give himself over to Rookie. Now 1-0 on 1. This Tryndamere is starting to get rolling.
Yeah, but that win on the bot side is pretty big for Viper and Mako, being able to now get control push in because you've got Rookie who's now going to answer for Scout's push in the mid lane. So all said and done, it is a win for EDG in the Corki gold versus the kill gold that went back and forth. And you see it here, right? Just nice setup by Mako means that they can get the chains there as V5 just go that little bit over aggressive in the bot lane before Rookie's in position.
Not using the flash there from Photic, not having the arcane shift either means he just gets caught out by the light binding. Ends up being a trade of 1-for-1. Like you said, big win there for EDG, considering realistically they could have lost both players and gained nothing.
And now you kind of look back and go, right, EDG, your win conditions, played through this bot side. Is that going well so far? I'd say yes. I mean, it was a little bit of a struggle in the early stages where they're down a sizable amount to CS, but now with that play, they managed to actually fix it. And as well, you've got Scout already getting some nice gold for himself as well with the turret plate that he got. You can see there, even with the kill that Rookie's managed to pick up, it's still an even even gold in between the two mid laners.
Got level 6 on Carson now, and he's roaming up here with PP God. PP God has no flash or ignite, used them both in that last skirmish, and now Rookie gonna find himself looking on top of EDG. They go in with the Steadfast Presence and the Heroic Charge, and that means that PP God has nowhere to go. There's gonna be some decent ultimates though burnt here, and now V5 might look to try and turn this one back around. They have Photic with them, and they steal away the Rift Herald, and now maybe Rich can do something here with the Gwen. They're gonna catch out JJ, and they're gonna go running in and pushing down Photic. Not able to join the fight just yet because of slicing Maelstrom, but you see the Undying Rage as Karsa goes over the wall. He stops any kind of retreat, and that's an ace there for the side of V5.
Brilliantly orchestrated by V5. Rich manages to get down to the fight first, and with that, V5 can take the kills onto EDG. Now, with Rift Herald in tow, V5 looking to crack open this top lane turret.
Oh, this is huge right now. You're going to see this. Look at this gold lead. It's going to go from 3.5 all the way up to probably about 5. They're not going to take the turret just yet. They know the resets are coming in, but that's huge for V5.
I think the wave takes it anyway. It's going to be pretty damn close. Maybe with Flandre getting here, but that turret's so low, I think it's gone.
Honestly, it's gone at the next push anyway, but I think what the reason why they did it was, it was to basically lose as many minions from Flandre as possible. They want to try and get the experience, but let's have a look at the replay here, because it starts with PP God getting caught.
Yeah, and this is a really good engage from JJ, right? Flash forward, you get the package over the top, PP God is down, but Karsa, with that Glacial Prison, managed to lock up Viper and Mako, so they're on the back foot straight away. And you can see here, right, Rich, just in a phenomenal spot here. The Huddled Mist means that he's not getting any sort of damage taken. The positioning on these, the ultimate as well, means that those needles are working through so many members of EDG, and Karsa over the wall with the whip shuts down EDG.
Just beautiful. And look, we had a couple of questions about this Sejuani. He hasn't been seeing a lot of play. Doesn't really do well into 1v1 skirmishes. But when you're in those big 5v5 fights, and when you have melee solo laners like the Tryndamere and the Gwen, you can just set up so much with your permafrost. It's such a nuisance to try and have to deal with. And now V5, they're massively accelerated. Honestly, with the Undying Rage, Scout is dead. There's nowhere for him to go, nothing for him to do. Rookie will keep himself alive anyway, and this is why you pick the Tryndamere.
And this is why you don't really want to fight in the early stages as EDG. You have a composition that wants to scale. You have a Caitlyn that wants to play for lane. But what they've opted in for is a fight at the Rift Herald that's now exploded this game up in favor of V5. Rookie can dive scout all day long. Rich now has full control of this top side, and we said the one thing you need to do was not give control to solo laners at V5. JJ, try to fix this bot lane though.
Gonna try and fix it. He's getting so close to a wall. You can see he wants to go for it. There it is, right on top of the trap. Nicely done there and donated over to Viper. Very well answered here by EDG, but the rest of the map is kind of bleeding. Yes, you're winning bot side, but you have so much to deal with in the rest of the map.
And this is the thing, right? Like, you've already pretty much got that top lane turret down, right? As you said, once Rich pushes in, he'll be able to take that. You are in a position, as well as V5, to now start fighting for dragons, which they've already gotten one of. In a position to fight for the Rift Herald that's going to be coming up. And EDG can't really contest you. So EDG are going to have to keep making these sorts of plays to bring themselves back into it. But if V5 are getting their turrets and stopping EDG from kind of enacting the game plan they wanted to with this Caitlyn, this is going to cause a major issue where side lanes are just so in favor of V5. There's nothing that EDG can do to get control of the map.
3-0 for Tryndamere. And I also want to point out, we talked about Rookie having such high solo kills. He got another one just there. As we can see now, JJ is walking over a ward. Rich will take top lane turret like we said, and will have free roam now to try and maybe roam down to make something happen across this map. Scout trying to just put down a little bit of poke damage onto Rookie, but the rest of V5 recognizing it. Now Scout, if he had been on the other side of that wall, could have been in a lot of danger, and Rookie is in such a strong position right now. This is why the Tryndamere can get out of control. When you're able to get the solo kills and get the extra items ahead of you, when you're, I think they might go for this one again, but this would be risky here for the...
Yeah, the passive from Karsa applied to Rookie, though, means that they will know that Karsa's in the area, so a lot of movement here from EDG to try and keep that safe. Rich, though, moving in here, will find JJ.
Yeah, Rich just going to try and be a nuisance right now. Try and steal away this red buff, and this is the thing with Poppy as well. Poppy's not a great skirmisher, and you are going to suffer a little bit in those situations because you can't go for the 1v1. You can't really defend your own jungle, as we see another plate being taken in the mid lane. And this is just more and more gold being accelerated into. It's a 4,500 gold lead here to V5. They've also got the run of the map. They've got 2 items completed onto Karsa and Rookie. The mid-jungle combination that we discussed is going to be massive coming into the mid-game fights.
And this is the thing, right? Like, for EDG, you're looking at, like, 3 items for Caitlyn, 3 items for Port. That's where you really start to take over. And then you've got this phenomenal front line, JJ and Flandre, to, like, one, stop the engage, both with the Steadfast Presence and the Maelstrom, but really strong engage as well, with, like, flash Maelstroms and that. You don't really have that opportunity, though, with how far ahead V5 are at, because you just don't have the time to get to that stage. Especially when Rookie is consistently looking for dives now onto Scout. Scout has had to give up full control of this mid lane. Like, look where he's positioned underneath this tower. Like, he's got to completely run for the hill, and that's giving Rookie so much more access to the map. He's going to reset now, but he can push in, move towards Rift Herald that's about to spawn, and EDG are trying to answer with, instead of the Rift Herald, a play in the bottom side.
Yeah, they're trying to see if they can bully out Photic. And again, you can see the combination they went for. They've gone for it a couple of times with JJ. They were able to get him into a wall, put it in the light binding, a trap. You literally get CC'd for about 5 seconds. There's nothing else you can do. As you can see, Photic very aware that there's people around. You will see that the Arcane shifted over the wall. But with Rich now here, they're just going to swap him up. And this is perfect from the side of E5. You say, look, the package is up, but it's a bit too early for my likings for a Dragon. So it is going to be around the Rift Herald. And we saw how poorly this went for EDG last time. And if anything, they're in a worse position than they were last time.
Again, that's why EDG are just going gung-ho on the spot side, right? You even got Scout who's willing to give up that wave in mid because they just want to make sure that they can make this play happen on bot lanes. Still though, BP God moving down. Rich, no Hollowed Mist.
Oh, he's in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to have to back himself up. They will have the package as Scout tries to make this one work, but he skips and snips away. The exhaust goes over. He doesn't have the Hallowed Mist. They're going to try and get the shield on top of him. They almost get him out, but it is a lot invested here from the side of EDG. They will be able to turn it into a tower as 4 members are here, but what can you get on the other side? Look at the Tryndamere. He's just zoning away the Kennen. Flandre can't do anything.
Hey, look, at least for EDG, right? They're so far behind, you're getting that bonus gold already coming through with the bounties on the turrets. So the trade will help out pretty substantially, but they've lost 1 wave. Now 2 waves in this mid lane. Rookie on the top side as well, getting a wave and pushed into that tower too. So yes, the turret gold goes across, but there's a lot of golden experience that has just been lost on the map for EDG.
This is where the start, we see, I talk about it a lot, but the push and pull, especially when you have two very, very good teams of V5 and EDG, we will see a play one-sided equals another, and the Hollow Mist going down very early. I think Rich realized at that point, like, damn it, I probably should have kept that about me.
I think they assumed that EDG weren't going to just give up the mid, right? Like, you can see there it's about to push in towards mid, so I don't blame Rich in this scenario. Like, I wouldn't have expected EDG to, like, fully give up that either. You would assume that they're like, hey, look, we need to try and protect, like, mid lane, especially because you've just picked up Rift Arrow for Carson, right? If that play doesn't go well for EDG in the bot side, and actually PP got commits resources down, you can turn that into a tier 2 in the mid lane, but basically EDG calling the bluff and going, look, there's no way that V5 are going to be prepared to just instantly turn towards a tier 2 with the Rift Arrow, so we can make this. So just EDG kind of playing on life's edge, and this is something that we talk about a lot for teams that are behind. If you are behind, you can play a very slow style where you just give up, maybe you look for the perfect moment, but you're not going to find the perfect moment. You've got to take these like 70-30 plays that may not go in your favor, but they have to try.
Oh, Glacial Prison does not hit anything, completely whiffs, and that could have been an opportunity there for V5 to maybe catch out Scout, get some more pressure. They won't get Shelly another charge, but they do take down this last tier 1 tower, this last outer available to them, and now they have to go for the slightly harder ones of the inners, and this is where the game becomes a little bit easier for EDG to manage. You have plenty of decent wave clear and range on the side of EDG, so if you're just able to not get caught and keep yourself safe like we saw on that bot side, you should be able to soak up these waves and start getting yourself set up for a 2-item, 3-item spike.
And you can see here for V5, they're fully invested into this side lane split push. Rookie having picked up the Hull Breaker now for himself. It's actually interesting for the Hull Breaker, the like raw stats that you get just from the item itself are actually pretty alright, so you can use it in a team fight. But when you get towards these side lanes, it becomes impossible for... Oh, hang on, Rich. No, he's gonna...
Keep going.
It becomes impossible for Scout and Flandre to deal with the buffed up cannon minion. Like, AP damage just does nothing to it and makes Rookie so much more difficult to deal in a side lane, especially when you have to worry about being doped. Like, watch this cannon minion. Like, Scout is going to take an age to get through this thing.
Yeah, and I think the thing is now is Rookie's going to feel confident. He'll gale force forward. JJ is here, but again, he has the Undying Ray. He'll flash in. They're going to use the Keeper's Verdict, but Rookie might have gone a little bit too far, and he gets shut down by Viper, the big man on Caitlyn. But what can you do now? I don't think you could be able to get a lot else on the map, V5. That's just straight up Rookie going a little bit too far forward.
And I love watching the player cams because you get to see the sip of shame from Rookie as he kind of goes, I shouldn't have done that on his coffee. But now EDG, with that play being alleviating the pressure on the bot side, now they can come up and try and contend with Rich on the top side. So V5 now have to go on the back foot. So with 2 minutes and a half left until that next dragon, EDG now can get some control of the map, start to push out these waves, and maybe look to fight, but it's such a tough call, right? Like, with no real vision established, missing out on all your turrets, it becomes very difficult for V5 to try and contest this push from Victory 5, because you've always got to worry about, where's Karsa? Is Karsa coming over the wall with the big ultimate? Is Rookie gonna go fling himself over a wall onto like the likes of Viper and just tear through our AD carry? You need vision control established here for EDG if you want any hope of contesting these objectives.
Vision control, but V5 showing that they're not infallible. We'll lose him out. And just a quick one as well, I wanted to let we were talking about Hullbreaker earlier. Not only is it great in terms of his stats, but also if you go from being solo into a team fight, those stats last for 3 seconds. So you have 3 seconds right at the start of the fight to make those stats really work for yourself. As we see now, Rich, he's going to be the focus now. He has got Ghost on him, but I don't know if he's going to be able to survive off of this. They're going to knock him back. There goes a slicing Maelstrom, but he's just a Gwen. He's just immune. And now here comes Karsa. There is the Glacial Prison. It's not going to land onto anybody, but the double light binding should be able to keep Mako in some decent standing. While this is all happening, Rookie is off to the side, just doing what a Tryndamere does best and not playing with his team. And I say that in the most endearing way possible. He should be able to get himself out of this. As I say that, there's going to be the package, and they're going to get the ultimate out of him as well. Rookie's in a little bit of a precarious situation.
He's fine.
He's all right, but he's definitely going a little bit too far forward. That being said,
Viper
finds him. Rookie! Rookie, what are you doing? You did not expect to see it, but that being said, with 2 people committed down, bot side V5 do get themselves a tier 2 in top, so they still trade 2 towers and for 1 kill.
We're teetering on the cookie status here, I'm not going to lie, for Rookie. It's been a little bit messy,
I
but
like cookie.
Either way, You're winning both sides of the map here for V5, right? Tier 2 tower is completely gone. The tier 2 in the mid lane looking a little bit worse for wear, I'll say, after that initial push too. So for victory 5, you can shove inside, look to collect yourself, drag it in 30 seconds. The fact that Rookie isn't up does make it a little bit easier for EDG to try and contest this, right? Where they can push out waves and maybe look for something. But they have to be so careful because with V5 having 2 dragons already, they don't really feel the pressure to look for a dragon, right? Like, they can just go to a side or shove in mid and take that last tier 2, and there's very little that EDG can do about it.
The big thing as well, it's an Ocean Soul here for V5, so getting that onto a Gwen and a Tryndamere is just asking for trouble. So we will see it, wait and see where the side of EDG want to go for it, but they have picked up a couple of kills. I will say EDG not too happy with losing both their inner turrets on the top and bot lane. Only one basically before their inhibitors left out in that mid lane. They are still down about 5.5, nearly 6,000 gold, and V5 should be very happy and very easy to be able to pick up this dragon. So they put themselves on the sole point, and yes, there's a couple of small little mistakes coming out here for V5, but it's not really like it's not leading to anything catastrophic at the moment.
And I mean, it's like negligible amount of gold going over as well. And even when like Rookie is kind of messed up a little bit, you're still winning elsewhere for V5 as well. It's like instead of winning like 2 for 2, you're 1 for 2, and it's like you don't really give much across. So still for V5, you can see Rookie now establish himself on this top side. You want to see Tryndamere up here, no flash, or sorry, no teleport. Means that he's going to want to be as close as possible to the Baron at pretty much all points in time, whereas Rich has that TP available for himself, and he's just going to be able to continue to push in on the spot side. Like 2 items with the Cosmic Drive, he's in a really good spot to fight toe for toe against Flandre. And even as you look at like 2 items pretty much complete across the board for V5, they're in such a strong spot right now, especially for like Photic, who will eventually work up towards that Crown of the Shattered Queen, but even just these 2 items of the Manamune and the Essence Reaver are so insanely strong.
I say, Karsa is farming up a storm. He's 60 CS ahead of JJ right now. So on his own little setup, he's already a level. He's got plenty of gold in his back pocket. Already got the Randuin's Omen. So mitigating a lot of the power you get with the Caitlyn's, trying to stop a lot of that crit damage from coming in. Now you're starting to play this vision game here for EDG. They have to play as a very tightly knit 4-man group to try and defend this. But like you mentioned, you have Tryndamere on the top side. You've got Gwen in the bot lane. You've got ways of making this work. Photic almost goes down. I wonder what happened there. Viper now going to be able to try and give EDG a lifeline because you don't have an AD carry on the side of V5. You have to back away.
Yeah, I'm seeing the Gale Force burned by Viper, so I'm assuming just a nice trade there where he's able to like surprise Photic with maybe a Gale Force forward, and then, yeah, gets the extra shot off. So there it is, yeah. Just
the
headshot.
And a headshot.
Yeah. So nice job from Viper there. And this is like where you can try and like punish a little bit, buy some space. And especially as we look towards like the way the V5 can now look to play this game, right? Because for me, it feels like you've got 2 options here as V5. You push in on side lanes, get vision control around Baron, and you can look to go for the dragon. Personally though, I think V5's composition would do really well in trying to like bait EDG into the darkness around Baron. Like try and trade position on Baron for the dragon. And if you get contested as EDG, cool, you've already got a push from Tryndamere on this top side. And if EDG don't contest you, just take the bloody Baron. Like you have so much damage with the composition that you have right now. You're going to be in a really good spot. And if EDG ever try and, like, say, match Rich on the bot side of the map, again, you can just turn towards this Baron, especially with the vision that V5 have established. And you can imagine that it's only going to get worse as this mid lane tower will go down with 2 minutes still until dragon.
Exactly, you're going to be able to take this one pretty easily, I say. Karsa, though, going to throw out the ultimate. They're going to jump JJ straight onto Rookie to stop him from joining in. So a lot of damage here, and then Mikhail's Blessing had to be used there for PP-God. I was just about to say, just before that fight went in, I love this prioritization for PP-God because those exact situations with light bindings can be critical for EDG getting back into the game. V5 will not allow it.
Well, I was about to say, I liked what V5 were doing, right? Like, an actual zoning note from Karsa, like, no meme, but Flandre?
Flandre, he's in a lot of trouble though. Rich knows he's just stronger right now, and he's going to be able to use the snip and the skip and get himself a solo kill. Yes, the ace in the hole will come out, but Rich will not care because he's a very rich man. Now Rookie trying to make his presence known on the top side. Selling Scout, you're lucky your jungler is here.
And this is what I was talking about, right? Like the ability for EDG to try and play off in V5 to play off in side lanes and not worry about EDG, right? Flandre has fallen enough behind now that the Gwen is able to take over. Now they just threaten on towards Baron because you've known Flandre for 20 seconds and the inhibitor is under threat from Rich.
Yeah, you also don't have a slicing Maelstrom. Don't forget that as well. Flandre had to use it to try to be defensive, as we can see. Oh, Mako! I think he got hit by an auto attack. He's actually been basically just been screwed over by his mid laner. Yep, there it is. It's very much the sorry, I didn't mean to do that. And now he's lost his flash. They're going to try and maybe steal this one away. JJ is there. They're going to use the Keeper's Verdict. They go over the wall. Baron down to about 2,000 HP. They can still TP DS. Oh, Karsa gets in though right at the last second, and JJ's not able to secure it. They will take him down, and now the rest of the fight can really ensue. Kennen has fallen, and the rest of the team can back themselves away. V5 get the Baron. They're going to be able to pick up the Ocean Soul in 30 seconds, and they have full control of this game.
And they get the 2 kills in the back as well, so even more gold going into their pockets. You're looking at the items now completed. 3 across the board, 4ths on the way. It is looking so damn good for V5, and so damn clean as well. And just here, Scout. Oh no. Poor Mako. Poor Mako. Has to flash away. But look, the contest here from V5 I think was a bit of an overstep anyway. Like, maybe look for the steal with JJ. Like, great Keeper's Verdict to stop Tryndamere from trying to keep them at bay. But you can see here, they get in, they try to look for the steal, but just the damage not on track here for EDG, where leaving it with just 200 HP as they try to burst it. And now V5 Baron up, Ocean Sold. And with little standing in their way between where they are on the map and the base of EDG, EDG are in a world of hurt. Scout trying to push in this top side onto Rookie, but look at the map. V5 don't care. They're going for the base.
Yeah, they're just saying, cool, Rookie's up top. He'll be able to defend this for as long as we need him to, and the rest of the team of EDG now need to back themselves away. I will call out JJ a little bit in that last Baron fight. He 100% could have secured that, but I think it was at like 1,200 health. He smited it. It went down to 200. Very unfortunate there for him. So very rare mistake we see from the World's Final MVP. And now EDG find themselves just backed into a corner, trying to deal with all of this pushing pressure you have with the Gwen in bot side, the Tryndamere in mid, and the incredible safe trio of Sejuani, Karma, and Ezreal. Because even there, you can see Photic, he just backs himself away, and he should be able to sustain himself up.
Yep, he's going to be all right. Credit the Shatter Queen doing work there to keep himself alive as well, as Rookie pushing in his top side. Rich is on the bot side. I mean, I don't even know if they get Rookie.
They couldn't get the stun off, so Rookie is not going to go down. That's a slicing Maelstrom. No longer available for Flandre. Rookie, though, needs to be a little bit careful. Goes straight in, flashes in, has got exhausted, though, as the mid lane turret has been broken. He'll turn back around. And he'll die again. Rookie not having the best of times when it comes to the solo plays, apart from that one in mid lane. But it does not matter because the rest of the base for EDG is in shambles.
Yeah, that's what the thing, right? Like, you can kind of look at Rookie, go, oh, well, that was a mistake, but it wasn't. He's occupying 2 people on that top side to get mid and bot, and that was all thanks to Rookie Nerdy being able to take them down. Now they engage with Carson.
Yeah, they're going to go in. They will get the buffer out of it. JJ taken very, very low. There's another inhibitor going down. They're going to try and make this one the last push. His Viper is dead. You need to keep Scout up. He needs to be your damage. He needs to be your consistent carry, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it. He'll get jumped on. Photic will claim that kill, and this shall be V5 taking advantage in this best of 3. EDG not at the races in game 1. They have a lot to do in game 2 if they want to send us to a game 3.
So well orchestrated by V5 though. Early game, getting those kills at the early Rift Herald fight and being able to power through that in such a commanding way. Rookie dominating the mid lane against Scout as well. This was our matchup to watch, and thus far, Rookie's coming out trumps.
Yeah, absolutely coming out trumps. And again, V5 as a whole, Karsa looking fantastic. Just really synergizing well with the Sejuani, something he has always been so good at, that facilitating type of jungler that can set up the rest of his lane. Rich, in my opinion, is getting better and better the more I see him. He is just getting more comfortable with the champions, more comfortable with the team. And even though we saw a couple of mistakes down bot lane, Photic and PP God did their job. They survived. They got to a point of which they didn't have to worry about anything else because the bigger carries were the biggest worry for EDG, and EDG just couldn't contain them.
Yeah, and you could see that no matter how much EDG tried to play around that bot side, because it's an Ezreal who's incredibly slippery, and you've also got the Karma there as well, it's just so hard to lock them down. Now, as you say, like, some missteps in team fights, some slight mistakes, but overall, a super strong performance, and the goal graph says it all, right? You can see literally where that 8-minute fight happened. Like, absolutely nothing until 8 minutes at that Rift Herald. Suddenly that ballooning gold lead comes through, and just like that, V5 continued the dominance throughout the rest of the game. It was so well done by V5, and we said, hey, look, we wanted to see what this team could do. We wanted to see how they would perform against someone like EDG. Well, V5, that was a statement.
Honestly, and look at the damage done as well. Almost every single lane, except for literally 19 damage in AD carry, every single person in ADG was doing more damage in terms of the damage put down. But in terms of the relevant damage, when it was important, when they needed it to come down, it didn't matter, because like I said, you have a Gwen, you have a Sejuani, you have a Tryndamere, and a Karma to boot them all up. This is just, the damage is just not going to stick.
Damage doesn't count against Tryndamere. It doesn't matter. You can put as much damage as you want into that guy. He's not going down. So, I mean, in that regard, right, like, Rookie absorbing a huge amount of pressure on the side lanes. I think, again, Rich played really well. And I love the way, like, we actually saw V5 being able to play the map, right? Because a lot of the times when you want to try and punish teams that are trying to go for split pushing, it's often trying to punish the guy that's slightly overextended, right? But because you're playing against a Tryndamere in one of those lanes, that guy doesn't really matter if he's overextended, because he's got the invulnerability and he can just go and kill you anyway. So it meant that in a lot of scenarios, you end up losing both sides of the map for V5 simply because Rookie was so large, and you actually can't deal with the push that this Tryndamere had.
Large, loud, and in charge is the best way to put it. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, EDG got some homework to do in the next few minutes if they want to try and bring this series back, or V5, maybe they break the curse of the 3-game series so again once more. We're going to see you guys very, very soon.
Might be able to find a gank on this top side.
Let's see, ZS is a level disadvantage for now, but the barrel toss throws him down low again. He should have sustain as he W flashes in as well. Slicing guys, 1 versus 2. The shy is a Gragas, but how much can he do as ZS runs back into the fray? The barrel toss, first blood body slam, and Hacker can't follow it up. He don't have the flash.
Watch the Orianna ball. That shockwave could be huge. And now you can see Wei going in. He's not going to get the steal. He's going to have to try and use his ultimate. We can now get Blumel going way too deep. Has to go in. The Moonlight Vigil goes completely wide. And now Ala can wreak havoc. He's got himself resets. 1, 2, 3 kills there for the Akali before they get taken down. But the Gwen not to be outdone. The top laners triple. But it's still the Gwen alive. Finn trying to make this one work. The shockwave finally comes out, but it hits nothing. We talked about the mid laners, but this game is all about the top.
IG are still barreling forward. Uzi is now up. Crisp up as well. Devil lockdown.
They're going to try and go for it. There's a solar flare out. Uzi trying to pepper down the damage. Lucas is dead, but Freen is first to follow. They get the reset as on. As he's going down, it's a double kill for Uzi. It might be a triple kill for Uzi as he steps them in the game. Uzi has stood up and told IG to step out.
Have Shadow over the wings. There's grasping boots. They're forcing into Shadow's hands here. And this is all set up from LGD beautifully. The J engage on the back line. You've got iBoy still alive on the side. He's doing work on this Vayne. You've got to get the Vayne. You've got to get the Vayne. He's still going. He's still going. 2 kills, 3 kills. Can it be a quadra? Can it be a penta? Oh my God! RA smashed a team fight and a pentakill for iBoy.
They have no idea. OMG are moving out of the base. This is Karsa at the top side. Bane is still in the base. They have at least some people back, but if V5 can just stop the resets, they're in good spots. Rich now, he's moving away.
He's going.
They're looking for it. Karsa's running.
Cast is making the play, needs to drop the control ward. Immediately the TP's come up through. Finn desperately trying to stop what he can. The rest of the team TPing back. It's going to be onto the Nexus though. And V5, the Casta hero play makes it happen.
I don't care what you think of me. Live my life what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. Your mind says go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sound of Prince. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby. Give it up. Won't you give it up? Don't be shy, just let it go. Get ugly, baby, and enjoy the show. Oh, late night party lights. Oh my, we lost our minds. Tonight we're getting physical. And I know what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. Your mind says go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sound of Prince. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby. Give it up. Won't you give it up?
I just wanna love somebody, someone who gon' love my body the way that I want my body to be loved. Give me love, love, love when I need it. I'll be right here to receive it. Only kind of love is the one you give it, I mean it. Need it, need the kind of love you give, I mean it. Need it, I just really wanna know if you want. Are you that somebody? Are you that
我们这个赛季比赛老是让1追2嘛，但就其实我们第一把也会，我们第一把也是努力在想办法找状态，然后打好的，然后后面也会想办法就胜利的局尽量2比0拿下吧。对阵 EDG 的话，就是跟杰打野的那个野区交手嘛，就也还是挺期待的吧，因为感觉就是跟世界冠军打嘛，就可能会比较压力比较大一点，会挺有意思的。
No need for a reverse sweep today, Karsa. You have taken the first game, and all those adjustments have been working wonders as we come back into this best of 3 series. I am Ushina. I'm joined again by the Dagatron, the Dagables, whatever you want to call them. Just, you know, don't call them mean things because that's not very nice. But we're going to be bringing you the second. I got to defend you. I got to try and defend you a little bit.
Defend my honor.
Yeah, defend your honor. I can't have people being mean to you. But we are coming into the game 2. But before we get to there, we're going to see the man who just got himself an MVP, Karsa on the Sejuani. Perfect facilitator for the rest of V5, and they were able to snowball from there.
Yeah, a lot of the early ganks were obviously orchestrated by Karsa, but being able to play around the lanes that he needed to, and also have these massive, big ultimates in team fights as well. Like, Karsa was an absolute menace, and being able to, as we say, like, get those side lanes rolling, which is where we wanted that focus. It worked out wonderfully. Even here, right, the initial kill of the game, really smart pathing from Karsa, right? Being able to catch out, scout in transition. Then here as well, you had that ultimate to really kind of kick off this fight. And this beautiful sweep with the flail over the wall as Karsa follows up. Just the dude was so damn strong and knew exactly where he needed to put his attention in the early stages to make sure that V5 could carry through.
And again, we mentioned the Sejuani not exactly high in the priority of current meta junglers, but you can see when it's able to have this level of an impact, it doesn't matter if you can't skirmish 1v1 or, you know, in those kind of 2v2 situations, you just are powerful. And for me, Karsa has always been that style of jungler, that facilitator. Things like the Sejuani fit his playstyle so well.
Yeah, and it's why we kind of saw the Zac covered, but I'm glad we kind of moved away from that because I was a little bit worried. But I think the Sejuani fit really well here, especially as you talk about, right, providing the front line that you need for the Ezreal and the Karma and being able to have this early game impact. And especially when you're kind of like, hey, we've already dropped into our second tier of picks. That means that then there's not going to be a huge amount of junglers left in the cards that can really like go toe to toe against the Sejuani. The Sejuani just fit really well. So now coming into the second draft phase, we'll have to see what the plan is going to be because you see with the early Jace ban coming through from V5 while they're on blue side, it nested them that early Gwen and kind of set up for a lot of what the draft wanted to do, right? Because you got a lot of answers from EDG, like the Kennen at the top side picked up in that initial rotation. Now we have EDG on blue, so this is going to start to mix up like that Gwen priority. How do we see the kind of the bot lanes coming together? Do we still see Caitlyn slipping through the draft? Well, already I get my answer because Caitlyn taken away instantly.
Yeah, absolutely instantly. As I said, EDG going to be on the blue, but they're going to ban away the Gwen themselves and say, look, we don't want to play it. We don't want to deal with it. We are not willing to let that one go through. And what lessons do you want learned from EDG now coming into game 2?
Not to just go straight towards the hyper scaling, right? Like where you've got very little opportunity to try and like link up with your lanes, because we saw it there where you had like Jinx that could do well in the Caitlyn that could do well in the late game. You had the Corki that could do well in the late game. But you didn't really have any sort of synergy, especially when you look towards a Poppy. Poppy does well with something that can win a lot of their lanes and then kind of feed off of that. But unfortunately, with the Tryndamere getting fed early, the Poppy kind of became useless. And the Karma, as an answer to the looks and the Caitlyn, meant that they didn't really have those winning matchups that they expected. So we got to see if EDG have learned from that and can kind of be a bit more proactive in their early mid jungle and also down towards the spam side.
I believe that's a missed ban there from EDG. I am going to triple check with production, but the Twisted Fate is going to be banned away as the final ban from V5, and it looks like the Rise priority that we talked about is going to be picked up here by EDG. And I'm going to let you discuss why we see so much Rise and why he's so good as a first priority while I figure out what happened with that last ban.
Yeah, I mean, Rise is just good in general, right? Like, good in lane, great push, opportunities to roam, pretty decent in team fights. V5, though, setting up for a very strong team fighting composition already with the Hecarim and the Jinx locked in. Always the opportunity to go for something like the Thresh for PP God in the bot lane as well, if you want to complete like the Shadow Isles duo of the jungle and support. I'm curious to see what they decide to go with for Rookie here, though, because Twisted Fate is banned. Rookie has opted a lot of the times back in towards things like the Orianna into this matchup just because he feels comfortable both with the Summon Aerie being able to poke out the Scout or poke out the Rise. And also when you get to team fights, then Hecarim as a ball delivery service, like the opportunity to try and like look for picks as well could be really, really good. They are going to go towards that Thresh though for PP God, so giving that safety down to the bottom side. And also really good answer for the Jarvan. Both in the early game ganks that Jarvan likes to make, but also that Lantern for anyone who's unfortunate enough to get stuck inside that Cataclysm. So thus far, I'm really liking the draft that V5 have. It feels like they've got a ton of answers for what EDG are trying to do. Really good dive, great lane setups, nice push. The question here for me is if EDG ban away things like the Orianna here, try and get that good matchup for Scout, so then Scout can maybe try and change the destiny of a few of these lanes on the side lanes.
And still waiting for confirmation on what went down with that last ban, but we will see now from EDG where they want to go from here. They're going to take their time in the last one. Like I said, the Greys being banned away. I imagine the first pickup for the side of V5 will be that mid laner. They know they're going up against the Ryze, and just like you mentioned, EDG going to ban away the Orianna. Make sure that, again, they're giving Scout as much of a priority as they possibly can, and V5 saying, look, we're going to do the same, but for Photic and PP.
I think the next one is the Zoe. I think rookie Zoe is just way too clean, and it again kind of has that same idea of, look, I can push really well and make sure that I'm able to keep Ryze in check, plus opting in for the super long range on V5 would be crazy nice. Great engage tool. I feel like that is probably something that Rookie is eyeing up, but again, you've seen so many things from Rookie in that mid lane. They've got a ton of options as to what exactly they want to go for.
Well, it's going to be the Gnar they want to back away from now, as V5 hovering over what I imagine what they assume JJ is going to play, but no, maybe they look towards getting their top laner locked and loaded before that. Give
don't do it.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know it's going to be the Ryze in mid lane. Give Rich something he can go up against a Flandre. I like the Galio a lot, especially when you're going up against something like the Ryze, because it just gives you so much follow ability.
So you asked why Ryze is such a strong pick in the first rotation. It's because he fits into every composition. With the Ryze here, you can always go for split push. If you just blind pick the Jace like that, you instantly go Tryndamere for Flandre, and you're just like, cool, I can just go and play sides. I don't have to worry about this whatsoever. Like, you've got a ton of options as to how you want to try and enact that. This time around, though, feels very much like EDG are going for that sort of team fight, especially as you, like, with the eye up of the Gnar ban, I'm curious what their decision is. Maybe they just go towards something like the Graves, but again, like, you have the option as well on V5 to play side lanes once more, so it looks like Flandre instead would just go back towards the Gragas, like, try and buy some space for the Aphelios in these fights.
So the last one is going to be Flandre onto the Gragas, something that's a little bit easier to survive in these situations, and see if he wants to go to the AP or the full tank build. I would prefer the full tank build, but now you've got options here for Rich. Rich, very much an Aatrox player in his very short League of Legends career, would be very much up his alley, and he is going for exactly that.
Yeah, so we saw it in the last game. You can do relatively well again. Sorry, not the last game, the last series. But you can do relatively well as the Aatrox into the Gragas, and you're able to knock him up. You got good poke, great sustain, so it makes it a little bit more difficult for Gragas to like outmatch you, especially before he picks up that tier in the early stages. So Rich should be relatively okay. The only concern for me is like trying to enact Aatrox in these team fights can be a little bit messy, just because in theory you have a ton of lockup, a lot of like zone control coming through with the Gragas, the Ryze, the Leona. So Rich, I feel like, is going to be more potent in a side than in the team fight. But for V5, right, that team fight is kind of insane. You get the big fear coming in off the Hecarim, the AoE of Rookie to follow up instantly. Like, that mid-jungle combo is going to be so insane for setting up.
We are locked and loaded. V5 still one game up and one game away from putting themselves 8-1 atop the standings of the LPL. EDG, though, you can never count them out. We've seen some pretty fun games from EDG, and they come back straight away with some pretty crazy L plays, as we can now see them jumping onto the Rift. It will be a very, very closely fought one, and I do want to see now, we look at it again, Scout versus Rookie. I want to see these mid laners open themselves up, move out onto the map, affect those side lanes, and maybe look towards those AD carries, because if I think of a EDG, put eggs in the Viper bucket, you will get chickens.
And I think that's where they're going to be looking, right? Is like trying to use the fact that Scout has Shove and Mid to move down towards his bot side. You've got the easier gank setup as well with the Jarvan, so definitely the ability to play hyper aggressive in these early stages. And I mean, yes, you've got Rookie who can try and follow, but it's always a Rookie following rather than setting up the play in a lot of situations. Unless V5 try to like basically get vision control in the jungle, or sorry, in river for themselves early, try and spot scout out on roams, and instead look for cross-map plays where they keep themselves safe by having vision of scout, but can maybe look for something on the top side where Karsa runs in as the Hecarim, and then you get the Galio follow-up after.
We are on to the Rift. Both teams fairly straightforward. No early game. I was going to say shenanigans, but I'm trying to think of a different word for that now, because we always say shenanigans. Ever since
Such a
Munchable
great
said,
word, though.
Yeah, but Munch said it once, and he was like the originator for it, and now everyone in the LPL says it. And I'm just like, oh, we need a new word.
Is he the originator? I'd say shenanigans. I think that's more of like a...
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he created the word shenanigans in terms of LPL or even like casting or anything like that. But I just always remember Munch saying it more than often than anyone else, and then it was kind of like everyone just started saying it. Basically, he was the first one I heard saying it, and then we all I saw everyone adopting it.
That syllable sound like banger, all right? Everyone was saying that.
Yeah.
And then it became barn burner for a while that all of us casters were saying. And Jordan, Lyric in particular, was mad for it, but it didn't feel like he'd ever used that sentence before, so I was just really excited to be able to say barn burner over and over. So I'm glad we're kind of steadily moving away from barn burner, but there are still some crutch words that we have as a group that I think are hilarious.
I say pepper damage. You can see right here, PP God and Mako peppering some damage onto each other as Viper though comes in. I really just wanted to make a quick point just before we obviously come back off our tangent. We actually saw Karsa getting a double leash. We saw Rookie putting in the Winds of War onto the Raptor camp, so we take that super quick. And then while that was happening, Rich had already aggroed up the Red Bull. So Karsa, despite already being on the Hecarim, who's already a very fast clear, it's going to be even on a faster clear. And it might open up some opportunities, like we see on the minimap here, for him to maybe go for an invade on this blue buff.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what his plan is, because he obviously wants to try and get back down to the bot side. I don't know if you can look for invade. You've got the help of top side moving, but yeah, just spotted out by JJ. So, I mean, it was a nice idea from Karsa, but I don't think he was expecting the full clear from JJ, because usually when you see the Jarvan, right, it's like red Raptors into your top side, right? But because you actually got JJ going for the full clear and going towards the Krugs, it means that he's there in time, just about to spot out Karsa. So unfortunately, Karsa trying to read JJ's pathing, but I mean, an unusual full clear from JJ means that he actually ends up spotting Karsa. So kind of a bit lucky there, I'll say, for EDG's side.
Yeah, and look, it's the opportunity cost. I think V5 said, look, if we can get this pathing, if it's traditional pathing like you mentioned, we do have an opportunity there to try and maybe put down the Ryze, keep Scout away from roaming around like we've seen this Ryze do so many times. And now EDG, they're going to be pretty wise to the tricks, and you can already see now V5 still saying, look, we still have a power farming jungler, we still have the power of the Hecarim, so we're going to be able to put down this early vision. And even early in the lane, Rookie will have a crap ton of wave clear with those Winds of War and with his passive on the Justice Punch.
I think the big one as well is that, you have to respect the play from Scout then, so he's forced to back off the wave. Doesn't get that crash in mid, and it means that Scout actually can't try and look for early roams. One of the big things you could have done there was use your push to actually start to move across, but instead Scout's now fully out of mana. Rookie is the one that's actually got push in mid and has got a ward on over towards the Raptors. So although that gank didn't net a huge amount in kills, it actually does net a lot of control for V5 in that mid lane, which is where they really wanted. You're going to look for Karsa to try and get towards that level 6 very quickly, and then it's on Rookie to try and work alongside him with that Predator to follow up on these side lane plays.
Yeah, good vision control here to make sure they're getting some decent vision. Again, you might not have to see the Jarvan, but you'll know where he is based off of the information you don't have. So it's like, right, you can see the top, he's most likely bot. Unless you take some very creative pathing, you can all just take very educated guesses. We do see Karsa. He's going to be very happy just to very much hard farm his way up into level 6, get that onslaught of shadows. He's going to go back, pick up his Ionian Boots of Lucidity, get that extra little bit of move speed and a cooldown reduction. And we might see some action over there. And this is something I want to see as well from JJ. He's on the Jarvan, something that has very, very good early game skirmishing power. I want to see him make the most of it and maybe try and blow a couple of flashes.
Yeah, I love what we're seeing from V5 though, right? We saw the early vision control over towards the Raptors, early vision control topside. They're basically shutting down all the plays EDG can make, but PP God now does not realize how many members are here for EDG.
Oh, they're going to go on top of PP God, who flashes away, but they've got themselves the Gravitum, and that will be First Blood going over to Mako. They even get a lot of damage down onto Rookie as well. Exactly the start EDG needed.
Yeah, great roam from the EDG bot lane. Just gives the numbers advantage into play. They managed to pick off PP God, who had reset a little bit later because Viper and Mako got the push in bot. And now you can get Dragon and that bot wave as well. Scout, though,
he's in a little bit of trouble. They will have the Predator popped, and he'll flash away. He actually trades back very nicely here and recognizes the Karsa can't actually go into him. Rookie, ooh, a lot of damage turned back on that. And again, the power of the Rise, just even with a tier, just able to control this wave.
Yeah, the difference is the Conqueror on this Rise. Usually we see the phase rush, so then you're able to like play team fights a little bit easier, but Rookie, our Scout's just going straight for the I need to try and burst through this this front line that V5 have, so Conqueror is going to really stack up. I'm going to be turning out a bunch of spells. Just makes a lot of sense. And now, Rich in a bad spot.
Yep, in a very bad spot. Will have his ult and his flash. The explosive cast, not ideal. Put him closer to the turret. So, yes, they'll gain a summoner, but I felt like that could have been a little bit more there for EDG.
You can see as soon as V5 lose control of the river vision that they had, that's when EDG are able to make these plays happen. Pink Ward had already spotted out that ward that had been placed earlier by V5. They've lost control of river on the bot side because of the pick onto PP God, so EDG doing a good job to re-establish control of the map and allowing Scout to make these plays. Now V5, at least at the moment, haven't given up a kill. So the fact that Rich doesn't have a flash could play problems in the future, but at least you'll have Rookie with this level 6 now, in theory, able to follow a little bit easier because he hasn't taken that terrible trade from Scout that had just occurred only moments sooner.
Yeah, and that's for future Rich to figure out how to deal with that, not present Rich. He's fine with not having a flash. It's in 2 or 3 minutes time that future Rich will have to figure out what's going on. But now look towards this bot side. It is going to be V5 having the push here. They are trying to just maybe lose a couple of these minions, but it should be very easily picked up here by the side of EDG. And now Rookie already roaming around, seeing if he can maybe look for some kind of a roam. But on the opposite side of that, Scout's also doing the same. He will have Realm Warp, and there's no flash on PP God. They could have maybe looked to try and burst onto him. Ties the better of it, recognizes that he needs to pick up that big old wave in mid.
But look how PP got played. I love it, right? The second that you start to see Scout leave, PP God backs it up. He's just staying in lantern range. And it means that if you ever have JJ show up, you've got time to react with the Dark Passage because there's no flash on JJ to suddenly start this engagement. So now, go EDG with the safety that V5 are playing with. EDG get pushing boss. They should be able to make a move up towards this top side if they want to, but picks.
They're going to go for Scout. They land the taunt. They're going to put the Cataclysm down, though, as JJ going to get the ultimates out of both of them. Will get the knock-up down. Can he get the damage down? No, he can't. And now Karsa, one more auto attack. He doesn't need it. It's going to be the spell flux in. And now here's Flandre going to have his flash body slam. Misses the explosive cast. But at the end of it all, EDG still had the response, and EDG still get the kill.
It was so close to working out for V5, but Karsa just goes that little bit too far forward. Now it's going to be Herald for EDG. Viper and Mako just appeared to dissuade any sort of pressure coming across from V5, especially since JJ was low. But really unfortunate for V5 that they couldn't quite back, well, either one, just back away and take what they'd gotten, but two, that they overcommit. Now Karsa though back here, no ults on mid or jungle.
Also mid or jungle, but they are not going to be able to get the Riptail just yet. They'll take down the experience. Mako going to sacrifice his life and pick that one up for his team and say, look, it's worth it in the long run, but you do trade back the gold. That's 2 kills, and importantly here for V5, that's 1 being traded back onto Photic.
Yeah, getting a kill for Photic is going to be pretty nice, especially since you know with Mako there, this Riptail is going to be used down towards Viper on the bot side. And it feels like for EDG, you've got a nice way of setting it up, right? Push mid with Scout, rotate bot with the Herald already on Mako, but this from V5, I actually like the idea, right? You know, you don't have control of bot side, look for a pick mid before the fight kicks off, but just take your win. You'd already kind of got what you'd come for, but Karsa going underneath the tower there means that they can't actually turn over towards the Rift Herald, and as well, the kill going over towards Scout. It's just, you know, insulting the world.
Yeah, Flandre has no mana, no flash, and nowhere to go. He will be killed, and that's going to be Karsa picking that one up. As I say that, Rich almost gets taken down. Did have the Conqueror stacked up, so was able to heal up a little bit. And I think the Triumph as well, just as the kill came in, gave him a little bit of extra HP. And Flandre sadly will die in that top side. So V5 still finding opportunities, but with the pressure they have to gain from that Karsa going top, they are going to see Viper pushing in this bot side as V5 try to deal with this Aphelios.
I mean, you can see Rookie just playing off in the wings. Doesn't have the ultimate to try and stay into this, but just being wary of a potential dive, especially 25 seconds until the Dragon. EDG trying to see if they can move across in towards that position. You got push in mid. They can always use that Rift Herald as well with Mako to try and like force priority in towards this bottom lane if they want to. But as Rookie's trying to protect the bot lane from a dive, it just means full push for Scout in the mid lane.
And Hullbreaker first item here for Rich, so recognizes he just needs to be in the side lane, try and get that advantage, similar to what we saw in game 1. And V5 should be pretty okay with how the early game has gone. And actually V5, funny enough, with the gold advantage. We will see EDG congregating around this dragon. Both top laners will actually only just Flandre with the TP, but again, it's not the unleashed version of it. As we can see now, Scout just roaming forward, will land the spell Flux. They will get the knock up, and they're just going to try and burn down onto Rookie as they try and maybe just take him out before this dragon fight, and they will do so. 2-0 now for Scout, and that's just Rookie just overextending for no real reason.
Yeah, and Karsa not in a position to try and like take the dragon for the little bit of time that Rookie had bought. So now EDG push in mid, enabling Scout more. They get dragon, second one of the game. EDG fighting back well in this scenario. Now Mako finding Karsa.
Yeah, they're going to try and go on top of him. Karsa, though, will counter his way around the traps. Even though they were the traps of his own teammates. There's the grab at him on the Moonlight Vigil, but it's Mako who's going to be the one taken out. He's going to drop down the Solar Flare, and he will be donated again over to Photic. So then that's 2 kills onto the Jinx. And we talk about how these AD carries, we say it a million times, but when they get onto those 3 items, they are monsters. And now V5, they will have control over this dragon. They will get this dragon because EDG just couldn't transition that kill in mid into an objective.
And I'm really surprised because you had like Andre had TP, could have TP'd to the mid turret, and they could have looked for that. To try and answer for what V5 had. There was no real push on top side for Rich. He didn't have his own TP up, so I mean, kill for kill, honestly, more valuable to kill onto Photic, and now you get the dragon for V5. Or even looking pot again.
They're going to go for a Viper, then a little bit of trouble, but they're actually trying to turn this one around. There's going to be the Rookie ultimate coming in, so the heroic entrance is there, but the Gravitum being put out here by Viper as they're trying to turn this one around. Rookie is now left in no man's land, and Scout says thank you very much. You cannot go for those dives because you still can TP to the turrets, and now EDG going to force PP God to flash away and equaling up the kill score.
Yeah, Rich's TP wasn't up at the start of that. He needed to wait that little bit longer before Rich could maybe even join in. But as you say, right, pre-14 minutes, he'd only be able to TP to his own turret. So V5 nearly get the play, but overextend. And now Flandre.
Oh, Flandre, he has not been on point with these explosive casts. Very much not getting the execution down on that. That could have been a very easy kill there onto Karsa, but not to be. And let's have a look at the replay, because again, V5 are the ones committing to this.
Yeah, I mean, you get... Oh, he missed the sweet spot. Oh, Rich, how did you manage that? That would have actually stopped Flandre from getting down here, and maybe then you could have turned it, but that's such a big mistake. He was standing still.
Challenger dodge. Don't dodge at all. That's what it is there. And that does mean that they are able to turn back around that bot lane advantage. It means that V5 now come into the 14 minutes with about even on gold. We are seeing Scout now with the Everfrost, and Scout has been the biggest benefactor from all of this pressure right now. He has killed Rookie off twice. He's got 3 kills now, even a little bit of a CS advantage as well to his name. So this has been pretty good here for Scout, and this is where EDG are going to have to try and make this one work for them, because again, they pick the Rise first. They prioritize this pick, and it's all on Scout really to make it work for him and his team.
The raid boss is building up though in Photic, right? 2 kills. Cole hasn't quite completed yet, should just be done soon. Kraken Slayer as well means that it's the highest DPS build for Photic, and kind of relying on PP God with the Dark Passages to keep him safe. But if he can pop off, there's going to be no real way for EDG to deal with him, right? Like, you've got such good range, a really strong front line for this Jinx as well. Photic is the main person that EDG now need to turn their attention to and try to shut down.
Yeah, 1,000 gold in favor for Photic, 1,000 gold in favor of Scout as they now try to push in this mid lane. I will say that, yes, Rookie's a little bit behind, but he still has the Everfrost. He still has himself the Winds of War. So that wave clear is still going to be significant. We are still waiting on the first item for Flandre. He's been sitting on that lost chapter for a very long time, and now with Rift Herald spawning in 3 seconds, EDG fancy themselves a move, fancy themselves a fight right now, as they know they have got a little bit of pressure and a little bit of a power gap, as Viper is got the Gale Force and should be able to reposition.
Yeah, but look. Oh, wait, Carson moving in.
He's going to go for it. The hook goes wide, and Carson takes a lot of damage on the backside of that, so he's already down to just above half his HP. And that should just mean that EDG get themselves the Rift Herald.
I was going to say, I like that V5 are going, hey, look, we're not going to play for Rift Herald. We're just going to play off of mid wave into the mid turret instead. PP God, no!
Oh, he walks forward and gets another chunk onto him. You can see Scout is playing bouncer. Here goes Carter with the onslaught of shadows, lands on the 3, but he knocks everyone outside of the rookie ultimate. But it's a fight on two fronts. Viper needs to get himself out, and he tries to fight against Rich, who's just healing up too damn much. They get rid of the Aphelios. The Solar Flare is good to try and delay everybody else, but Scout has fallen with your 2 carries dead. V5 back in control of the Rift Herald.
Again, these skirmishes are working out so well for V5, and twice in these 2 games, it has been these brilliant flanks from Rich, moving down from the top side, this time finding Viper, and with V5 just being able to separate out EDG, they take the fight now. Mid lane turret under siege. Rift Herald is still up and available if they want to go for it, but it's the hook.
Hook does land, but it's on JJ, who does have himself a flag and drag, and it looks like V5 will just back themselves away. They got themselves the Rift Herald, they got the top lane turret as well, so they're just going to be able to take that gold and lead it into a 3,000 gold lead now as we come up to about 17 minutes.
JJ going to move back in and try to take this Rift Herald now for EDG, or at least get vision control down. You do have like the resets coming through faster, so yeah, I was about to say for JJ, so I think you can just go for this. But watch here, right? Like, I got real worried when I saw PP got here, but watch Rich. Great access on towards Viper, and this splits up EDG so well. Great ult from Karsa, even though it like separates, you know, EDG on different sides, and Rookie Zone doesn't actually manage to hit people. It's about zoning the front line away from the actual fight that V5 want to take, which is on towards the Aphelios on the back line. They pick him off, they pick off the top laner as well. And now V5, suddenly, after what seemed like a pretty nice early game for EDG, it's V5 in control. Position on Dragon now. Rich will need to TP though, and there it is, just coming through. Front to back once more, looking for V5, whereas you've got Rookie trying to see if he can find the flank because he's got no ultimate available.
Got an ultimate available. We're going to see the flag and drag, but it's not going to be onto the dragon. It's going to be straight onto Rich. They're going to try to burn him out, and they will. The onslaught of shadows comes out as JJ flashes away. He's no longer part of this fight. They're looking for the reset. There's one Photic in a little bit of a 1v2, and he tries to make this one work. They're trying to get on Scout. He flashes just the same time, and Photic is still alive, still hunting down, and still looking for those kills. The Realm Warp is going to be used right now, and they're not. Wait. What? Scout? What?
Oh no. So
what?
Scout, so there's I think you can still do it, I could be wrong with this, but you hit B and start a recall at the last second, which cancels you from being able to take the Realm Warp. I'm pretty sure that's what Scout tried to do there, so then he could like get the kill onto Photic. But I want you to keep your eyes on Photic and PP God at the back of this fight for this, right? Photic untouched, getting a ton of damage until Scout steps up here. And this is a really smart decision from Scout, right? Forget about Karsa, get onto Photic. PP God's a hero though. Look at all the Q that he blocks. If that Q had hit onto Photic, Photic is dead. That's the only reason that V5 were able to keep this fight going long enough. And I want to see it here. Does he taps the base button? See there? Stops the recall on Scout. So that means that V5 realize, hang on a second, we have vision there. There's no rise in that. He has to still be in the bush.
Oh, man. You have the Realm Warp, but now you learn something new every day. The Realm Warp will be cancelled if you just press B on top of it. So good to know. And now V5 in total control of this game. 5,000 gold lead. They've got themselves 2 dragons to 1. They can still make this one work on the side of EDG, but it's a lot harder now.
Especially like that shutdown going across that was on Scout as well. He was kind of the big boy for EDG. Now looking a little bit less large when you look across the Photic. With the Runaan's Hurricane and Kraken Slayer completed now, he's going to be so insane coming into these next few fights. EDG, you can see once more, bounties are available on the turrets, which they will manage to get kind of even up the gold a little bit, but if you can't get onto Photic in these fights, sorry for you, EDG, you're just not going to be able to win.
And you can see as well, they recognize, and I don't think it was a bad idea from EDG. They saw that Rich was coming in off a TP. He was separated away from his team. They want to try and burn him down. I get it. It's an Aatrox. He's very annoying and also very hard to deal with when you can't burst him down. But when you waste all of that resources, all that time, as I said, whoa! Gale Force forward is Viper feeling like he can go for something, but now he has no protection. Uses Cleanse as well, and Karsa picks up a very easy kill. EDG, they're looking a little desperate.
Yeah, not really able to find any sort of foothold into these fights at all. And one of the big things you have to remember as well is like, because he got the Hull Breaker first here for Rich, when he tries to enter into these fights, he's got 100 extra health over the Gorge Reaver, right? It's 300 health versus 400 health in the Hull Breaker. So trying to burst out this Aatrox alongside the healing is really hard to do. And now you're looking at V5 moving over towards the Baron, and they make it happen.
Hexen over the wall though, and that's going to be JJ, but they're going to flash straight onto Mako, who has to keep himself, try and keep himself safe, but Flandre and Mako are already dead. It's down to Scout and JJ to try and protect their team, to try and turn this one back, as Scout is in a 1v1. Look at the healing onto Rich though, with the red buff and his ultimate just giving him so much more. We can see now JJ just trying to get himself around the side. This is not a quick Baron. This is a very slow tick down, because we are still just at 21 minutes. This is a slow setup right now. I love this from Viper. He's not even joining. This is a steal or nothing from the side of JJ.
Yeah, finally he spotted out though, so JJ has no flash, no way to get in. He's just gone.
Yeah, he's gone. He's going to have to try and use the Cataclysm, but not going to be enough to keep himself alive. Rich will pick up that kill. Baron goes over to V5, and this game is looking mighty tough now for EDG. V5 feeling like they're in total control.
And now you got to look and say, hang on EDG, what's going on? Because we had them lose to Weibo.
Oh!
We're now having them lose to V5 as Rookie.
I mean, they haven't lost just yet. Rookie did TP in. They actually got the TP out of Rich as well, as Viper just completely dodged out on the taunt. Williams of War will come in. He's going to use his own ultimate there, but he gets taken out at 700 gold there, and you can see now Karsa was thinking about it, but shall not go down.
I mean, you still got Baron for V5 here, right? You get the replay just as it comes through, but very disjointed once more from V5, right? Mako on the complete opposite side makes it very easy for V5 to jump onto him. And then that's a lot of the backline threat gone alongside Flandre just being picked off by Rookie and Rich. So Baron across. Look at the scoreboard. Like, Infinity Edge on the way very quickly for Photic. He can build this full glass cannon because there's not really much threat now on towards the backline. You've got the Dark Passage there for if JJ tries to lock you up, but as long as V5 continue this front-to-back fight, there's no real issues for Photic on who can actually get damage onto him. Dragon in 5 seconds now. This will be the third one of the game for V5 and EDG. They're not trying to contest. They have no vision. They have no control. And with waves pushed in bot and mid, they're going to have to try and respond to that before they can even look towards a river.
Yeah, it is becoming raid bosses on either side. V5, of course, with Photic, like you mentioned, should be able to pick up his Infinity Edge almost certainly on his next back. You also do have 3 items onto Scout, so he's no spring chicken himself, but damage isn't really there from EDG. Very tanky frontline from V5. You look at some of these guys, the Hecarim, the Aatrox, the Galio, hell, even the Thresh to a certain extent. They can just survive for a lot longer than you anticipate. And now with the last of the Baron buff going to be there for about a minute, they should be able to get themselves onto some inhibitor turrets.
The thing is, oh, hang on, Rich. Gonna just be caught? No, he's fine. Yeah, you're gonna be pushing in, but this is now V5 in control, and EDG, like, this is the second team that you've faced that are in the top 5 in the league. It's the second time you've taken an L from them if V5 can close out this game. This is not looking good for EDG, but for V5, it's all looking good.
Yeah, they are going to get the hook down. There goes the box as well. It's a bit of a separated fight right now as the 5 members go in to get the 5-man taunt with the onslaught of shadows. And it's going to be nightmares for EDG fans. V5 still pushing forward. It's a trade of 2 for 1, but V5 are more than happy to take it.
And now they can start to turn towards these inhibitor turrets. Bot side will be taken by Rich, but inhibitor number 1 down. Now you rotate to collect that on the bot side, and this is only going from bad to worse as V5 are getting gold, getting your base, and they have this Hex Tech Soul in 3.5 minutes as well. V5 hiding over the wall, trying to see if they can spot Flandre.
Yeah, 3 seconds till that Baron buff does end up falling off, but can they get more damage onto the turret? That is the question. With a Photic and PP God combination of the Jinx and Thresh should be totally fine. They will get excited and get the resets down as well. Dark Passes just to be sure, but that is the bot lane base cracked open. You will have double TP coming in, as we might see EDG maybe try and force something here. They know there's a lot of standing gold. They haven't got anywhere to really TP to, and that means that EDG just can't find themselves an avenue in.
And it feels like, again, we're seeing just EDG go for it. Like, if you look at the start of this game, this early skirmishes that they really have no right to, and now it's ballooned completely out of control with V5 getting a ton of gold onto their key carries. Now, despite the fact they try to get this great engage onto Rookie, V5 are just in the position to turn around. As he said, big taunt here, the 4-man across the board into the onslaught of shadows. Viper the only one who's able to stay at bay, but there's just nothing left in the tank as V5 chase him down.
And you know it's a bad situation when the Aphelios has to gale force defensively. That's the big kicker you can always tell between a happy Aphelios and a sad Aphelios. When you're going in, aggressively going forward with your gale force, kind of taking out the carries that we've seen Viper try to do against Photic multiple times this game, you're feeling pretty damn good. But now, 3.5 items onto this Jinx. Photic is just a god upon himself, an authority upon himself. As they look to try and maybe go for this one instead, they have to make it work. They are going to just disengage on the Dark Passage, but no one's really there to help him come out of this. And now Jeje is getting taken down. Rich should be able to finish off the kill with the last sweet spot, and they'll get excited for Jinx as well. Photic here just free firing, and there's nothing that Viper can do. He's over the wall and nowhere to go. He's going to get chased down as Rich flashes aggressively on top of him. Double kill for Photic. V5 will be taking this series 2-0.
V5 full thumb. They're taking down the giants that are EDG as they are going to look to take it in a 2-0 fashion. Curses be damned. World champions be damned. V5 are going top of the table.
And this is answering a massive question for us. Are V5 a championship contender? Yes, they are. They have just decimated EDG, and V5 will be so happy with that win.
That was so impressive from Victory 5. And not only was it that we kind of just saw the regular stuff that we expect, right? Karsa and Rookie over the course of the series having a good spot, but Photic and PP God, the 2v2 for V5 stepping up as well in team fights, in the lane as well, especially in that game 1 up against the Caitlyn and the Lux. You look towards Rich in this series as well. Every time we saw these massive gold leads balloon from V5 in the early stages, it was because of Rich and his flanks at the Rift Herald. Everyone on V5 stepped up to be accounted for today, and EDG could answer none of it.
Honestly, I am getting very excited for this roster. A lot of question marks. V5 100% rebuild. This is a brand new roster comparatively to what they kept PP God. That was it. That's
he wasn't even there. He was on a different team last split. So.
That's true. You're right. Yeah. He wasn't even there. He just came back as such. But this is a brand new setup. We had questions about how they would work. We didn't quite know if Rookie was on his way out. Could Karsa continue to be the facilitating jungler he would? How would Rich even be in the LPL? All these questions are being answered right now, and I think V5 and V5 fans are going to be so happy. This team looks like the real deal.
They just look insane. They look so damn good. And I mean, 8-1 now in the standings, top of the table until we see some more of our matches come through. V5 are looking so damn clean. And again, as you kind of said, we had questions around this team. Like, what were they capable of doing? Because we'd see a lot of their games go 2-1. Against teams that you wouldn't expect, like LGD, these type of squads that you kind of go, hey, look, you should kind of be sweeping these. But when it comes up against these top teams, V5 are still able to put up an amazing performance. And again here against EDG, like early game on point with Carson Rookie, skirmishes and team fights looking phenomenal. Photic again being set up. You're starting to see that this guy, why he was so hyped coming out of the LDL, because when he gets leads, his position, his ability to play around fights is so damn good. He's so mechanically strong.
Yeah, and again, every single time I see this team, they're getting better and better. And it used to, like, again, no one would argue that it was the Rookie show. This was the guy who we were all looking towards to say, this is the person who's going to carry this team. But slowly and surely, it is getting more. Karsa coming into his own. Photic, like you just mentioned, kind of showing off to be one of the better AD carries coming out from the LDL. Even PP God, in my opinion, has leveled up quite significantly. So this team is finding threats on all fronts. And on the other side of that, EDG, they looked a bit lost there. This didn't feel like the EDG we saw in 2021. This didn't even look close to the kind of domination that we expected from them. And they are struggling just a little bit right now.
Yeah, and it does feel like kind of misunderstanding how to play some of their compositions as well, which is usually, you know, EDG's strengths, right?
Yep.
Like you look at game 1, they've got a Corki and a Jinx, and they're looking for early game skirmishes and early game fights against like the Trendemirs and the likes that are just, and even the Aphelios as well, that are just going to be stronger than you at that moment in time. You come into this game as well, they're not really setting themselves up as like strongly as they could coming in towards that first Rift Herald as well. So Rich gets a good flank, Viper ends up separated. Like, these are things that we never would really see from EDG prior. Like even we saw Azale do a breakdown on how good EDG's team fight was, but we just don't really get that in this game so far.
Yeah, the line was broken, non-existent, if you will, in this game, in this series. And like we said, EDG, they had a pretty decent lineup in terms of their first few series. It wasn't exactly the hardest schedule in the world. And now they're, I won't say being exposed, but definitely being tested. Like they started off with JDG, who started off the season very poorly, TT, Ultra Prime, OMG, WE. And then it was kind of like, okay, let's add a couple of different ones. They lost to Weibo, but then they had FBX, IG. But now they're coming up against real tests, real playoff contenders, and it really isn't there. This is the second time now they've lost 2-0 against another top 5 team. Not even a 2-1. It was a 2-0 flat.
Yep. And it was in pretty convincing fashion as well, right? Like Weibo was the same, where it looked absolutely insane. And now again, V5 just decimate them.
Yeah, they really do. We're going to send it over to Wendy, who's going to be standing by with Rookie after a 2-0 victory.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have invited Rookie from Victory 5 to join us. So congratulations on the very perfect 2-0 victory. For your opponent EDG, they also has accumulated 7 wins in total at this moment, but you guys were able to have such a great best of 3. So what's the key, or what's your focus getting into today's game, today's best of 3 to face against our gaming? 那首先恭喜 Rookie， 恭喜威武，非常漂亮，2-0获得了今天比赛的胜利。其实你们的对手 EDG 现在也是一个7胜的队伍嘛，也是状态非常好的。所以说想问一下，可能你们今天来到这个 BO3， 面对 EDG 关注的一个重点会是什么呢？
我们面对 EDG 的时候，我们就提前也会准备一下是中野和下路的组合嘛，因为 EDG 的主力的位置本来就是中野和下路，然后我个人觉得我们下路和中野好像比他们就跟他们差不多，就看那天的状态怎么就是哪边更好一点嘛。然后目前来说，我们最近的不管训练赛，不管是个人的状态呀，就好像很拉满了。然后跟他们打，其实我们就准备一下，我们保持状态就完事儿了。
So we have prepared some combo for the mid jungle, and also we feels like our opponent Edward Gaming, they really play around the mid jungle, and also their bot duo really played a very crucial role in the actual game. But we feels like for our team, in terms of both the mid jungle and also for our bot duo, we think we are just in the same level. But who can win the game really depends on the momentum on that game state. So for the preparations, but I still feel for Victory 5 in all the screams and also for our current momentum, definitely we are on a very high note. We have a very good result. So actually we feels like in today's game, there's nothing special that we need to do more preparations. We just need to maybe prepare more about the combo or some draft, and also maintain a very good momentum into today's games. And yes, definitely we can see this. And I want to talk a bit more of the mid jungle combo you have just mentioned for game 1, because in game 1, Casa put this Serrani again, and you have chosen this champion, Trondemir. So tell us more about the background in picking this mid jungle champions, and how would you evaluate the strengths of these 2 champions in this meta? 那其实，我们也想接下来再问一下关于一个中野的英雄选择，就是你刚才所说，因为其实第1局的时候，卡萨又一次拿到了他很拿手一个猪妹嘛，而且你也是选出了蛮王来配合，所以说想问一下这2个英雄选出场的一个契机是什么呢？同时你怎么评价这2个英雄可能在当前版本的一个发挥？
其实猪美这个英雄的话，其实对卡萨来说是非常简单的一个英雄嘛，因为他毕竟打了那么多年的职业，然后这个英雄对他来说太简单了。然后我们最近一直在练习一些中野的配合上面的英雄的组合嘛。然后今天本来是助美是要想好我们哪就用这个出来打 EDG， 但是今天的话就蛮王这个英雄的话，可能是最近也没这么练过，感觉但是看对面阵容，我好像还能发挥的不错。就选出来了一下，其实就看这个朱美玩的怎么样嘛。但是我觉得卡莎朱美就玩的特别好，然后我自己蛮网的话，就少上头就行了，玩嗨了。
So I really feels like for Cerrone, this champion is a very easy champion to Casa because Casa is definitely a veteran. He plays so many years. So Cerrone is a very simple champion to him. And also we have really prepared so many mid jungle combos. We would like to improve our mid jungle synergy. And we feels like in today's game, Cerrone can be a very good pick to against Edward Gaming. And also we feels like, to be honest, I didn't play Tryndamere a lot recently, but this can be a very good champion into the matchup against the opponent's draft. So that's a reason for us to just lock down these two champions. And also, definitely, I must say, Casa is a super good Cerrone player. His Cerrone really performed so well. But for me, for this Tryndamere, I just want me to not like through the game, to try not through the game. But for today's game, maybe I'm a bit too high in the late game. But still, it's a perfect victory for you guys. And in terms of game 2, we feels like you guys were able to really get so many leads from every single team fights, every single skirmishes. I'm very curious, maybe who's the main shot caller inside the team, inside the victory fight, because so many of you are just veterans. 那其实我们感觉好像 V5有很多的老将在内嘛，但是特别是你们第2局，其实你们整体的一个配合啊都非常默契，感觉每一波团战最后总是以你们的胜利而收场，所以我们也比较好奇，可能现在的 V5里面谁是主要来负责指挥的呢？你们一般比如说团战的沟通模式是怎么样的呢？
前期的指挥呢，可能是打野就说的比较多一点嘛，但是到中期来说，我们就 CV 或者是每条路就情报的比较多嘛，就是整体来说还是大家都说多一点，就加上辅助，所以我们每次就需要的就比如说我们需要东西是什么，就跟队友沟通一下，这种沟通是蛮多的，所以其实我们队也算是每个人都会指挥嘛，但是节奏来看的话，还是野辅就是说的多一点。
Definitely in the early game, Kaza will be the main shot caller for the team. But moving on to the mid game, I think the laners will talk a bit more, and also our support player will do some shot calls as well. I think generally, because I really feel like all the teammates in our team, all of us can just be the shot caller, and we really talked a lot in the actual game to try to share some perspective and try to share some ideas. If we just want some objectives, or if we just have a target, we'll just share it inside the team. So, but I would like to say maybe our jungler Casa and also support player PPGA, the two of them will be the main shot caller inside the team. And definitely we can see you guys really played like a whole. And my very last question is about next matchup, because in the next matchup you are going to face against LNG, also a very strong team. So facing LNG, facing Doinb in the main lane, what's your thoughts and what's your expectation towards the next matchup? 那最后一个问题也是要问到的是，在下一场的对决，我们 V5也要面对上苏州 LNG， 毫无疑问也是一支很强劲的对手。那么面对 LNG， 面对中路上的 Doinb， 我们的 Rookie 选手有什么样的一个看法呢？
面对LNG 的话，可能还是要看中野的状态嘛。但是我感觉就是我们只要保持好状态的话，我们每一条线比他们不比他们弱嘛，所以我们还是蛮有自信的。就希望我们这几天的训练赛就保持好状态嘛。
I think for the next matchup against Suzhou LNG, definitely the momentum of the jungler and mid laner are very crucial, is the key for the matchup. So, and also I really feels like all the players in our team is definitely not that weak, or we are like in the same level compared to that of the LNG. So actually in the recent scrims, we would like to really maintain a very good momentum to try to have a very good momentum to face against our next opponent. And definitely best of luck for this and congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望你们下一场也能发挥亮眼。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy, and of course, Rookie. I always love interviews with Rookie because he just goes so in depth and he's so honest as well. He's like, look, Karsa played great. I kind of inted, but it was all good because we were super far ahead. And we're going to get our MVP as well. I believe it was Rookie as well. So congratulations to him.
Yeah, really good job from Rookie. I mean, so many times this Galio was able to get into position, take over the fights, and even there's a lot of times where people think that you have to always be consistently hitting the ultimates with Galio, but oftentimes like being able to zone away the opponents is just as strong as being able to actually like get that lockup CC onto them. So many of these fights you can see like Rookie just separating out EDG. You can see there, right, like Viper unable to get into the fights because you've got Rookie who's coming forward. Here again, right, Carson goes in, and then this ult from Rookie may not hit anyone, but once more it separates Viper on the back line, stops Scout from being able to have any sort of support coming through from EDG because they can't run across that AoE CC. So again, like really good understanding from Rookie of like when and where to use that ultimate for that zone control.
Yeah, and if it's Rookie, Cookie, or even Bookie as he's taking bets on himself, that's how good he is. It's just always a pleasure to watch this man play his game. And I'm really excited. Again, like I said at the start of this series, it felt like we were losing some of the big names. The Shy, Rookie leaving IG, you know, Doinb going from FBX. Maybe we're not going to get it. If anything, it's breathed new life into these guys. And I'm already leaking the script. I don't know if we might have it or not, but Weibo versus V5 final will be hype as hell.
I mean, look, if you want to have a civil war in the LPL between Lunchables and Lyric, you go for it, all right? But I don't know if I'm ready for that.
I'm like the Thanos of this. I'm just like creating the entire overarching plot. But yeah, big win for V5. Congratulations to them. And let's have a look now. If you're just joining us, you missed all the action. We'll get you caught up nice and quick. Because remember, when the LPL, the action does not stop. We had a very back and forth and scrappy fight between Ultra Prime and OMG as Ultra Prime came out the 2-1 victors. And then V5 put down the beat down onto EDG and got themselves the 2-0 that puts them at the top of the table.
And I genuinely, once we had that 3-game series to start off the day, I thought we'd go to the full 6, but V5 coming out looking real strong here. I mean, as you say, I'm delighted to see what V5 are capable of now, especially as they only seem to be going from strength to strength and improving consistently both in lane and out.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a look at the standings, and there V5 are 8-1, 5-game win streak, only being bested by Weibo, who are on 6. They could maybe turn that into 7, but again, we're seeing this big divide. It's our top 5, then their next, 5 or 6, or maybe even 7 if you want to throw IG in there as well, and that's when the water starts to get a little muddied. So still plenty of games to go, but we are starting to run out of regular season.
But this is the thing, right? You still have so many games between those top teams, right? Like, if you look at LNG, still have to play Weibo, still have to play V5, still have to play EDG. I mean, Weibo, LNG on tomorrow. Like, you have so many of these teams that still have to battle it out. It's why we're seeing so many teams at like 7-1, now 8-1 for V5. I mean, this is just going to be so damn good. I'm so excited.
It's going to be a very, very close race. And like we said, if you get the top 2, that puts you in a double elimination. It gives you that second chance if you need it as you come into the playoff season. But again, lots to play, but lots of games to play. But at the same time, not that many games to play as we have come to the end of our broadcast. If you're still with us, thank you so much for joining us. Dagda, thank you for dealing with me and all of my crazy, crazy antics. And of course, to everyone behind the scenes, from our producers, directors, our graphic guy, our audio, and of course, our video guy as well. Without them, none of this wouldn't be possible. So for the moment, we'll see you guys very, very shortly at the same time on the same channel tomorrow.